Okay, assalamu alaikum. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Hope you're all well. All right. Let me just get my slides up and running. Sorry for the late start today. I wasn't even going to do it tonight, but I'm not going to be able to do it tomorrow, so I wanted to do it today. Let's put this over here. All right, okay. Assalamu alaikum. Just Broly. Hope you're well. And I always forget my actual name. Too much abbreviations. Okay, let me share my presentation and we'll get started so I don't take up too much of your time. There we go. All right, yes. Philosophic. Assalamu alaikum. I was actually thinking of Muhammad. I think it's Muhammad Hassan, if I remember. Full name. All right, okay. So let's discuss this topic of riba and interest. So we have before had a guest speaker who came on. I'll mention that briefly, and then discuss a little bit of what the main contention that was brought up. We may even play some of that presentation, but let's just plot on into this. So interest versus, so what is interest? Interest is usually defined, it's a cost of borrowing, right? The cost of borrowing. And it's usually a percentage of the borrowed amount nowadays, right? So the interest on something could be 5%, 10%, 3%, whatever it is. But it can be any amount, okay? And it doesn't have to be a percentage. But the interest is what is returned over the principal amount that you lend. So if somebody lends $100 and they must pay back the $5, which in that case would be 5%, then that's the interest. I think we all know what that is, right? One thing I want to mention about it, I've noticed this odd thing, which is culturally you find that there are many like non-religious or non-practicing Muslims who will commit all of the fahishas. They don't really have too much qualms about they still consider themselves Muslims. They know they're Muslim, they know they're sin, they know all of that. But there are some sins for some reason they won't touch, right? The odd one for me is eating pork, right? So I've met quite a few Muslims who, for example, they will commit zina, they will go and visit prostitutes or go to massage parlors for various things, but pork they will never eat it. Like they won't eat pork, and I've seen that also on some. I remember seeing this. These YouTubers who pranked a Muslim friend of theirs into eating pork. And this Muslim friend of theirs was not like somebody religious or anything, okay? But as soon as he realized he had eaten pork, well, it wasn't really pork, but they tricked him that way. He just got very angry, and he's really upset, and he tried very hard to vomit it out, right? So it's very odd, right? And in the same vein, you find some people who are, they're worried about, they have no problem defrauding the system, stealing, or doing other, indecent ways of gaining money. But when it comes to interest or riba, they will refuse. They will absolutely refuse to take a mortgage, right? And they won't do it at all. They will say it's haram, and they will tell anybody who takes a mortgage or any kind of loan in that kind of way, it's haram, etc. They just won't, right? It's a very odd thing. Okay, so I think these could be indicative of a certain type of cultural element with respect to pork and interest, a kind of like almost superstitious element towards it, right? Well, it's not so much about as the sin; it's just become sort of like ingrained that pork, I will never eat it just because. Okay, because what? When you'll engage in all other sorts of fawahish. Okay, but that, at the same time, I don't want to minimize that because Quranically, interest or riba, sorry, is something which is very, it's spoken of in very harsh terms. It's spoken of as, if you do not give up riba, then, be forewarned of a war from God and His Messenger. And of course, I take that to mean mostly for the time period, right? That towards the end of the Prophet's prophetic career, he wanted to eradicate the riba, and if those who were not willing to do that, then there was actually going to be, I think, there was actually going to be actual battles being done against those who would not give up riba, right? It's not just a metaphoric thing, but that's another story. So let's move on. So previously, like I said, there was a stream where we had this brother Suhail Sinalbeb, if I'm pronouncing that right. He's from Malaysia. I actually I emailed him last week because I wanted to sort of discuss with him the his findings and riba a bit more, and I wanted him actually to come onto the stream to hear my final conclusion and give his thoughts and stuff like that. But he never got back to me. I don't know if his email is still active or not, but I reached out and haven't heard anything back. Maybe if he's listens to this in the future, he can get in contact with me because I would really like to discuss it with him. He put forward a very nice presentation. It was very well done. The PowerPoint, and he presented it very eloquently and smoothly. And he's also doing, he was studying, I think, his master's, but he was working towards doing a PhD thesis on, Islamic banking. I think it was innovations in business models or something like that. But included looking at riba. So he presented part of his research on riba, right? So please check it out if you are interested. Right, it's number 51. And I will discuss his main contention towards the end of of this presentation. So what do I think riba is? So first of all, I just need to put a disclaimer. I'm not very knowledgeable when it comes to financial, maneuverings and intricacies, finances in general. I find a lot of it confusing, a lot of terminology and a lot of issues. I find there's a lot of like shenanigans and maneuvering when it comes to finances, which I find pretty confusing. Whenever I learn a little bit of it, it seems to just slip away from my mind after a while, right? So I'm not very interested enough, it seems, to retain knowledge about financial issues. But you really shouldn't need to know too much in order to understand the element at stake here, right? What the Qur'an is, of course, prohibiting is going to be something which is wrong, which is bad, which will lead to injustice. Remember, the whole point of God sending messengers and books is for mankind to establish justice, right? لِيَقُومَ النَّاسُ بِالْقِسْطِ. So riba is obviously construed as a very destructive thing, right? That causes widespread harm and dhulm, right? So far, though I have not seen a good link to that in all the explanations of riba as just being interest, beyond the principle, right? So I haven't seen that. I mean, I've seen various explanations of why just any riba would be wrong, but it doesn't add up to me. It doesn't add up to me as being something very, very ruinous, right? And the way Islamic finance is set up, it basically comes down to the same thing, where lend and then you get back more than what you gave, and it's even worse, to be honest. I mean, I did some when I was studying in Medina. I did do in the College of the Prophet's Mosque, we did do things about Islamic finance, and it's just, I mean, it's worse than getting an Islamic mortgage is worse. You're worse off than getting a normal mortgage. You actually end up having to pay a lot more than a normal mortgage. So I think a lot of it is pretty much a scam, the Islamic financial maneuverings and stuff. So what is riba? So then essentially my conclusion is that riba is any form of a debt such that it continues to grow, right? Is any formulation of a debt such that it continues to grow, so that if unchecked, if left unchecked after the passage of time, the debt can even double and multiply even more, right? So any any arrangement of a debt which will continue to multiply and grow, that is riba, right? And the core verse is the one which I think defines it, is this verse. Okay, in Surah Al Imran 130, Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu la ta'kul riba adha'afan mudha'afa adha'afan mudha'afa wattaqu Allah la'allakum tuflihun. So this is the main commandment, okay, about regarding riba, right? O you who have faith, do not consume riba, doubled and multiplied, but fear Allah that you may be successful. So in modern times, it is most common. It comes in its most common form in modern times as compound interest. So basically, interest on the interest. Okay, interest on the interest, something that will continue to grow, right? So you don't just have a interest on the principal. You also have an interest on the interest. Okay, so that's the most common form of it. Okay, but it can be anything where it just continues to grow. Here you can see here from Baba Shuaib's translation. I like it, sometimes showing this because it shows you word for word how it comes. Or you ya ayyuhalladhina amanu, right? Do not consume riba, and then it says adha'afan mudha'afa, right? Double and doubling. Okay, double and doubling. So what it shows here is that this part, I think, is defining what riba is, right? The verse says, "Don't eat riba." Multiplies that are multiplied. Okay, that keeps on multiplying. In English, you'd probably write it with a semicolon or something like this to indicate that the latter part half is defining it. You didn't have like an IE, so it comes to like it's don't eat riba, multiplies multiples that are multiplied. Okay, that's sort of the meaning. That the riba here is being defined as that. Okay, but of course this is something which has been mentioned before, and it didn't really, it wasn't as conclusive for me until I put a little bit more thought, and there are some other elements which I think have made this for me settle completely the issue of what riba is. So the dangers of riba, of course, the issue of compound interest or any kind, or that kind of increasing debt, is that it will keep on growing. I mean, compound interest itself is the worst type because it will grow exponentially. It will just keep on getting more and more and more, right? It grows and grows. You can literally eat up everything, all of your wealth, and it just keeps on growing. And that's a key word, grow. Okay, the debt just keeps growing, and we'll see why that's a key word later on. So it just keeps on growing that you can't get out from it easily. Okay, once it's under full sway, you just can't. You end up having to pay the principal many times over and over and over because you can't get under it. I mean, I've seen these. You see these reels. Well, I see them on Twitter mostly, of these students in the US showing how much they've actually paid on their student loan and how much is still left. And it is absolutely ridiculous, right? You find those who have paid huge amounts, right? Like $70,000 or something like that, or $80,000. They've paid back that much, and yet the amount that they owe is actually more. Is still more, or still has barely been dented. Really is depressing. Okay. So riba is something like that. That kind of compound interest is really ruinous, but it can be any kind of fees or late fees which just continue to pile on with no end in sight. So even a late fee per month, right, can be riba. If you keep on having to pay, you miss paying back your debt, all right, we increase it by, another flat amount, okay, another $100. Again, next month, $100. Next month, if you haven't paid it all back, it just keeps on increasing. It keeps on increasing. The debt keeps on growing. Okay, so a late fee per month up to a limit might be one thing, All right, you could say that's because then there's a limit, it stops growing. But it definitely can't be an exact interest or percentage or flat amount over and over and over again for an indefinite amount of time. Okay, it can't be an indefinite fee that just keeps on being added to the debt forever. That is it. That is still riba. So it doesn't have to be an interest, a compounded interest. It can be any increase to the debt that just keeps on going. Okay, because that will eventually lead to the debt being doubled over and over again. It will just happen slower than with compound interest, right? If you keep on adding late fees, the debt will eventually double, right? So riba, the linguistic link of growth, I think it's really, really important. Okay, so the point I'm getting at is that a debt can't just continually grow. It can't continually grow. Okay, and that's part of the linguistic origins, I think, of riba. Okay, it's the same root for tarbiyah. Tarbiyah is to look after your kids, to help them grow. Rabb, comes from Rabb, Rabbul Alamin, the Lord of the world, the Lord of Cherisher, right? The wife of Al-Aziz called the Aziz in the story of Yusuf, her Rabb, right? Rabb can be the father, okay? He's the one who causes things to grow, right? When we say we raise our children, Rabbil awlad, Rabbil atfal, right? You cause them to grow. You can say grow crops, use the same word, Rabb, right? Rabbil, I don't know, rumman or whatever it is, right? He grows the pomegranate crops, right? Or a herd of flock, okay? Or chicken or geese, Rabbil dijaj, right? It's all using the same word of Rabb, right? Of the same root to cause things to grow, to try to increase the flock and increase the crops to make them grow. All of that comes from the same thing of tarbiyah and Rabb, okay? So riba is what is continually growing and increasing with no end or no cap. Okay, that aim of riba is what is continually contrasted in the Quran and rejected in God's sight. It's said that even if it grows with people, the riba grows with people, it doesn't grow in God's sight, as opposed to zakat. Zakat, God will multiply it, and you can see here that link in this verse in Surah Rum 39. وما آتيتم من زكاة ليربو في أموال الناس فلا يربو عند الله. Right? And whatever you give of riba to grow, yarbu, right? That same link tarbiyah, to grow, to increase, is usually translated as increase, but I'm translating it as grow, yarbu, within the wealth of people. Okay, it may happen. That debt will grow in the wealth of people, but it will not grow with Allah. La yarbu عند Allah. It will not grow عند Allah. But conversely, and this is where the important contrast shows up, okay, which shows you what riba is as well. وَمَا آتَيْتُم مِّن زَكَاةٍ تُرِيدُونَ وَجْهَ اللَّهِ فَأُولَٰئِكَ هُمُ الْمُضْعِفُونَ. But whatever you give of zakat, seeking buying the pleasure of God, the face of God, then they are the ones who are going to receive multiples. They are the ones who are the multipliers. So what is that saying? It's saying that the purpose of riba is that people want it to multiply in people's wealth. They want it to grow, right? The whole point of riba, of interest, the person who gives interest, right? He wants that debt to grow in people's wealth, right? And to suck in their wealth. Okay, it grows and then it multiplies. And Allah is saying here in this verse, whatever riba you give so it can grow in people's wealth, okay, it won't grow with Allah. In Allah's sight, you're not increasing in anything, right? It's God doesn't see it as an increase. Okay, in God's sight, that is not an increase, right? But what you give of zakat, then that is what in Allah's sight is an increase. That is what is worthy of being doubled or being multiplied. Okay, so again, it's the same idea that riba has got to do is being linked with the idea of multiplying, something, the debt multiplying or growing. Okay, so again, that shows us that riba is about what? It's about the debt multiplying or growing, steadily increasing. All right, it's not just a one, it's not just interest in terms of just what, something above the principal, and that's it. You lend somebody, $100 and tell them you pay me back $110 in 2 months, and that's it, and that's all it will ever be. the amount the person owes you back is going to be, the principal plus $10, and that's it. That is not riba. That's not going to continue to grow. Okay, it would remain that way after a year, after 2 years, after 10 years. You're still going to owe that same amount. Okay, so it's not riba. It's not growing. It's not doubling. It's not increasing. Okay, another linguistic link. Zakat is also is also known as meaning growth, right? When you talk about zakat, if traditional Islam as well, the link of zakat is in purity and growth. Okay, they are linked together. And the idea is that by purifying your wealth, it grows. Okay, by purifying your wealth, it grows. In the same way that preening or purifying a plant, cutting off the dead parts, allows it to grow and flourish. Okay, this is the same verse. Okay, I've just put in Baba Shoaib's translation again, just to show you the language which is in there, right? And whatever you give from riban, liyarbu, so you can see here the same root coming in, liyarbu, in the wealth of people, sense or fa, it will not increase, yarbu, right? Not yarbu, with God. It will not increase with God, right? But the zakat, what you give in zakat, that is what's going to be multiplied. Okay, so that is why riba is being contrasted with zakat. Okay, which is also also has the meaning of grow, zakat, but it is to grow by purifying. Okay, like preening or cutting parts of a plant or crop to encourage it to grow, to produce more fruits, to multiply, right? To increase. Okay, you can even do that with a herd of animals. You cull them. You have to cull a herd sometimes. You need it in order for it to grow, keep growing, and be healthy. But you have to cull the herd sometimes. So another example: God grows the reward of charities. Okay, same with this other verse here, where riba is contrasted with sadaqat. Right, that God causes the sadaqat to grow, but He doesn't acknowledge the growth of riba. Right. Which He instead destroys or discounts. Okay, yamhaqullahu riba wa yurbi as-sadaqat. Right, God destroys the riba, but He ribas the sadaqat. Okay, God destroys riba, but He ribas, He multiplies, He causes to grow the sadaqat, the charities. Allah destroys riba and gives increase, yurbi, okay, to makes grow the charities. Okay, so what does that tell us about riba? Riba is a debt which just keeps on growing. Is a debt which keeps on growing. Okay, and Allah does not like every sinning disbeliever. And note, of course, here the allusion to to kufr, to ingratitude, right? That a person, he's been given wealth, and he uses that wealth in this way, in this ungrateful way of trying to just basically suck up other people's wealth by having this debt grow in their wealth, right? Whereas given charity is an expression of gratitude. It is gratitude, right? It's not kufr and sin like riba would be. So riba is like a destructive seed that grows. Riba is like planting a seed of debt in other people's wealth that just keeps on growing and growing, sucking in their wealth and giving you the continuous fruits of it. Okay, and that's not just debt; that's almost slavery, right? It really binds the person forever, right? So riba, we are told, may grow in people's wealth, but it won't grow with Allah. But zakat and charities, given with the intention to please God, is what will actually be multiplied by God. So the riba may multiply in this world, right? For with Allah, what multiplies is zakat and charities. Okay, and that again tells us that riba is about this multiplication of the debt. So what's the main contention against that, right? The main contention that's being used usually are these verses, right? This is what our brother Suhail presented. He mentioned this part specifically. Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu ittaqullah wa dharu ma baqiya min ar-riba. Right? O you who have faith, this is what's being commanded for those at the time, of course. We know this because it's saying, leave what remains of riba, what's still active of riba. O you who have faith, fear Allah, and give up what remains due to you of riba, of interest, of I mean, I've left the transition interest, but it's of riba, right? If you are truly faithful, if you are truly believers, right? فَإِن لَمْ تَفْعَلُوا, if you don't, if who doesn't? If those, then at the time, if you don't, فَأْذَنُوا بِحَرْبٍ مِّنَ اللَّهِ وَرَسُولِهِ, then be informed of a war against you from Allah and His Messenger, meaning that the Messenger was being instructed that those who would refuse to give up this riba, they are going to be, the Prophet had to like wage war against them, really had to like step in with some actual action to stop it. Okay. Up to the extent of actually fighting them, right? If they were refusing to give up their rights of riba on other people, then the Prophet would have had to step in and actually, basically dispound the riba. And of course, that's what he did, according to the traditional narrative on, in the Hajj, in his final Hajj, when he made, his final speech, he abolished all riba. He said, I from now on, I'm abolishing all riba, and the first riba which I abolish is that of my own family, right? Because of course, his uncle Abbas was quite a wealthy person and he used to be a money lender, he used to lend money, and he was owed he was owed money, right, due to riba. So he abolished that first of all, so that nobody would, it's by starting with himself and his own family and his own clan, it would take away from people's hearts this idea that he was trying to rob people, right? No, he abolished the riba of his own family, and then he said, and I'm abolishing it for everybody else. Nobody owes anybody else any riba. So what does that leave you? Well, that leaves you, if you're going to repent actually and accept that and take that on board, you will still be able to have the capital that you've given. فَلَكُمْ رُؤُوسُ أَمْوَالِكُمْ لَا تَظْلِمُونَ وَلَا تُظْلَمُونَ. Okay, so it says here, when tubtum, so if you don't do it, be informed of a war from God and His Messenger. When tubtum, but if you repent, okay, then know that for you will have the principle of your wealth, your principle, doing no wrong, nor will you be wronged. Okay, so this is about really abolishing riba from that society, from that time. So like ending it, okay, from ending it at that time by saying, okay, that's it, riba is gone. Nobody's going to owe anything anymore, but everybody will be entitled to their principle. Okay, so that's what I would reply with this idea that because he used this verse to indicate that this shows us that anything beyond the principle is riba. Anything beyond the principle is riba, but that's not really being mentioned here, right? What is being mentioned here is that it's just been framed within the context of of the start. These are two verses together, by the way. You've got this verse here and the previous verse, right? So the second verse here, which talks about, you will have the principle, not wronging, nor wronging, it's framed within the context of the first, right? They are together. These two verses come together. And the first is saying, give up what remains of riba, what you still have of riba, and repentance, and have repentance. That's the context of this. It's trying to get everybody to repent from the riba that they already have, to leave it, to give it up. So i.e. in repenting and giving up riba, you will still have the right to reclaim your principle without wronging anyone or being wronged. Okay, so this isn't really helping to define riba, okay, but it's encouraging repentance by reminding the lenders that they will still have their principle no matter what. They're still going to have their principle and they will not do wrong nor be wronged. Okay, so it doesn't really help, I think, to define it. I think it's a much stronger case, what I've mentioned up to now, that you have that verse which says, don't take riba ad'af and mudha'afa, that don't take riba multiples which are multiplied, that's a stronger definition of what riba is, that it is what is continuously being what can eventually be multiplied indefinitely. Okay, and I think the linguistic links of riba as being coming from to grow, and also how it's contrasted with charity, with charity and with zakat, right? That it's a much stronger case to tell us that no, riba isn't about just some receiving money over the principle. It's about a debt which just keeps on growing without any end, and that is the thing which is the most ruinous, right? That is the thing which is the most ruinous, because without any kind of if you go back to the very beginning, what is interest, right? Interest is defined as the cost of borrowing, right? Without the person who lends, um, you know, receiving something from lending to people, from borrowing money to others, nobody's going to borrow. Nobody's going to lend any money. Well, what's the point of lending people if that's not going to happen? You could say no, it's a good deed to do loans. Well, that's mentioned separately in the Quran. The Quran talks about giving loans, right? That's different. Okay, the issue with just giving a good loan, right, and then is that very often, when you give a loan, just a loan, which doesn't have any, um, you know, any interest on it, which can come back as a benefit towards you, is that all you have is risk. You lend out this money, you've lost out having that money for the time that the person is going to before the person pays you back. So that time you could have used that wealth for something else, okay, to increase your business, to do something with it. So you've lost out the time that you had that wealth, even if the person repays you back in full. And also the person might not pay you back in full. They might not be able to pay you back in full, right? So all you have is risk with no benefit. There's no upside to lending anybody, lending money to anybody else, right? Now you could say that the government or uh, the state is one which should be lending others money, but that's not always going to happen, right? People live in the world, interact with each other, and they try to lend to each other, not just from organizations and banks and things like this, but they do that between each other. And so you need to be able to allow that incentive to be there in order for people to be able to benefit by lending others something. And the idea about rent and things like this, that people try to show that riba is very different from rent. But if you keep the riba as being just interest, it's not very different. I don't think there's a very strong case to show that it is incredibly different. All right. Okay. So which slide should I leave this on? Okay. Let's see that there. That's basically the conclusion that I have for you. And that's basically it. Anybody have any questions? Or if you'd like, please do come on and share any thoughts you might have. But that's the end of the presentation. So riba, I think, is any arrangement of debt, any arrangement of debt which can continue to grow until eventually it can double and even double again and continue to grow. But just a return which is above the principal, which is set, I don't think that's riba. I think that is an acceptable way to lend money. All right, let me check the chat. See what we have. Just Broly. Okay. Sad, I see you. I'll bring you on in a minute. I have to pray. But what about the verse talking about keeping the principal and paying back the riba? Well, yeah, I talked about that towards the end, right? So that verse about doesn't really say that, right? It doesn't say keeping the principal and paying back the riba. It doesn't really say in that kind of way. Do you still visit the UK? Yes, I do still visit the UK. I'm going to be back in the UK, inshallah, in the summer. But there is a verse that you should take benefits of generosity, etc. I'm not sure which verse you're talking about that. Just quote it for us. Okay. Saad, Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam, boss. You okay?
Alhamdulillah.
Amazing presentation. Really good. Alhamdulillah. I tuned in right from the start. It just popped up on my feed. But extremely good topic. I watched Mufti Abu Laysa, I think, before we had our thing. But I think I just got a question for you. I think I actually agree with basically everything you said. My only slight confusion is, if you'd like shed light on, it said, when you put interest on something, isn't that technically growing?
Is that technically what, sorry?
Technically growing. So it's like 3.5% interest on the loan you give someone. Let's say if I was to borrow a friend money.
Yeah.
If you put a percentage interest by virtue of being a percentage, isn't that like technically growing?
Yeah, I mean, if it's once, then no, not in this definition. I'm talking about it will continue to grow. So if it's just 3.25%, let's say,
Yeah. Yeah.
and the person's going to pay you 3.25%, and that's it, right? It doesn't.
Okay.
Riba would, if you're talking about the 3.25% every month,
Yeah.
then no, that would be continue to grow. And so that's what I mentioned at the start. So it's not just compound interest, which is interest on interest, but any
No, like a
arrangement of the
mortgage, like
debt.
a mortgage. So you have to
Yeah,
pay.
mortgage without doubt is riba.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, without
Is
doubt.
it okay for
Because
someone
the,
to take a
the
mortgage?
say it again.
Is it okay for someone to take a mortgage?
Well, I have because there's no other
Yeah,
way
yeah, yeah.
to
There's no
yeah,
other. Do you
yeah.
think it's so? I'm not sure if I talked about that. But actually no, I haven't. But a principle that I've adopted is that it's aklihim riba is where but where the but what's mamnu, right? So
Mm,
it's about taking of interest, eating interest. So like
yeah.
the principle behind Allah taught, like I said, the kitab before and the hikmah, and
Mm,
the reason why he explains the illah, like, and I think Mufti Abdullah talked about, and even Hanafi, just the illah, when you talk about the illah behind something, the reason is
mm,
that it's oppressing people, isn't it? When you like loan
yeah.
sharks, when you're taking loads of interest, you're ripping people off, screwing people over.
Yeah.
But I feel like if you take the interest, I think like it's kind of on you. Do you know what I mean? I think what's referring to
Yeah.
Surah Baqarah is you're like doing other people over by giving
Yeah.
them high levels of interest loans. So is that scenario like you got a mortgage? I got as in I haven't as in I but I intend to at some point if I want to buy a house, get a
Mm,
mortgage. Is that
yeah.
I don't think that's mamnu. It's probably the
Yeah.
what do you
Yeah, I
think?
mean, I didn't mention it, but you're absolutely right. I mean, we did talk about that. I mean, the presentation of the brother who came on in stream number 51, he mentioned
Okay.
that as well. That the issue, yes, is really it's the haram thing is about the person who who eats the riba, la
Akil.
ta'kul riba, right? Don't
Yeah.
eat the riba. But the person who is who ends up having to pay it back, he's the one who's suffering, right? That's the person who's actually suffering from it. But
Yes.
when you're in a position where there's no other way. Like right now, there really is no way to own a property, right? To own your own place, which is
Yeah.
something which is important. You need that,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Um,
Otherwise,
there's
you have the
no other
mercy of
way.
landlords and stuff. And
Yeah, yeah.
that's another zone.
Yeah, there's no other way. I mean, unfortunately, that's the way it is. I mean, there is of course the hadith of the prophet, which is a prophecy, which is saying that there will come a time where nobody will be able to escape riba. Even the
Yeah.
person who doesn't deal in it directly will have it dust on him, right? And
Mm.
we're in that situation now. There's just no way to finance yourself and being able to like have a place for your family, which is a basic necessity, right?
But I think it's really
And you have
hardcore
that
souls
principle
out there
even
who
on.
just live in like renting like the whole life, as in, or they just build them cash as like say, oh, I won't rely on like the haram things. Allah will bless me. But
Yeah,
I'm thinking I would adopt that mentality. I would adopt the hard way. But I don't think it's wrong though. I don't think taking a mortgage
yeah.
is wrong. That's why. Do you
I
agree
mean,
with that assessment or?
yeah. I mean, I would agree with that. I mean, I would certainly, for example, the time when I wasn't sure about, like, I'm pretty sure now about what riba is. So at the time when I was unsure about it, I would have said yes. If I'm in a financial position where I can rent for the rest of my life, right, then there's no issue. There's a very interesting thing. I had a friend who came over. Um,
Mm,
to visit.
yeah.
Very good friend of mine. Went to university together. He did chemistry and then he did philosophy.
Yeah.
Actually, wrote the book um, on Kant's philosophy of consciousness, right? And
Got some geeky friends.
yeah, yeah. So I mean, we good friends for a very long time.
Mashallah.
Um, a while back, he set up a company with another of his friends, and it was AI company. He's done very well since then. So,
Mashallah.
he's suddenly actually been, very well off. He's able to provide very well for his family. His
Yeah.
parents look after them very excellent, right?
Yeah.
And we were speaking because he got to know a lot of other people in different circles, and it's the stories that he was telling me, right, about the people that he's met, that since people who literally have never had to think about money a day in their lives, and they've
Yeah.
never had to worry about it. It's just not nothing. Like we, for a lot of us, we think about money almost every day, right?
Yeah, it is.
Every few days we have to think about it
Yeah.
because we're literally, I mean, we're one disaster away from being on the streets or something, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So you can't have that. So the person who has this mentality of, well, Allah will provide, and I'm not going to take riba, and I'll just pay the debt for I'll pay rent for the rest of my life. Okay, you can live that way, right? But you're a disaster away from something, from being on the street or something really bad happening, or having to go out and beg and ask family, and all of this sort of stuff, right? Um, you're just very close to that, being, having that kind of disaster happen to you. And also, you're not going to be able to leave anything behind for your own family if you have a family, right? You want to be able to leave some sort of assets for your kids. So just you end
But
up
these are like dunyavi practical argument. As in what you're saying, everything's valid. I'm just saying that, like, if I'm saying if it was haram, I think like maybe Allah would
yeah, if it
provide from
was
the
haram,
unseen.
that's
But I don't believe it is. Like,
yeah,
and there's a
exactly.
practical element on top of the from the mutton. I can't see any reason why it is haram. Because you're doing
Yeah.
it to yourself. You've knowingly, like, you've consented, like in a medical, but you've consented. You knew the risk and you
Mm.
consented to this oppression on yourself, but you know about it. You're fully
Yeah.
informed. And but if
Yeah.
I was the giver, then I understand. But I really like the series, and if you have like if you have like a topic every week, or like about different things, like halal meat would be a great one, or just
Mm.
different kind of ahkam. And I'd love to, like, just I'll be honest, I use
Yeah.
you as a gold standard to inform my life.
Yeah.
What the video last week's changed my life. Honestly, I started praying in English. If I have time, then I pray, but I pray properly, have a proper sila, like a proper connection, which is like
Mm.
the root of what salah meant. So, and I've told my
Yeah.
best friend as well. He's adopted the same thing. So, alhamdulillah, I'd like
Mashallah.
to get much that's really
Inshallah.
changed. Like, don't underestimate. Okay, if you got like what 10, 20 viewers, don't underestimate the value of your work. It's massive. And
Yeah,
um,
no problem. Inshallah.
even as on a
Yeah.
weekly basis, on a manageable, we've all got lives and things to do. We haven't made our
Yeah.
concentric mosque yet, but if you don't, then we could. There's also the thing about the prayer. I'm not sure if you picked it up, but like, whatever, just a topic every week
Yeah.
about the ahkam. Especially, this causes a lot of confusion. It affects our lives. You don't
Mm.
know what to do and stuff. So
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
that would be very
I mean,
useful.
yeah. I mean, this live stream is really. I mean, it's been a blessing in many ways because, like, I used to like do more scripted videos, more active videos, and I do want to go back to that in a few months.
Yeah.
Um, but it's allowed me to at least put a lot of information out there, which is just going to be there. I think also in terms of my own kids, to be honest, like let's say something
Yes.
would happen to me in a little while, they will always be able to like sort of listen to me.
I kind of noticed it's like slightly selfish because you're just using like a resource for your own children. How do you teach them
No, I mean
Islam?
it's
You're just
not.
kind of put
It's
the YouTube video up on you, and they're like, listen, look at
yeah,
this.
yeah, yeah. It's not for
So
that, but it's because it would have taken me how long to actually do videos on every topic which I've presented on, and they're done. I throw them up together very quickly, to be honest, because again, the series is meant to be about caravan of Qur'anic contemplation, just for us to share our contemplations and any insights that you might have. So I throw it up as not very not very polished, but it's there still. The ideas are there.
do
Eventually,
you
maybe I'll be
have
able to make some proper
do you
videos about
actually
them.
have existing, or do you intend to have like a catalog? Because I'll be honest, as a seeker of the truth, and when I was trying to find out my way, like what the Quran says on certain things, especially the topics that I find confusing, that there's like
Mm,
obviously fiqh is completely destroyed and mumble jumbled up in your mind. So
mm,
I looked at your channel, but I couldn't necessarily find a thing like, okay, like if you look on Wikipedia, it says this is a Quran, Quranic point, or like it says this is, they don't believe in this, they don't believe in gold
yeah,
chain, music's haram. Like, I think it would be a very useful resource even for my children, my future generations, everybody
yeah,
that, like, to have a catalog that they go through. Topic
yeah,
this, okay, I'm going to look at this video. Okay, it's about music. Okay, I'm confused about this. I'm gender interaction. I'm going to look about this. Bloody blah.
yeah.
So I think that would
No, I
be
get you. Yeah, no,
extremely
I do want
useful.
to do that. Yeah, I do want
Let's
to do. I
start it
do.
on a
It's going to
weekly
be a
basis. Yeah.
yeah, it's going to be a project that I do want to get into, where I sort of like have have a place where I can have everything
I'd be
sort of
happy to give that a
cataloged
charity.
properly.
Honestly,
Yeah.
I'd be happy to give money to that. If you said you're doing this on a weekly basis, and like I said, Allah will increase it, I'm happy. I'm saying this on live stream. Like, I'm happy to pay you for your time for something that's genuinely meaningful. Because
Yeah.
no, but scholars used to get paid, but there's a work
Yeah.
system.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
you're doing everything pro bono. It's like there's a limit to how much even no one says that you're not gonna get a good quality education. You pay like £10,000 for a rubbish medicine course where nobody even gave me a single lecture 1 year. Can you believe that? So like,
Mm,
people are happy to pick off of 20, 30K a year for rubbish degrees
yeah.
that don't amount to anything. But
Yeah.
Islam is like everybody's expected to do out the like the goodness of heart. No, you got things to do in life. You got family to
Yeah. Yeah.
spend
Yeah.
time with.
No,
So
definitely.
I'm happy, inshallah. I'm the first person. Anybody else wants to contribute, I will definitely contribute towards some sort of initiative where if you can churn out content, if you can do the research, I'm
Mm,
happy. I'm happy to pay even something as minor as £100 a week. Do you know what I mean? I can do that.
yeah. Yeah. Okay. Jazakallah khair. Definitely, because I will be, like I said, I will be pushing towards that. I'm changing my circumstances
Yeah.
in the next few months, and I'm going to try. I've set aside some time for like around between basically I'm thinking between 6 to 9 months of just being full time working on this channel, and then I'll be actually asking. That's when I'll actually start asking. Promoting my like Patreon and promoting
Okay.
these sort of things. And then at the end of that time, if I can see that it's going to be sustainable, then I can continue with it. If not, then I'm going to have to start looking for a new job. But we'll see how it goes. But yeah, I do intend to do that. I mean, I've got a lot of projects that have been on the back burner for a long time, and that's why I want to do this because I'm realizing that I'm not going to be able to do them if I don't dedicate full time to it. Um, you know,
I think the gravity of this situation needs to be understood. Like, I'm like relying, and from reliably, I'm not blind following
mm,
you on the guidance of like how to live my life. Like, it's not a joke. The
yeah,
Quran and like the ahkam and how to live my life. I'm going to be looking to you as a resource, as almost as an authority. So it's crazy that it's a huge responsibility
yes.
for guidance, but at the same time, it's good. Like, you're in a privileged position. I'm happy to, and like, even I have my own business, and like I've hired someone. I
Wait, what happened? Hello, Salam. We lost you there. He's still on here, but there we go. Coming back. No, we lost you there for some reason. All right, he's out. He'll be back, I think. All right, yeah, inshallah. I mean, I've mentioned this another place as well, but hopefully, watch this space in a few months. I will be trying to sort of like put a lot more content on. Here we go. Let me add him. Assalamu alaikum.
I'm so somebody
Yeah.
called me, and then I don't know how to stop
Somebody
them.
called. Okay, no problem.
But yeah, I'm happy to. Can you still see me? Yeah.
Yeah, I can see you.
Yeah, I think I have my own business, and then I think I wanted to like expand and grow, and I thought, rather than someone doing this free of charge and on a voluntary basis, and I wanted to get like a job done or task done, I said I'm gonna
Mm.
pay you, and you're gonna do it. I'm gonna pay you every week, and you're
Mm.
gonna like do certain things for me, and like yeah, it's so much more efficient. He has so much more incentive. He was doing like a lot of things on a free of charge, but I think if you want to do something properly, yeah, you have to pay someone.
Yeah. It is. It is. I mean, I remember I wrestled with this issue a long time ago. So before I set up my Patreon, I
Yeah,
was saying, okay, do we want the whole issue of uh, because it is true that people often just feel guilty for putting for not charging but getting money for any kind of like spiritual religious service in this sort of way. And there are still some people who will look down upon that and say, you know what, no, you have to be doing these kind of things.
they
Um,
quote the ayat where
but
yashtaruna bi ayatihi samanan
yeah,
qalila.
exactly.
Yeah,
That's
they
that's
sell
that sort of stuff. Yeah.
the verses for like
Um,
a small price, something like this.
yeah, yeah. But what took me away from that was the verse that we do need to support each other. That if we do not support those who are who are fighting good fight, as quote unquote, then of course evil will triumph. The verse which says, الذين كفروا بعضهم أولياء بعض, right? That those who are in kufr, They are allies and helpers and patrons to one another, right? And if you don't do likewise, then there will certainly be fitna on the earth and a huge corruption. So it is important, you know. And I looked at it and I said, you know, there are people who are getting, you know, set up like Patreons and they get donations and things like this for like playing video games, right? For these, I mean, there's
People
what's the
spend
biggest?
millions on porn and OnlyFans, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I
Someone's
was saying.
doing
Now you've
something
got
good
like
for the deen,
exactly
and you
OnlyFans.
don't want to spend a little penny. Like, and I
Yeah,
love how you baited out. I made a comment like you said Muslims will go to massage parlors, prostitutes, quite common in Muslim society because things so restricted. Everybody's so awkward around women, so that they will just rather go to a prostitute and fulfill
yeah,
their needs. It's like the double standards is insane. But the woman,
yeah,
you can't hear their voice, and they have to be behind a barrier. But they will have like they'll do all sorts of fawahish. I
yeah,
love how you just completely baited them out. But they'll pay for that. They will
yeah,
pay for these things. But you
yeah.
asking for some money for a good cause, you can't pay for that. Okay, fine.
Yeah, yeah. So we'll see how it goes. But like, I mean, that's it is incredible. Though. I mean, you mentioning the OnlyFans stuff. I watched a video about how it was the title of it was something strange. It was called "How OnlyFans" or how basically porn became the new American dream, right?
Yeah,
Which is how it just talked about how I didn't know who these people were. Of course, there was, you know, there's what's her name, somebody called Bonnie Blue, I think.
yeah,
Bonnie
yeah,
Blue,
yeah.
Charlie Blue, something
Slept
like
with a
that.
thousand. Bonnie Blue slept
Yeah,
with like a
and
thousand
she's on
women.
like
Yeah,
daytime TV
men.
on the UK, right? We also got on a call again on daytime TV on you know morning TV for kids, and it's become mainstream. So these people who are you know who were sidelined a long time ago, you know, these kind of like um, you know things. Now these people are mainstream, right? And people getting, you know, women getting this extraordinary amounts of money. I mean, only a few of them, of course, only at like apparently only the majority don't get anything, right? The majority don't make any money out of OnlyFans or the women who are on that. But it's crazy, the amount of money that's being poured into these things. So you know, you have this, you have you know streamers who you know just stream you know comedy or reaction videos or whatever it is, um, um, and you know
Why is this concept of making
entertain.
money bad? Like it says in the Quran that like "Ar-rijalu qawwamuna 'ala an-nisa." Like, how are you going to be qawwam? You know,
Yeah,
you
if
need
you
to earn money. Money is such an essential reality of life. Like you can't fulfill your role as a man and have kids and stuff like this. Like it's such a huge part of being a rajul in Islam that you have to
yeah,
earn money. So I
yeah,
don't.
yeah,
I think this it stems from this rahbaniya, this
yeah,
the monk monasticism,
yeah,
and like فَمَا رَعَوْهَا حَقَّ رِعَايَتِهَا, like you know, even Allah said that they couldn't keep up this monk style
yeah.
monk mode as
This
if they couldn't, and like uh, you know, and فَذَبَحُوهَا مَا كَادُوا يَفْعَلُونَ, they like they slaughtered the cow, but they almost couldn't do it. You're making your life so impossible because
yeah,
it stems from I think it's the shaitani trick, is that
mm,
you put people off Islam by saying you have to absolve yourself of the material world, and like only like the losers who look homeless and like have no women in life will be attracted to it, and nobody's like wants to look like a tramp and be kind of like this kind of Sufi guy. They want to
mm,
live a normal life. They want to have money. They want to have a wife. They want to have children. So it's a shaitani trick that they're trying to play. Like when scholars, oh, don't ask for money, be a humble. It's so stupid. You got
yeah.
to tie your camel. Like, how are you gonna? You need to
And
adopt the
funny enough, a lot
means.
of are very. I mean, I remember seeing about Sudaisi, right, or some of the other like Saudi scholars. They have huge amounts of wealth, right? They
Yeah.
have huge
So
amounts of
Sheikh
wealth.
Sudais, yeah.
Yeah, from wealth and stuff, and all of it. A lot of it, you know, comes from you know um, the very. It's spent in devious ways. It's sort of like very sectarian, brought about. Anyway, let's leave that aside. Let me
I
have a
agree,
quick look
but
into the.
that reaction did come from an extreme of scholars being puppets of kings.
Yeah.
I was watching this English program. God forgive me, I stopped watching after a bit. But if you look at Ertugrul or anything like this, the Pope or like the kind of papa, I don't know what they call cardinal, right?
Mm.
They were hand in hand with it. They were like the king's second man.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
this I do see there is a this has formed from a reality that I kind of empathize with it slightly, is that you do not want religion to be hand in hand with politics. And when that does
mm,
happen, it does mess up the whole religion. Money gets involved. It is weird. It is strange. I've seen like the
mm,
peers, I've just seen the Sufi sheikhs that, like rinse people of money and taking. I
mm,
do understand how it can become a business, and that greed, it can generate that kind of mentality. You want to like say the right thing for views, and you're going to get attention for saying this. I can understand how money does corrupt things. It is true,
mm.
but there is a balance somewhere, though.
Yeah, yeah, about that. Let me see what our bro here say. Philosophic. How about interest on a car, like 3.5% monthly? Yeah,
I'm going to
again. So
pop
I
out now.
think I think that's the riba basically. Basically, if the debt is going to continue to increase, if you were like not paying it back, if you're not paying it back, if you stop repayments, right? And the it just the debt continues to increase month after month. That's riba, right? Because even 3.5%, even if it's not the interest on the interest, if that's only on the principal, eventually it will just continue to grow and grow and grow and grow, right? But just an arrangement where you lend some money and the person will pay you back the amount plus a little bit more, and that's it. It will not continue to increase, right, beyond that initial arrangement, right, that initial amount. I think that's not riba. I don't think that can be qualified as riba. Riba is going to be something is a debt which will just continue to grow, right? Which if left unchecked, it will eventually double, and then it will double again, and it will double again, right? If it's interest on interest, of course, that will eventually become exponential, right? It will start to become this kind of like it will grow exponentially. And if it's an interest rate which is just on the principal, it will be a linear progression, but it will still increase. It will still eventually increase. So that's my concrete. What by the way, what did you said you had seen about Mufti Abu Layth? What did he say about that? Because I didn't check, to
I,
be
I, I
honest.
would I would I would check out his videos, but I think it's always good to compare opinions. Mufti Abu Layth was talking about loan sharks and compounding, similar to what you said, but he didn't mention this. The issue is, and like you said, the analogy of the nail. The problem with these scholars, they won't look at every detail of the Quran, have a complete Quranic analysis, and they cannot be held as
Mm,
an authority. He never went into the adaf and mudaf. I never that concept was, and that's mind blowing. What you just mentioned,
mm,
he never mentioned that, but he did
mm,
mention the obvious thing, loan shark, compound interest, but he never mentioned about the akal, about whether you can take. It's an incomplete analysis. I listened to the whole thing. It was okay.
mm.
Um,
But what
he's
did but
almost
he
there.
did he push? What did he say that interest was? It just I mean, riba is
Compound
just
interest. He said
interest.
riba is not the same thing. That's more like loan sharks. He said
Yeah,
what
that's
they
what he
did
said.
back a
Okay.
day, like, and it makes sense what you're saying, but he didn't explain it in a complete detail where you said that if you just have a flat fee, even if it is like 3.5% at the end of the year, that's it. Um,
Yeah,
although,
because in the
yeah,
end, it comes to you agree. It's not just about you agreeing to it, but it's not something that will just continue to. It doesn't even have. It can even be a big amount, right? But the point is, it's not going to increase. Even let's say somebody says, "All right, you have to pay me back 50%." Right
hmm,
now, you might not never want to agree to that, right? But maybe you think to yourself, "Okay, it can actually work. And, for what I need it for, I think definitely that I'll be able to pay back that 50%, and I'll come out on top with that, right? But it will
yeah.
never increase again. There will never be another 50% and another 50%, another 50. It will
This
keep growing.
nuance was never mentioned. This
Yeah,
subtlety was never mentioned, and that's a game changer. That's massive. What you just
yeah,
mentioned.
yeah.
Yeah.
Because I mean, the Adha'af and Mudha'afa has been mentioned by others, but what really solidified for me that that what is about is again the linguistic links which I mentioned, which is about how it's used in the Quran constantly, contrasted with sadaqat and charities, and how those things grow, right? And of course, just the linguistic things about riba, yarbu, to make something grow. So that's what I think riba is about, something which is going to be continuously growing. Let me
Sorry,
just
before
finish.
you go on that question,
Go
I
ahead.
do actually have a question, if you don't mind,
Yeah,
and
yeah, go
but
ahead.
keep Story's question in mind. Sorry, there was one thing I didn't actually understand. Sorry, there was the falakum ru'us amwalikum. I don't get that. So I didn't really get that point. Maybe I was doing wudu at the time,
Sure.
but I still didn't get it. Is that
Yeah.
so? When people historically, when now Islam came and Jahiliyyah, what is that? People were all the transactions that had taken place with interest and all the agreements that were in place, was it allowed? I didn't get the word the principle bit. It just sounded a bit odd. So like, what did they
So
were they allowed to keep their agreements, and that after that it's all okay? Now it's all haram. So what was the
yeah, so what I think that these verses, because this is the verse which was taken by our brother Suhail to basically say that interest is anything above the principal, right? Anything above the principal is going to be constitute interest, and this verse is being
so what's
used.
principle mean?
The principal is the initial amount that you lend out, right?
Okay.
So let's if you're going to like lend out $100, that's the principal, right? The
Is
Ra's
that
al
like a
Mal
technical term?
capital.
I've never heard the word principle before.
Yeah, the principal amount. I was wondering
Oh,
if I
okay.
should use that word, but that's it's
It's
used
a bit
in the
strange
verse.
because it's not intuitive. Like
Yeah,
sometimes
it's not.
it sounds like
It's
usul. You know, but I just know.
yeah.
But I think like to use vernacular that people understand. Like I think like
What would
okay,
they say?
the agreed. I don't know. Maybe the agreed amount. Principle sounds a bit because when we translate, sometimes we say odd words.
Yeah. In Arabic, it's رأس المال, literally,
Okay.
like in this verse, رؤوس الأموال, right? رؤوس
Okay.
أموالكم, right? The initial amount, basically.
Initial
The
amount. Okay.
initial,
Fine.
the initial amount that's been lent out. So if somebody lends out $10,000, right, with an interest of 5%, the $10,000 is the principal. That's the amount that you've given, right?
So what's
And
the
the
verse saying?
interest, huh?
What's the verse saying for those
So the
people?
verse, yeah, at the end of it is basically saying, right at the end of it, saying, "When tubtum, and if you repent, then for
Yeah.
you, right, on top of this repentance, then for you is the ru'us amwalikum, the capital, sorry, the principle of your wealth. لا تظلمون ولا تظلمون. You will not be wronged, nor will you be doing any wrong, right?
Okay.
Based on this, people would look at this and say, okay, well, that means that anything beyond the ru'us al-amwal, the principal amount, is going to be wronging or yourself being wronged. Well, I don't. That is not going to. I don't see that that's the case, because what is being told to give up is the riba. Riba is the thing which is the zulm and the wronging and wronging against. That's the part which is thing. So this doesn't. I don't think this helps to define what riba is. Right? It doesn't
But
help to
people, one
define.
can make that argument, though, can't they? Because then
Yeah, I mean
why
that's the argument that's being made. But I think that if you put it all together, a holistic view, go back to
holistically?
that, adaf and muda'afa, look at how
Yeah.
it's always contrasted with sadaqat, and how Allah talks about how He causes the sadaqat to multiply and increase, but He doesn't do that with
100%.
riba. When you put all of that together, right? The riba is not going to. It doesn't look like riba is talking about is something which is
If you use
beyond
this
the
ayah
principle.
alone, I think I would say that any interest is haram. Like anything, any tiny flat fee or whatever, even like £1 above, like $100 agreement, 101 would be haram. But I think if you look at the entire context, like the
Yeah,
holistically, the entirety of the Quran, I would say I would agree with your point.
I think so, but you have to also look at what's happening here from the beginning of this section, which is Ya
Yeah.
ayyuhalladhina amanu ittaqullah wa dharu ma baqiya min ar-riba. Right. So what is being commanded, the initial command here, is to have taqwa of Allah and leave what remains of riba. So what remains of riba,
Ooh.
right? Right. So it's already, the context is already telling us that we're talking about riba, talking about what remains of it. Okay, what remains of it. And then it says فَإِن لَمْ تَفْعَلُوا, but if you don't do it, then understand and be warned of a war from God and His Messenger, right? So that tells us that we're talking about the contemporary situation, that that there was still riba going on, right? They'd already been told to don't eat riba, but there was still riba going on. They hadn't stopped, right? So this wasn't the initial um, command to leave off riba. That had already happened before, but there were
Okay.
still people who were doing it. There were
Oh
still
wow.
people who do. There were
Oh
still
wow.
people who were committing riba, right? So that's why it's saying,
Yeah.
Ya ayyuhallazina amanu ittaqullaha wa dharu ma baqiya min riba, and leave what remains of riba. And all the way up to, if we take the traditional accounts of it's one of the most well attested narrations. It's the Prophet's final sermon. In his final sermon, he abolished the riba of Al Abbas, who was still engaged in riba. Of course, Abbas became Muslim late, right? And this is Surah Al-Baqarah, right, which is in the beginning of Medina, right?
Yeah.
And so he wasn't a Muslim to to take this on. But by that time, of course, in Hajj, the Prophet was in command of basically all of Arabia, and so he wanted to, end it there. So he said, I'm abolishing the riba that's due to my uncle Al Abbas. That's gone. Okay, but even before then, the Muslims in Medina, there were still some who were still engaging in riba, right, despite the initial command to leave off riba. So that's why this was saying, yeah, have taqwa of Allah. We've already told you riba is to leave off riba, and now it's saying, really leave off what remains of riba. If you don't, then know that there's basically a war from God and His Messenger coming your way. Right. So this is the context of this is that the riba has already been told you're not allowed to do it, but there were still some who were doing it. Right. And why were they doing it? Right. Why would they do? Okay, out of greed, but also you could say, okay, there's some who are worried that they weren't going to get their money back. They've already been, they're worried they're not getting their money back. So that's why this next part says we're in tubtum. But if you repent from continuing with riba, then know that you will still have the principle of your wealth. You will have the principle of your wealth, and you are not going to be wronged by not having the principle, and you will not wrong others by riba. Right? So it's this in this way. When you look at it, these verses together with this kind of context, I don't think you can make a strong argument that riba is anything above the principle. I think that this last part is basically it's encouraging repentance. It's saying if you repent, okay, you repent, then you know that you won't suffer any loss, right? You will get your money back, right? And you will not be
logical argument.
Yeah, and you will not be doing zulm by against others through riba, right?
So basically, I'll finish on this point because I need to leave. So, but I'll give a great logical point. Those people that you said, and in the context of the seerah, and they were still doing it. Ironically, they would have been taking interest, but they were still told that they can receive the original amount. So that probably would have included some of the money they'd already taken from that person. Micro moment.
Yeah, that's exactly. I mean, I was going to write this in, but I didn't want to increase the size more. But exactly. So these people, they were already taking some riba, and they were just told to leave off the rest of it. You're still going to have your principal, right? Your principal will still return. Meaning, if you've already been receiving a certain amount of interest, all right. But let's say they hadn't received any yet. They hadn't received any back payment, right? They were still going to receive. They would still be getting the capital of their wealth. Right, the principle of that, they're still going to get that. And if the person had already been paying back some riba, right, they're going to have that as well. Right? But any future increase of the riba is being abolished. It's gone. Right? Wherever happens, they will get the capital, the principle back, and they will stop this injustice against others, this zulm against others through the riba. So the bottom line. So I think that this verse really can't be taken as a very strong indication of riba being anything beyond the principle.
Shukran jazeelan, ya Shaykh
No
Khalid.
problem. Jazakallah khair. Thank you so much for coming up. You gotta go now, yeah? Okay, yallah. Assalamu alaikum. Take care. Salam. All right. That was our brother Saad. Let me have a quick look at the chat. I kindly share some insights about salvation for people of other faiths whose method of worship is different, like temple, but does have faith in the Creator God in regular life, but different worship method. Many people in human society have observed this whole idea or concept or such thing of associating with God Almighty is very alien for them. Many in China, India, Nepal, these are just methods of worship. So when it comes to the methods of worship, I don't think they have any bearing on your salvation. The worship, quote unquote worship, as in prayers and these sort of things, they are meant to be for your own soul, to help you to cultivate yourself, to cultivate your heart, your connection with God. That's the purpose of it, right? The Quran talks about those the actual musallin, those who actually do salah, right? And it talks about those who are wailun musallin, woe to those who pray. If you look at the qualities of those who are considered to be actual people of salah, people of that kind of worship, right? The worship they do in prayer, right, in temples and whatever. Every one of those points in there can be applied to people who worship in a different way, right? Whether it's in temples, Buddhist temples, or whatever it is. Salvation comes down to, I've emphasized this a lot, and I know I keep saying it, but it really is just down to your deeds, your actions. What do you do? Okay, your actual actions and what you do. It's not about what other beliefs you might have in other again other faiths or beliefs in other gods or whatever it is. Okay, the issue with belief in other gods is that you can be manipulated into the worst sort of crimes. That's the issue of shirk, right? Because other gods don't exist. Other gods don't exist, right? So if other gods don't exist, then who are these other gods who are making people do this, that, or the other? It's the people. It's other people, right? It's people. It's the Wizard of Oz behind the curtain, directing people, right? Directing people through the voice of those gods, right? And causing them to do all sorts of things. Whether it's kill their children, attack other people, all of these kind of things. I mean, look what's happening right now in the world with a lot of the support that the US gives to Israel, and for Israel to be allowed to commit all of these atrocities. Where does it come from? It comes from these people who, their religion, right? Their religion, they think that this is part of God's plan. They have the priests and the rabbis and the sheikhs who will say, this is what God wants, right? What God wants. Okay, and that's the issue of it. Okay, that it's through the false idols, the priests can order you to commit all sorts of injustices, and you will not question it because you've got this superstitious fear of this deity, right? This non-existent deity, right? And the sheikh can put in the deity's mouth, or the scholar or the priest or whoever can put in the deity's mouth whatever it wants, right? So when you're sitting there bowing and worshipping before this deity, you're strengthening that connection, that bond of servitude, not to the deity, but to the representatives of that deity. Okay, you're becoming more and more, whatever you say, or, I don't know, Hubal or Krishna or whatever, right? And, the priest of Hubal or Krishna or whoever, they tell you this is the will of Krishna, the will of Hubal is to do this or to do that, right? The will of God for the Israelis now is to take over all of, the land between the two rivers, right? To expel everybody from there, to kill, if they don't go, we kill them, we starve them, we do all of this. That's the issue. Ziriyab, salaam alaikum. Yeah, exactly. That people take, that dudes take money to teach people how to pray. Salaam alaikum, Ziriyab. Long time. We need to get together when I come over to London, inshallah. So what does it say here? But you don't have to exhiberate that like Zakir Naik. I'm not sure what you mean by that, bro. Mentioning his multiple cars, yeah. Mentioning his multiple cars, sports cars especially. Okay, I don't know that much about Zakir Naik's finances, sports cars especially, and I remember Al-Hakim saying how he literally profits off people with OCD asking multiple questions. Yeah, I mean that is the issue. That is the issue. You do have people who are, and the issue, the worst thing of that is not the OCD issue, is that people who have become OCD because of that kind of religious abuse of, wanting to do everything right religiously, being told you have to do this, you have to pray this way, you have to do this, etc. And so they end up becoming dependent on the people who give them the answers, right? It's very, very sad. I actually have a few people who have, I'm trying to find a different way of responding to them, but people who have messaged me privately with various questions, over the years, and I've noticed that some of them, they're really asking out of a need for comfort rather than any real issue with the problem, right? Because I've explained the fundamental reasoning that they can apply to the problem again and again and again. But they will keep asking me pretty much the same questions, usually about non-Muslims going to hell or not. And I'll explain it again and again and again. And I've come to see that what they need really is just regular assurances, regular comfort, right? Because they don't have the confidence in themselves to follow through with the thinking. And I think that's a result of religious abuse. There's a lot of religious abuse that's being done to people where they're being basically told you can't think for yourself, you can't do anything for yourself. You need the sheikh to tell you to reply to, you have to go and, somebody more knowledgeable. You can't figure it out. You can't read the Quran by yourself. You can't use your own critical thinking. You can't do it. And so they become completely reliant on people and asking perceived authority, right? Too much, okay? And it can become exactly like this about, OCD sort of. It is pretty sad. Mufti Abu Layth mentioned the position of capital and money as well. Okay, what did he mention in that? How money is digitalized, etc. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I wanted to know because I know, of course, he follows the Maliki Madhab, and the Maliki Madhab, of course, is very, very difficult when it comes to finances, right? I remember when I was early on when I was studying, really, my teacher at the time, Muhammad Barzad, when he was speaking about the madhahib and stuff, he was of the Hanafi madhab, and he basically said, look, if a caliphate was to be established, re-established in the world, the only madhab that we could use for finances is the Hanafi madhab, right? The Maliki madhab is almost useless. You can't do anything in that madhab when it comes to, unless you're living in a village, like in the edge of a desert or something, right? A very rural community and stuff like that. Then the Maliki madhab's economics system can work. But in the modern world, the only madhab which can actually work would be the Hanafi madhab. That's what he said, right? So that's very interesting. Yeah, it's very interesting. The Maliki madhab is very, very difficult when it comes to what kind of trade you're allowed or not allowed to do. So I'd be interested in knowing what Mufti Abu Layth's take on actual interest. What is interest? Is interest anything above the principle? Because okay, yes, I understand him speaking about riba. What's being condemned is sort of like the loan sharks and the extortionate interest and usury and stuff like that. But okay, that tells us that that's wrong. But what is his opinion on the actual definition of riba itself? Is even lending somebody out, lending $10,000 and expecting $10,000 and $5 back next year, is that still wrong? Is that still riba or not? Hey, assalamu alaikum. Chilling with the scriptures. Long time no see. Assalamu alaikum. Are there any debt-based interest that don't grow? Do you have any examples? Just so we get a clearer understanding. Wonderful subject and presentation, by the way. Yes, so basically, in the modern world, there isn't really, to be honest. In the modern world, because everybody's just trying to fleece everybody else almost, right? So in the modern world, nearly all of it is some form of riba, because the interest is always on the interest, right? So take a student loan, for example, right? You take the loan, and then there's interest on it, and the interest continues to grow. If you don't pay it every month, it increases more and more and more and more, right? And it increases exponentially because the next percentage increase is going to be on the previous amount that's due. Okay, so that just continues to grow. Same thing if you have give a loan and say, okay, there's going to be a late fee for every month. Okay, and the late fee isn't percentage; it's just let's say $5, $10. So every month you don't pay it back, the debt increases by $10, right? Right, now that's a flat increase every month, just going to increase in that same amount. It's not going to become exponential because it's not interest on interest, but it's still increasing, it's still growing. The debt is still growing, so that's still riba, right? An example of a of a loan which isn't riba, I certainly think, is, let's say you lend somebody, I don't know, $1,000 and tell them pay me back, $1,100 in 3 months, okay, and that's it. And let's say after 4 months he hasn't paid you back, you don't increase the debt. It's okay, you haven't paid me back, so that's another 100 you have to owe me. Now you owe me 1,200. No, then that starts to become riba because you're increasing the debt. Okay, non-riba interest or debt would just be somebody given a loan and with an agreement to be paid back a certain amount more, and then that's it. But it doesn't keep increasing, right? It doesn't keep increasing over time. If you don't pay back in like 5 years, it's not suddenly double that you owe back. You still owe back the same amount that you agreed upon at the start. Okay, I hope that's clear. I would like to get interested in economics, but it's just full of riba. Okay, these rates and stuff. It is unfortunately. What about insurance? Insurance is, I'm not sure. I don't know much about insurance, but a lot of insurance does have debt as well, right? It does have riba, that sort of thing. But insurance it's an interesting thing, right? You pay it's the problem of insurance, as far as I can tell, and this is just not talking religiously here, is it makes everything else expensive, right? If it weren't for the fact that if it weren't for health insurance, right, you'd pay, you'd pay just normally pay for your medical bills. The medical bills will be less. The reason why medical bills can be so high is because the hospitals can charge the insurance companies, right? So that's very, very, very strange thing. But in terms of just insurance, I don't know. I mean, it's pretty important. For example, like I have a mortgage, and you have to have a life insurance to be able to take out a mortgage, right? You have to, otherwise you can't. Seeing that kind of policy. I understood riba to mean any increased amount beyond the agreement amount at the moment of making the contract. Yeah, so that's not what I'm saying riba is. Riba would be any agreement which will cause the debt amount to continue to increase. It will just continue to grow and grow and grow, right? So just one increase, it's not continuing to grow. It's not la yarbu, right? It's not increasing. If you have just, if you say to somebody, I lend you $1,000, pay me back $1,100 in 2 months, that's not going to continue to increase. Okay, that's it. That's the amount you're going to be paying back, and that's it. So that is not riba. But if you say to somebody, pay me back, I'm going to lend you $1,000, and until you pay me back, there's interest of 5% per month. That is going to be riba. That is going to be riba because that's going to continue to increase. Right? It's going to continue to increase. Right? 1,000 at 5%. What is that? $50. So that after 1 month, you owe $50. Right? After 2 months, 1,100. After 3 months, 1,150. After four months, you owe back 1,200. Right? It keeps on increasing. It keeps on growing. You end up having to pay. The amount that you're going to have to pay, it just keeps growing and growing and growing. And if the interest rate includes any other increase due to previous interest, then it's going to be compounded and it starts to grow exponentially, right? So like when the debt collector would come to collect the amount, and the indebted isn't capable of paying back the amount to the lender, so the lender extends the debt as well as the amount that they originally agreed upon. Yeah, exactly. That would still be riba because it's increasing the debt, right? It's systematically or regularly increasing the amount it's owed. Hence the verse that speaks of forgiving the debts as charity in the same context of Baqarah. So which verse do you mean here? Let me just have a look for that. So I think you're talking about this verse. Yeah, so I think you're talking about this verse. The verse right after it. Yeah, again, I think it's part of the historical context of that it's saying that if the person can't pay you back your the Ras al Mal, the principal, if the person can't pay you back the principal because you should not be wronged, the lender shouldn't be wronged nor wronging. It's saying just give the person some time. For nadhiratun ila maysara, right? Give him some time until he's in better times, right? If he's in a strait, he can't pay back your principal. Give him some time. So let me see what that verse is exactly. It's going to be 2:100. It's going to be 2:80. 2:80. Let me pull that up here. Yeah, وإن كان ذو عسرة فنظيرة إلى ميسرة وأن تصدقوا خير لكم إن كنتم تعلمون. And if someone is in hardship, then let there be a postponement until a time of ease. Right? Give him some postponement until a time of ease until he can pay you back the principal. But if you give it as charity, give it up, it's better for you. Of course, it's better for you, right? So I mean, these are people who are money lenders. They all have, probably a lot of money, right? What's being mentioned here, this is again about the repentance of those who were given riba, right? Who were lending out money. So these people have wealth, and if they were to give up the debt as a charity, then that will be better for them. So it's an encouragement for the repentance of those who are engaged in riba. Are there such wars mentioned in hadith? No, there isn't. So that didn't happen. I guess this was enough to make everybody stop, right? With much respect, Khalid, explain things more clearly. Only people in finance would know principle. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Capital, compounded interest, etc. You can use these technical English terms in banking. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't. I thought that most people would know those, to be honest. The principal amount, the interest amount, compound interest. But I'm starting to see you're right that a lot of people are not familiar with these terms. But you have to explain these technical terms. The same thing goes for the Arabic. For example, we don't know what Ras is. Ras al-Mal. Yeah, Ras al-Mal is what I meant by the principle. But yes, I do need to explain that more clearly. I'll be more than happy to make a monthly donation. Okay, thank you. Jazakallah khair. Khalid, you're polite, which is the disadvantage sometimes. Talk like Trump. Spit it out with much respect. Yeah. Trump, my petition is excellent. Repeat, please. Yes. Okay. Do you think the whole section of charity in Surah Al-Baqarah is revealed that late? Why do you think verses that are probably revealed later are put together in a surah that was revealed earlier? So I don't think it's revealed that late. I don't think that it's revealed very late. I think most of Surah Al-Baqarah is revealed revealed at the beginning of Medina. Okay, it was revealed at the beginning of Medina. In the first 2 years of Medina. So if you go to, where is it? So this verse, which is in Surah Al Imran, this was more, Al Imran generally is revealed around the time of the Battle of Uhud, right? The Battle of Uhud is Al Imran's time frame, right? Baqarah was mostly before it was before the Battle of Badr, So, how the verses ended up being arranged in the different surahs when one was revealed and then another was revealed. I mean, I am of the opinion that not all of the verses of one surah were revealed in one go or in sequentially, and then before moving on to another surah, right? So you do have this. I mean, an example of that, very clear example, is a very clear example is the verse about washing, right, for salah, for wudu, right? That comes in Surah Al-Ma'idah, which is the last surah to be revealed. Generally, the last surah to be revealed is Surah Al-Ma'idah. Yet the verse for wudu is in that surah. Obviously, it wasn't revealed last, right? It's not going to be that the verse about washing wasn't revealed until the last year of the Prophet's life. No, it was revealed much earlier than that, right? It was revealed much earlier than that because it was needed for wudu, for prayer. So that's an example of how you can have a verse which is revealed much earlier in a surah which is generally revealed much later, right? So there is that situation, and you have that throughout the Quran. It's pretty well known traditionally that the verses of surahs were not revealed chronologically. Okay, but generally we have a sort of like a general idea of when a surah was revealed. If when the majority of a surah was revealed, was it Meccan or Medinan, early Mecca, late Mecca, early Medina, late Medina, that sort of stuff. Okay. There are many genuine people who have not seen God, but philosophically believe that God can manifest in human form. But this is philosophical position. Those members of society are not evil. Yeah, exactly. Okay, we all human beings who are born from sperm have not seen God. So there is a scope that due to this fact, humans will use mind to understand the divine or the absolute reality. So not all concluded Tawheed. Yes, that is exactly true. But again, it's the fitrah of the human being, though, is unchanged. I think all human beings know, for example, that to steal is wrong, to murder is wrong, right? They know that they should be good to their parents who have raised them. They know that they shouldn't try to take advantage of the very vulnerable, like orphans. Okay, they know they shouldn't cheat. Okay, lie. They know that being generous is a good thing, that giving charity is a good thing, that to help people, to protect the weak. All of these things are known. Okay, all of these things are known, and those are the things that people generally will be judged by, right? Not whether their actual beliefs, right? Their actual beliefs, their convictions is different, right? You can be convinced of something which is false, and that's fine, right? But when you're showing that it's false, then and then you sort of like, you know, you fight against that, then that can be a problem. Okay, that can be a problem. But otherwise, having false beliefs in and of themselves, and there's nothing sinister about that. There's just nothing sinister about that. Exaggerate means worsen something. Yeah, substantially, by the way. Okay. Walaikum salam. Ziriyab, good. There's also verse 59:7, which for me informs my approach to economics, so that the wealth may not merely circulate among your rich. Yes, exactly. It tells us to be aware of that kind of allegory, without a doubt. Also, in today's day and age, it isn't people but banks that give loans. Okay, the banks crashed the economy numerous times. They gambled people's homes away. So I'd be wary of giving religious license to banks. Yes, definitely. Look at the wealth inequality today. The challenge for us is how to adjust the current economy, which couldn't have been dreamt up in the 7th century, in line with the Qur'anic principles. About that. I mean, to use the modern parlance, the economics and that sort of thing is cooked wherever we are, right? The banks and things, they own everything. They just keep taking more and more and more, and all they do in the end is just print money, right? They're just printing money, But we're trying to survive. Oh, salam alaikum. There's somebody backstage. That guy. Salam alaikum.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Sorry, I didn't realize you were there.
Oh no, you're good.
Were you waiting for a while?
So I'm a little nervous because I don't usually do this sort of thing.
It's
Um,
fine.
but I just wanted to say, I your channel has been really like eye opening for me, like because I always thought of Islam as just like this strict, like you have to believe or like that's it, you're not a good
Hmm.
person and you go to hell and all this stuff.
Yeah.
So I guess um, I guess I only have a few like this isn't really a part of the Riba topic, if that's
Yeah,
fine.
it's fine. Yeah,
I just
anything
have a
goes.
few things like I really would want to accept Islam, but there's still things in the Quran that I just think are kind of like it's hard for me to accept. Like one of them is
Hmm.
the hudud punishments,
Hmm.
um, like 100 lashes and like cutting off
Hmm.
heads and stuff like that. It's like
Yeah.
how do you explain those verses? Are those like for that time only, or like because I don't really see
Yeah.
like those things being applied today being like a very good like
Yeah. Yeah. No, I understand. I think so too. I mean, um, look, I mean, one thing I remember saying to somebody recently, right, is just as the prophet was we say that, he's Khatam and Nabiyyin, right? He is like the seal of the prophets, right? Why is he the seal of the prophets? Why are there no more prophets? Why can't we have any more prophets, right? The answer to that is because humanity from that time onward is not going to need any more prophets, right? There's no more need for prophets to be sent. Okay, it's part of the I think the meaning behind or the reason behind Khatam and Nabiyyin, the seal of prophethood, and there's no more messengers, no more prophets. Why? Why? I mean, wouldn't we need a prophet now? Wouldn't it help? Yeah, so of course having a divinely sent prophet or messenger now would help, right? But really, humanity's I think we've moved on beyond that point, right? Messengers and prophets, they were important early on in humanity when we were still sort of like fragmented communities in different areas, right? Now we sort of we don't need them anymore, right? There's no real need. We can figure out how to establish justice, right, and stand up for justice by what by what we've collectively come to agree upon up to now. As humanity has solved a lot of problems along the way, right? We've thought deeply about justice and wisdom, and doing the right thing, and these sort of things, and we have um, the evidence of history that we've come up to now. Um, to help inform us of what's right and wrong. Okay, so in the same way that we no longer need a prophet really in this time and age, right? That's why God is not sending any more prophets. We don't really need the final scripture either, right? Not in that sort of way, right? Of course, prophet from any time would be able to express wisdom, which will be universal, right? And that's what's the zikr in the Quran. When Allah says that He's going to preserve the dhikr, we sent down the dhikr and we will preserve it. The dhikr is not the whole Quran. The dhikr is that thing which is always being remembered. Okay, something which is universal, which will continue and pass the test, throughout time. The hudud are not that. Well, firstly, of course, they're not. The Quran never calls them hudud, right? When the Quran talks about hudud, it never mentions them with these kind of punishments, right? The hudud are just basically the limits set by God. Don't overstep these limits. There are certain limits within which we can do what we want, where we told don't step beyond those kind of limits. So when it comes to, for example, let's say cutting off the hand, right? An alternative to that is prison, right? Is prison, okay? But God was not going to reveal to the Prophet Muhammad in Medina, anybody who steals, put them in prison because they didn't have any prisons. They hadn't built any prisons, okay?
see
Um, yeah.
sorry I just an important point is I think that's part of the thing I struggle with is like I because like all we have is the Quran, and
Mm,
so it's like I feel like if it was made by an all-knowing God, wouldn't He like put something in there saying like and like once you get to a point where you can have prisons, then you can do this, like because like there's people today who will interpret it as like there's there's Muslims today who will say we should still be cutting off hands because
Yeah.
the Quran says. So how do I like what argument do I have against those people? Because they're also interpreting it from the Quran. And that's like kind of the problem I'm having is like,
Yeah.
I wish it was more specific on like, are we supposed to do these things today or not?
Yeah, no, I understand. But I mean, look, the issue of arguing with people with a completely different premise is that you're not going to be able to like argue these branch issues unless you like go to the root and the branch, go to the root of the issue, the foundations. The foundations are different. You're just not going to agree on what comes afterwards, right? It's not going to agree. I mean, the whole reason why they are saying that is because they believe that the Quran is applicable for all times and all places until the day of judgment, right? That's their idea, right? Okay, but where does that idea come from, right? Is that Quranic in itself, right? It's not nowhere to be seen, right? There's no idea that that the Quran is saying, this is what you have to do, oh humanity, for the rest of existence, every
Right.
people on the earth, every people. No, that's the claim, right? But that claim that they're pushing forward doesn't have any backing at all, right? The actual, what we do know is that this was revealed for the Prophet Muhammad in that community in the 7th century Arabia. So where is the evidence that it has to be this universal law for everybody to do? Right? It doesn't exist. I mean, in the Quran, we do also have in Surah Yusuf, in the story of Yusuf, right? Yusuf gets thrown into prison, right? There's no like mention, oh, that's unjust, instead, he was accused of theft. So, no, what's called Yusuf's brother, right? So he accuses Yusuf's brother, and then he's taken as as a slave or something, right? There's no indication that no, you have to be that putting people in prison is wrong. Okay, the final goal of it is justice, right? You can arrive at justice against the thief in many different ways. It doesn't have to be through the cutting of hands. The other thing about it is that we have to have a bit of common sense. I mean, one of the things I want to continue with is that reaction series with Jonathan Brown, because later on he talks about how if it weren't for the hadiths, we wouldn't know that you shouldn't cut off somebody's hand for stealing a pen, right?
Right.
No, I mean you would know, right? And of
Yeah.
course that's just it's a deceptive argument. He himself doesn't believe that, right? Jonathan Brown himself doesn't believe that if we didn't have any hadiths, then we would cut off people's hands.
Well, something
for stealing a pen, right? Go
something
ahead, sorry.
interesting about that verse too is that it says afterwards, if they repent, then like that God will forgive them or something like that. Whereas with the other types of punishments, like with the lashes one, it doesn't say that. There is no like, and if they repent, at least not that I last time I read it, I don't remember it saying that. So there's even like a verse after it, which you can kind of interpret as them saying like, if the thief stops stealing, then don't cut off their hand or something like you can kind of interpret it that way too.
Yeah, I mean, well, a lot of these verses will have these kind of like clauses at the end of it when it comes to this. But what I want to point out is that when you talk about like theft, right, you're talking about something really major. You're not going to cut off somebody's hand for something very simple. I would interpret that as being the type of theft which is really ruinous, like somebody who like steals. At the time, don't forget in Arabia, right? If you lost some of your offer, you could actually die of starvation. You could die, it's not something where you can get support very easily, right? Stealing somebody's livelihood, stealing from them, could literally lead to their family starving to death, right? They're literally. I mean, it wasn't. We're not talking. It's not modern times. We're talking about very wild areas, right? Stealing then is not something small, right? It's you're putting somebody's life in danger, right? Especially if you're talking about stealing a huge amount. So when it comes to these things, I think you're talking about theft, which is really, really, deliberately done to against people who it's just going to harm them. It's going to like really create some real difficulties on other people's lives, right? To go out and then steal on that sort of way. So it is very contextual. I mean, I 100% believe it's very contextual. It's for the 7th century Arabia. It's over there. They didn't have any prisons. They didn't have anything. So this was one of the things that could be done, right? To somebody who who puts people's lives and in danger in that kind of way by taking away, what everything that they own. They have nothing. Then what are you going to do? You're in the middle of a desert, right? The only way that you can get things there in Medina or other places, around that is if you're a farmer, or you can have, like, you've grown some things. But if you've had people stealing, your other wealth, which you use for trade, and you have nothing left, what do? You become a beggar on the street, right? People give you or you don't give you, and you can't feed your family. It's a big thing. These days, I would put it like, if you want to have an example of where in today's age where I think that could be appropriate, like, so literally somebody cutting somebody's hand off for theft. It'll be people who will, like, for example, will be defrauding hundreds of people. Like, let's say old families who have got their retirement, right, and old couples with their retirement, and you have these scammers come along and cleaning out their bank accounts, and they're doing it all over with many people. No, these people are ruining people's lives, right? You have people in the UK, for example, who would freeze to death because they can't pay their electricity bills, right? Old people who would freeze to death, they can't pay their electricity bills. So these kind of theft are very serious. It's not. It's not a small amount, right? It's not a light thing. We're not talking about a shoplifter or somebody who's stealing for food. We're talking about people who are they're using theft as a means to get rich, and they're ruining people's lives, right? For such people, why not cut off their hands? I mean, it is a big thing. It is a big thing. And of course, if there's repentance, there's genuine repentance before you're able to to get hold of them, as one of the verses says, then of course you can find another way for that, or leave it, or But repentance in that scenario of a thief who repents, that means giving back the wealth, right? That means giving back the stolen. Somebody who a thief who you catch, and then they say, "Oh, okay, I repent." No, that's not a repentance. The one who repents is a thief who repents is the person who, after they've stolen, before you catch them, they've made efforts to amend what they've done,
And so you think that I guess when it's applied that way, specifically, like people who steal like millions of dollars or whatever, I guess it's not. I mean, it's more deserved, definitely. I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think just steal millions of dollars. Like, you could still, if somebody steals millions of dollars from like a billionaire, okay, maybe not so much, I think, right? But I think it's about the cruelty inherent in those people who steal from those who they know that they're going to, really, the people who they stole from, they're going to ruin them. That they really are going to ruin them. And there's a very devious part of that, right, where you have this greed where you're trying to enrich yourself by destroying others, okay, by really destroying others. I think also it comes down to, people need to understand that we sometimes have too much of a nice view of the perpetrators of crimes, right, and we forget about the victims. I mean, you have to really have something very valuable to yourself be stolen, right? And then you can sit there and think, okay, it's not right that a thief should have his hand cut off. But if you're somebody who's literally had all of your lives taken away, you've worked, 30 years of your life very hard, you have some even valuable heirlooms from your family, you have things which are precious to you, like more than just their monetary value, and somebody comes along and steals all of that from you. Put yourself in that position first, right? Have that happen to you first, and then say it's wrong that that the thief should have his hand cut off. It's the same thing with murder, right? Somebody who's had their a loved one murdered, right? And then you have people who have never had experienced that kind of loss telling you that kind of loss, telling you should forgive the killer, that he shouldn't be killed, that you shouldn't have the capital punishment is wrong. No, I ask the people who have the family of people who have been murdered if capital punishment for the murderer is wrong. Okay, and then be among them first, and then talk about if you think it's wrong or wrong, because it really is. We need to think a lot more the perpetrators of crimes have we should understand that they should lose some sympathy from us, right? Our sympathy should be much more towards the victims rather than the criminals.
Yeah, I definitely
that includes their need for justice. All right, the need for justice for the victims. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just gonna say, I definitely agree with that. Like, and that's one of the things that I'm starting to admire about Islam more, is that it does recognize that, like, there are evil people out there who don't deserve sympathy. And like, I never really could get behind this Christian idea that, like, you're supposed to love people even if they do horrible things. And I was always drawn away to it because I always just assumed, like, the Quran, when it says disbelievers, it's talking about anyone who doesn't believe in Islam. But when you reinterpret it to mean disbelievers are really just evildoers, then it makes a lot more sense. And so my issue isn't really like cutting off the hand of a really horrible evil thief who steals money from a bunch of poor people at once or something like that. Like, I guess that's deserved, but my issue is just with how like Jonathan Brown and these kind of people do have a slight point when they say, like, there's not enough details when it comes to these kind of things. And so in my opinion, it leaves room for misinterpretation. But then you could just say that, like, those people are wrong for misinterpreting it, but I feel like it's still
I know what you mean.
Somewhat the Quran's fault for not being super specific when it comes to something this serious. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. I've actually wanted to do a video on what I've called expecting a lawyer God, right? So, this expectance of God to close out all the loopholes so that the evil people can't interpret anything wrong, right? And that's actually part. I think one thing to understand about the Quran, right, is that it's supposed to function within this world, the test of this world, right? The Quran is not. It's going to give the evil people enough room to hang themselves as well, right? That is actually part of its function. It might not seem like it's a very, it might not seem like it should be like that way, but that's part of it, because in this world we are here to be tested for how we react and respond to it. The Quran is actually part of the test, right? And it mentions that, right? So there are verses which talk about how the Prophet is told to leave the people and what they forge, leave them and their lies, let them lie, let them forge, let them do all of this. Why? Because in the end, it will allow birds of a feather to flock together, so to speak, right? That those people who are drawn to these sort of things, and those people who are drawn to the interpretation of the violent people, they will be drawn to that, and it will bring out what is in themselves, right? And those people who are drawn away from that are drawn towards the good, right? And they gravitate towards that. So that's actually part of it, right? I mean, the Quran says, وَنُنَزِّلُ مِنَ الْقُرْآنِ مَا هُوَ شِفَاءٌ وَرَحْمَةٌ لِلْمُؤْمِنِينَ. We send down in the Quran what is healing and a mercy for those who have faith. But then it also right after that straight away says وَلَا يَزِيدُ الظَّالِمِينَ إِلَّا خَسَارًا. But it will not increase the unjust except in loss, right? Those who are unjust, the Quran will actually increase them in loss. The part of the function of the Quran is it's going to actually increase the disease of those in whose hearts there is a disease, right? And it will they will cure others. That's part of it, and it's a very studied, under pointed out aspect of the Quranic discourse, that it is not here to completely, abolish any route for people to do evil or to misinterpret or any of that, right? It is actually going to help it's going to help the function of this world, which is to sift people to the good and the bad, right? The whole point of why we're here is that this world is designed in such a way that once you've come out of this world, right, you will either be deserving of hell or not at all, right? There's no sort of like in between. It's going to polarize, right? This world will polarize people, right? You have that what is that quote from that movie? Nobody stays pure in this world, or something like that. What was it? Right, I'm thinking of some movie quote where somebody saying that nobody stays pure in this world. Was it? Is it in Superman versus Batman? In that?
Oh, I think you're thinking of in the Dark Knight. He says
Or the Dark Knight? Yeah.
he says like you either die hero or live long enough to see.
Yeah, there's that. There's
villain.
that, which is similar to it. But no, but there's another thing. I think that there is a quote in Superman versus Batman where he says nobody stays pure in this world. Where he's put in that dilemma where he has to, either kill Batman or risk losing his mother or something like that. But anyway, the point is it polarizes, right? This world is meant to polarize people, and the Quran also is meant to polarize. It is meant to sift people.
That's
I don't
interesting.
think it's supposed. Yeah, it's not supposed to be. It's not supposed to be. You can't sit on the fence with the Quran very long, right?
So I guess a lot of this is just changing how you view the Quran, because like you can't. I feel like most Muslims, they try to get you to view it in like a specific way. It's like this is the final word of God forever.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. People have a view of a perfect word of God, right? Of a book from God. They view it how they think. If they were God, how they would make the book, right? Like you think to yourself as a human being, what would God's perfect book be? But you don't have the mind of God, right? To understand what that would be, or what his book would be in this world, which isn't meant to be, a perfect world, right? So people have this concept of, they think they know what God's book should be like. But you're a human being with a limited mind. How do you know what God's book should be like, right? It's a very difficult thing to have to get your head around. But yeah, I do understand what you're saying about the whole thing about why doesn't the Quran just lock it down, let nobody be able to misinterpret, let all of the be like a lawyer, basically close off all the loopholes. Right? Yeah, and just to imagine what kind of book that would be, right? It would have to be like 3 times as big, right? It would have to be, and it will be a book which is not trusting of the human being, right? It's like God saying, I don't trust you to be able to, I don't trust you, I don't trust the fitrah which I've made you, the inner disposition to know right from wrong. I don't trust any of that in you. I have to basically, send down a book which is like a straitjacket, which you can't lawyer your way around. But if if you want to lawyer your way around the book, that's part of that shows something about you, right? It tells us what you are. If you're going to try to look for loopholes, try to find a way for this, try to find a way for that, okay, it brings out what's inside you.
Right. Yeah,
So
that's very interesting.
Yeah, it is very important that we reconceptualize what the Quran is, right? What this revelation is, right? What is it meant to be? When it was revealed, which parts of it are important, sort of like universally, which are not, right? And everybody agrees that there are parts of the Quran which are specific to that time, right? Even those who talk about the hudud and this and stuff. But they don't go beyond that by trying to really think of having that holistic view of that.
Right. And so the same thing would probably apply to the adultery law too. Like we don't really.
I mean,
need that.
exactly. I mean, the adultery law. First of all, we should understand that it's about it's not about fornication. So it's not about an unmarried man and unmarried woman, right? That has no punishment in the Quran. The Quranic thing here is only about what involves a married woman. So zina, in like the biblical adultery sense of it, was always about the married woman, right? If the woman is married, then any whether the man is married or unmarried doesn't matter. But if the woman is married, then that's where it comes zina is in play, right? And the reason why it's so harsh is because it is a really big thing, right? When you think about what is at stake here, we're talking about the family, right? People talk about it's a punishment for adultery, but it's really a punishment for the breach of the family unit, right? So a woman who allows another man into her bed, a married woman who allows another man into her bed, or a man who knowingly goes to another man's wife, what are you doing, right? You're basically breaking up a marriage unit, right? you're allowing, allowing potentially a cuckold, right? A child who is not the father's, right? So you could be a father, and you end up raising a child who is not yours. Your parents think this child is their grandchild. It's not their grandchild, right? Your brother thinks this child is your niece or nephew. It's not their niece or nephew, right? There's the issue of inheritance, right? Later on, they're going to inherit the grandparents, the great grandparents, whoever, that money is going to come down to this child who doesn't belong to them, right? So it's complete. There's a big betrayal there, right, in terms of the family. Allowing something in there which is not of there, right? Which is why it really comes down to a married woman. So, for example, a non-married woman can never commit zina. A woman who is not married can never commit zina, right? Whereas a married woman will always commit zina if it's with somebody who's not her husband. So it comes down to, first of all, getting that right, that what is zina is about, and seeing it as it is a grave thing. It is a big thing, right? A family, you've got a married unit, and you come in and do something in there, or she allows another man into there. It's a huge betrayal. It's not a small thing, right?
Yeah.
So the lashes about it again in that time. Now I don't know if that would be a worthy thing, but it's to reduce that deterrent, number one, and then secondly, I do think it is a justified punishment, right? For somebody who would dare to do these sort of things, it's become sort of like, it's not seen as a big thing nowadays because it's we live in a very promiscuous time and age where it's just like what's wrong with it, right? No, it is very bad. It is very wrong. It's not.
Yeah, I could see that. One thing about that verse though is it also says let a group of believers witness it, which I think is like I've seen videos of like people getting lashed in public, and like it just looks super like humiliating and like almost like traumatic, like having to have a bunch of random people see you get beat in public. Like it's one of those things it's like I just wonder, like, why did God set it up that way? It seems unreasonably cruel, but maybe, I guess, again, back then you needed that harshness to keep people from doing that.
But again, look, you're thinking again too. I think you have too much sympathy for this person, right? Yeah, we're talking about again a man who went to a married woman's bed deliberately while her husband is gone, right? That's also, isn't that humiliating for the thing, right? So you're thinking too much about him. I mean, the point of the believers seeing that, people seeing that, so that it's seen, is to see, is to be deterred away from it. It's not about humiliating the person.
Yeah,
the person. I think he's worried about a lot more than being humiliated at that time, right? I mean, having lashes on your back is going to hurt a lot more than, you're not going to be thinking about, people are watching. Right.
And also, like, these countries that do this, they don't do it the way you're saying. They'll take like two random people that were having intercourse or whatever, and they weren't even married, and then they do that to them. It's I think that's probably the problem too.
Yeah, that is a problem, because there's no punishment for that, right? There's no punishment for that in the Qur'an outside of this breaking up, this attack on the family, right? On the family, on lineage of. It's not just when two people married. You're talking about two families coming together, two sides of the family, right? You've got like, I mean, the woman is always going to have her the child that comes from her womb is always going to be hers. It's always going to be that side of the families. But even for the other side of the family, the woman's side of the family, to know that grandchild that they have is a result of adultery. Right, it's a humiliating thing there as well, right?
Yeah.
So it's we understand it is about the family. It's not about it's not because of the pleasure of the God hates people having this pleasure of sex, right? It's not about that.
Right.
This is a real it's a real destructions. It's going to destroy families, right? If that continues and gets widespread in society, it really does destroy. I mean, there's also, do you believe that there's a lot more that links us to our parents than just genetics, right? I really believe that there's a lot more um, that links us to our parents and our ancestry. It's not just about the genetics and the physical. I think there's a lot more that
Like
goes.
culture.
No, I think that we inherit a spiritual component from
Oh,
our parents as well. That there's a kind of spiritual link to our parents, right? Our actual real parents. Okay,
hmm.
so a child who is born, um, due to an adulterous affair, he's deprived of having that bond, that link with his actual father, right? Um, there are a lot of stories, sort of like about how how people who are, again, result to children who are not actually their their father's child. That connection wasn't there as they should be, and then when they end up
Yeah.
meeting their actual real fathers, they just feel this real deep connection to their real parent, because there is a link there. I think this world is mysterious in many ways. There's a lot of mysterious things which happen in it. you know
Yeah.
here's an interesting thing about my daughter, right? So I had one of my daughters. My sister came to visit me in at the time when we didn't know my wife was pregnant at the time, but she came to visit us, right? And my sister, she has this little sort of scar just below her neck. Okay, and this scar came from when she was really young. She sort of like upturned a those things where you put a piece of coal and some incense on it to make the room smell nice with incense.
Yeah.
She turned that over onto her neck and it burnt her. She got a lot of burns there, like I don't know how many degree burns, but one of those high degree burns. And she had to go to like the hospital. They took a bit of skin grafting from the inside of her thigh and put it on her chest to help it heal, etc. So she had this small little scar, right? So it's not a genetic thing, something which just came about, right? So anyway, when we were like pregnant with my second, when my wife, we didn't know she was pregnant, but my sister came to visit us, and we decided, okay, you know what, we're thinking maybe my wife is pregnant. Let's go to the hospital and get a test, right? And so we left my sister there with my other child, okay, and we went off and got the test, and we found out that yes, because the test is pretty quick. We find out yes, my wife is pregnant. So we came back home, and we confirmed that yes, my wife is pregnant, and of course my sister was happy about that, etc. Later on, my daughter is born. She actually has a birthmark exactly like the scar of my sister on her neck, right? Which is very,
Huh.
very odd. Yeah,
Yeah.
very, very, very odd, right? So it's because at that time, you could think of it in terms of like, my wife suddenly realizing she's pregnant at that time and having my sister there at the same time, and she knows that she's pregnant. There's some sort of like link, some sort of like spiritual influence that happens between that actually ended up being a physical manifestation, right? So
Right.
there's a lot more that links us beyond just the mechanical biology, right? Um, when you have kids, you
Yes.
sort of see that as well in your own kids. I mean, there are things that my youngest daughter does that I look at and just the way she acts, and I think, oh my god, that's exactly like how I was. I just recognize things in there, which behavioral things, right? Which aren't going to be like programmed in DNA or something. At least we don't think they would be, right? But it's very, very odd. There are that we are linked in very, very odd ways. You can think about it in terms of like the quantum world, or holographic universe, or all things like that. Things sort of like are linked in more ways than one. So
Yeah. I definitely think it is better for children to have their biological parents. Definitely. So
yeah,
that's one way of looking at it.
yeah. So yeah, but when it comes to zina, it's about that betrayal, betrayal of the vows, the marital bed, the families involved, all of that, right? If when it comes to widespread in a society, it really starts to break people down. People are not anchored spiritually; they're not anchored, mentally. I think there's a very big, big component there.
Right. One more thing, if you have time. That's a
Yeah, go ahead.
quick
Go
thing.
ahead. There's one person behind them, Saad. I'm going to bring him on again. I think it's Dr. Saad. But
Okay.
we'll see. Yeah.
Another thing that has been sort of kind of been a barrier for me, like fully accepting Islam, is also the LGBT thing, and how like there are people who like if you talk to most gay people, they will say like I was born gay, and they like don't like a lot of them don't want to be gay, and they like they can't even control it. So like, what is your I think I've heard you speak about LGBT like a few times before, but I don't think you've spoken about it a lot. Like, do you think like gay marriage or something is like something that's completely not Islamic, or like what is your view on that?
Yeah, I understand. I mean, I think there's a lot of misinformation about the whole LGBT homosexual. Of course, there's been a huge push for it, right? It's everywhere. You find it in kids shows and cartoons, and there's a real push for this sort of thing. I don't think it's that people are born gay. I understand, of course, there are some who become gay and they don't want to be, right? How do you treat them? Is just treat them normally, right? And I mean, there's nothing wrong with them in that sort of way, but the sexual orientation that they came into, I believe, certainly, there's reasons for it, right? It didn't. Nobody's born gay. There's no gay gene, right? The human genome has been mapped out. Nobody's discovered any kind of gay gene or anything like that, right? So I don't believe that anybody is born that way, right? It's usually due to a bunch of things that happened in childhood, or early childhood, late childhood, different traumas or whatever that instigated that caused that later on to express. And it's going to be part. I mean, this increase in homosexuality in the past, however many years, it just shows that there's something wrong with that, right? And I mean, there's also a huge link between the number of like homosexuality and single mothers, right? So I don't believe that that this is people are born that way, right? But somebody who is that way already, and they don't want to be or whatever, what are they going to do? They just have to live their life normally, in the same way as anybody else who does now. They all argue, well, aren't I entitled to love? Aren't I entitled to this? Well, not in the haram way, right? And I do believe that just as somebody can become homosexual, they can find their way out of that, right? Because it's the natural thing is the heterosexuality, right? That's what the male body is created for, and the female male body is created for. Our reproduction is sexual reproduction between male and female. So what has diverted that needs to be undone. And now I'm not the best person to know exactly about that. There are people who speak about that.
Yeah, neither am I.
Yeah, I remember seeing briefly there was what's his name, Tucker Carlson, right? He had that really crazy homosexual guy. What's his name? Who became a Catholic. So he used to be very very bad at Milo.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So he had him on, and they were literally discussing that whole thing. Why are you gay? And he was talking a little bit about that. I didn't watch all of it. But I watched a bit of it where he's sort of like laying that out as well. He's saying that no, you can go away from that. And the odd thing about it is that the promiscuity among the homosexual community is like through the roof, right? It just shows you that there's something wrong there, right? It's not like just a normal, and somebody is homosexual and they're sort of like their sexuality and they're wanting to do these things as normal as a heterosexual person. No, there seems to be some huge. I mean, I was shocked from what Milo was saying, and I looked a little bit deeper into that. But the amount of like sex that homosexuals have and feel they need to have to be. It's through the roof. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, there's definitely something wrong. Like that's not good. But
Yeah, there's some real perversion that's wrong there, right? Now that might not be, of course, I'm not generalizing all of them, but that tells you there's something, there's a link there, right? You'll have some homosexuals who are not like that, right? Who are sort of like restrained, right? But the fact that so many are like are the other side of that, it makes you see that there's a real issue there. So yeah, I do believe that, let's say you have a person of faith, like Milo now is Catholic or whoever, and they understand or they firmly believe that it's wrong. They need to first of all stop kidding themselves that it's normal, that it's just it's you're born that way. No, to accept that that you became that way. It was sort of done to you. It happened that way, whatever the circumstances were. And I've had people, I've listened to people explain exactly the mechanism that causes somebody to become like homosexual. Like it's supposed to be, for example, something to do with um, basically, and there's a difference between male homosexuality and female homosexuality. Like male homosexuality is actually real homosexuality, whereas female homosexuality isn't really homosexuality as much as it is sort of like a flight to sort of like safety, and it's not the same. There's a qualitative difference between male homosexuality and female homosexuality. Homosexuality, females are much more their sexuality is much more fluid, right? But apparently, the mechanism for young men or men becoming homosexuals, it has got something to do with a pathway through admiration. So, as a young child, a young man, a young boy, basically, a child needs to have a male figure around them, like somebody who they can see as sort of like the archetype of masculinity, somebody from whom they can absorb masculinity, basically, right? A young boy needs to be able to absorb masculinity, the understanding of their own masculinity, and sort of like have a vague subconscious idea of, I'm going to become a man like him one day, like this person, right? They need to have that sort of like something subconscious that they'll model themselves along the lines of. And a young boy who doesn't get that, right, grows up a lot more effeminate, right? Again, that's why, single mothers, homosexuality is rife among single mothers, right? Like young boys who grow up without any male figure, around them. Like in school, it's all women. At home, it's his mother and aunts or whatever, and they don't, have somebody that they can absorb the idea of masculinity from, and so they grow up effeminate, right? A bit, seeing themselves a bit weak, and then later on they start to subconsciously see themselves that way, and then they see other men and think, okay, I'm not like this person. I want to be like this person. Why am I not as masculine as this person? And then that admiration of other men grows into desire, right, for the of a sexual desire, being turned on by those other men's masculinity, right? So that's been explained to me in that sort of way. I'm not sure how accurate it is, but that's what I would say. That there is just as there's a pathway towards homosexuality, I think there's a pathway out of it. But of course, it's not politically correct to say that, or to mention that, or to speak about that, or promote that. And so that kind of idea, you can't find it. Now, really, some real psychological studies and discussion around that, right? Around quote unquote I don't like the word converting from homosexuality. It's not, it's sidelined. It's frowned upon. It's looked down upon. It's rejected. But you have people who used to be homosexual and they became straight, and they would say they're much happier now, and they're happier that part of their lives is gone.
Yeah, for me, it's not even about the political correctness. I don't care about that. It's just the way I see Islam is like, I want everyone to be as happy as possible. Like, I feel like that's kind of the goal. And I'm just always thinking about like the people in the minority. Like, what if like how does Islam going to deal with someone who literally just can't shake? Like, this isn't. I've never had this problem, but I've heard people have this problem. They just cannot become like not gay, and it's like,
yeah, of course. How can they? They're not. There's no. there's no like teaching for that, right? They're gonna like try to find a way, but then there's no actual real help for that. There's no real help from that. There's no like mentorships. There's nothing, right? They're not going to be able to do that. But it's the the point I'm getting at is that it's not going to affect their sort of like their salvation, their becoming close to God. All of that, it's not going to affect them at all, right? Just like I mentioned, for example, when it comes to even punishments and stuff like that, there's not going to be any punishment. There's no like zina punishment for homosexuality.
So do you think homosexuality within like a marriage would be sinful if you're doing it like what's your actual like theological?
No, I would say it definitely would be sinful, right? Especially if it's like a marriage, right? Because a marriage is something public, and now you basically say, you're publicizing, you're doing this publicly, that this is a marriage, a homosexual marriage, and now it's basically being allowed by the community, and that's just going to encourage others to fall into this, right? It's going to be sort of like an allowing others, and I don't believe that it's going to lead to a happy. Like you're saying, to be happy, right? I don't think a homosexual relationship will ever be really fulfilling and happy as they could be, right? If they were able to move away from that. But moving away from that is the difficult part. But the whole one of the justifications given is that somebody who is homosexual, that if they don't act upon it, they're just going to spend the rest of their life celibate or stuff. Well, you know what? There are people who are what's called the involuntary celibate, right? Incels, right? And they have to do that as well. I mean, there's no, there are many men and women out there who are not able to find any partners, not be able to, find, a wife or husband. They also are in the same boat. They're in the same boat, right?
Right.
Not something which is some unique injustice to homosexuals, right? That they're not allowed to sort of like marry, and no, it's not about that, right? It has to be done through what is illicit. But let's say they do. It's not like the biggest crime, right? Zina is a worse fahisha than homosexuality.
That's how people treat it. They treat it like it's like a homosexual is worse than a murderer or something like that.
Yeah, it's crazy. No, it's because, again, well, it speaks more. They treat them that way because it speaks more to how away from nature, the natural thing that it is, right? Because it is a perversion, right? It's more it's more of like a reaction to the perversion of it, rather than a sort of assessment about how bad it is, right? In terms of just like good, bad, right? Because they wouldn't treat a person who did zina, right? They don't have that same aversion to the person, right?
Yeah.
The person who commits zina with a married woman, that person has committed a much worse crime, right? Something much worse. But nobody would like sort of like, people don't turn away from a man like that, like in disgust or something, right? Because in the end, he did it with another woman. Still, that's why I'm saying it's the laws against zina are not trying to punish the desire or the sexual act, right? The desire or sexual act is actually something which is natural. Okay, the issue with it is that it's a violation of the marriage. It's a violation of the marriage. That's the issue there. Whereas when it comes to homosexuality, the reason why people are have an aversion to it, because it's not the natural act, right?
Right.
Just when you think even about what the act constitutes, right? The actual, anal and whatever, right? So it is, putting all that aside, you just, homosexual person, just treat them as normally as everybody else. They can come to your house, you can eat together, you can go, be great friends with a homosexual person. that's not an issue, right? You don't have to treat them in this in a very bad way, right? But they need to understand as well that people's aversion to homosexuality, it's a natural aversion. It's not something which is like, it's not something which
Because
they blame people too much for it.
I've heard the interpretation when I was doing like research into this. Some people have the interpretation of the story of Lot, that when he says you lust after men instead of women, he was like talking specifically to those people because they were trying to like violently molest him. He wasn't making like a general statement, but I'm guessing you would say that he meant that for all, like that was a general thing.
Yeah, it's a general thing, but I mean, we should remember that we don't need to take what prophets say as this is what God is saying, right? This is near the story that He's given, that we are being given, right? Not everything that a prophet does we need to take as if the prophets are avatars of God, right? There's lots of examples of that, right? We don't need, like, even in that story sort of Lut, right? He offers his daughters, right? He offered his daughters. Remember, that's not God speaking, right? That's just part of the story of what He did. He did that, and all the messengers are going to be judged on Judgment Day as well, right? وَلَنَسْأَلَنَّ الَّذِينَ أُرْسِلَ إِلَيْهِمْ وَلَنَسْأَلَنَّ الْمُرْسِلِينَ. And we will question those to whom we send messengers, and we will question the messengers as well as to their conduct, what they did, right? We don't need to take everything that a prophet is mentioned as saying in the Quran as being that is the actual, this is God speaking, right? So when they say certain things, we just understand it. That's just part of it's just the story, right? It's part of the story,
right?
All right. We don't have to, like, the actions as well. Ibrahim, for example, smashing all of the idols, right? The prophet didn't reading that and then in Mecca go and smash all the idols, did he?
Yeah, that was another thing that bothered me. He smashed all their idols. I thought that was kind of.
I mean, he exactly. He was. I mean, in terms of Quranically, from the guidance that we are given in the Quran, that was wrong, right? That was actually a wrong thing to do, right? I recently had a discussion about this same thing on with somebody on Reddit, because he was trying to say that you can mock, right? The mockery and stuff is fine and stuff like that. I was like, no, mockery is not fine, right? And he was using the story of Ibrahim to try to say that it's fine to mock, that Ibrahim was mocking people. No, you're not allowed to mock, right? I mean, imagine if people right now, Muslims right now, decided to go and, like, I don't know, smash the idols of some Hindus or something like that. Well, they would be justified in trying to smash the Kaaba, right? And trying to destroy the Kaaba, right? It's the same. That's what we're told. Do not insult, or do not insult the idols of the others, lest they insult God out of animosity, right? And doing so, and the point of that is not for God, because God doesn't care if you insult Him, right? It doesn't harm Him. But the point in that is that you are now pushing them further away from God. You're not helping them to become closer.
Right.
You insult their gods, right? Then they insult God. What is that? That's pushing them away from guidance, right? You're not helping them. You're increasing their jahl, their ignorance, their barbaritism. You're increasing the heat of jahiliyyah, right? You're making them more sort of like agitated, right? And we know what happened to Ibrahim. Was there a success what he did? No, he got. What happened?
They attacked him.
Once you lynched him, that they wanted to. He was living with them normally, right?
But really quick,
he could have stayed with them normally, debating them, speaking to them, all of that. Right? He could have done all of that, and they could have went on for, like, I don't know, decades or whatever, calling to them, right? And of course, he was a young man. That's the other thing to remember. He was just a kid at the time, feta, right?
Oh.
He was just a kid. He wasn't like a prophet. He wasn't a messenger yet. He was just a kid, right? He was like 16, 17, something like that. So he's overzealous. He wanted to do this. He did it, right? And what did they do? They wanted to burn him to death, right? And they threw him out. They chucked him out, right?
One thing I remember about that story too is, I want to get your thoughts, is I don't know if this is just me misremembering, or maybe I read a bad translation, but there was one verse that always, like, bothered me. It said something along the lines of, like, and there's an excellent example for you in Abraham when he said, there's hatred and enmity between you and me until you believe in Allah alone.
Yeah.
Is that
That's not in that story there. That's sort of like later on, right?
Oh,
It's in different surah. It's in sort. We don't really have much of the context about that, yeah. But it does say almost what you said, but it doesn't say who started the animosity, right? It just
oh,
says, yeah, it just says between us and you there has grown up animosity, right? And it will continue until you believe in God alone, right?
okay. So it's like a
So
description of what's going on.
yeah,
It's not saying like he actually hates them.
yeah, it's more of a description. And in fact, that surah, it's all about how you know that it states, for example, later on, God does not dissuade you regarding those who do not fight you, nor persecute you, nor throw you out of your homes, that you do good to them and be just to them, because God loves those who do just, right? So it's the surah is without doubt talking about the animosity that rises up between them, but it's not saying that you must you must have animosity towards towards those who do not believe or anything like that, right? Um, so it's not
Oh
taught.
yeah.
It's not about that. So the verse exactly says, "قد كانت لكم أسوة حسنة في إبراهيم." That there is already for you an excellent example, and of course the context of this surah is about how some of the Muslims, there was still a state of kind of like there was a state of war between the Muslims in Medina and the people of Mecca, right? And some of the Muslims were basically helping the Meccans. They were helping the Meccans, um, out of desire for, like, help of their own families and kids and wealth and stuff like that. And so
Right.
the Quran is telling them basically don't do that. So the very start of this of surah says, "Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu la tattakhidhu aduwwi wa aduwwakum awliya." O you who have faith, do not take my enemies and your enemies as helpers, as affectionate allies. Don't take them as, you know, as people who think when they have driven you from your homes, um, they've driven you from your homes, driven out the prophet, all because you believed in God, right, your Lord, um, seeking to destroy you, all of these things. And so that's just basically talking about that situation, that they started the animosity, right? It wasn't the Muslims who started
Right.
the animosity. And the same thing with Ibrahim, right? Um, he sort of like started the whole situation by destroying the idols, right? But when he was younger. But later on, it's talking about Ibrahim and those with him in that verse. So when there's a good example for you in Ibrahim and those with him. So this is when he had some followers. This was later on in life.
Right.
Okay. Ibrahim والذين معه إذ قالوا لقوم, when they said to their people, we are free from you and innocent from you. We're innocent of you. Like, we've done you no wrong, and innocent of you and what you worship. Alongside God, and between us and between you, there's animosity, right, and hatred, and it will continue until you have faith in God alone, right? And then it says, of course, except Ibrahim's statement to his father that he will,
Yeah, he'll pray.
you
Pray
pray
for
for
him
him.
or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Thanks. I guess I'll let you go. Thanks for your time.
No problem.
I just want to say I really, really love your channel, because before I started watching you, I just kind of wrote Islam off, and now it's like I kind of changed my whole view of it. It's kind of weird how, like, you kind of hate something at first, but then once you change your perspective of it, you almost start to love it. Just keep doing what you're doing. You're doing. I love your channel. I love. I started reading Hassan Al Maliki on his website, and I guess I'll just have to keep. I'll keep researching.
Keep us posted. Drop in whenever you can.
Okay.
It'll always be great to hear from you.
And do you have any best English translations of the Quran? Because it's hard to read English translations, because when I don't know Arabic, so like I'm getting all these mixed up meanings, like disbeliever and all this stuff. And do you have any recommendations?
I don't have a go-to to one, to be honest. I mean, because I should probably one day actually just read through a bunch of the English ones just to see which one I would recommend the most. There's of course, there's the Baba Shuaib's. There are some which have been written by Quranists, right? So you've got Sam Gerrans. He did a very, I'm told it's a very nice translation, with like some very good notes as well, footnotes and stuff. There's the Great Quran, which is on the website by Baba Shuaib, right? So he's one of the Quranists.
Yeah, I've
YouTubers.
seen him too.
Yeah.
I've seen his.
Yeah, generally I just stick with either Sahih International or the Clear Quran. These are the ones which I usually end up quoting. The one which is preferred by academics is apparently Abdul Halim's translation. That one. It's just basically, I think that the key thing is to keep in mind just certain key terms in the Quran, which if you have down, then you shouldn't have any problems. To be honest, I'm a firm believer that most translations are very adequate so long as you keep the simple things in mind, like like disbeliever doesn't mean disbeliever, it's kafir. Keep these things in mind, right? And most of translations are good enough to get the broad context, to get the guidance, the needed guidance. If you're gonna go into like intricacies, like what like some of the questions you mentioned here, right? Then of course you do need to know some Arabic, and then you can start to like compare translations and go into like the actual Arabic wording. But generally, I think that most translations are good enough.
Okay.
Yeah, but that is actually a project which I do want to do. I do want to do if I live long enough, I do want to do a translation where maybe two like together, and one where I would sort of keep some of the key terms in transliteration, right? So then it's more easier to see what's to get a sense of what those keywords mean. So I would never like put in disbeliever or these sort of things. I'll keep like kufr as kufr
Right.
within the translation, right? And then there would be another one where it actually translate it more as I think it should be. But yeah,
Like
these are two
just one more fast thing. The word mu'min has kind of been a confusing thing for me because it's always translated as believer, and then there's some verses where it'll equate belief with good. So it'll be like I remember I read one verse, I couldn't remember what chapter or verse, but it was like they are in hell because they didn't believe or something like that. And is it like mu'min has to mean believe, or I think I've heard you say it can mean safety too, like
yeah. So yeah, it does. Its original meaning is actually from safe or safety, right? Somebody recently sent me a video of somebody describing that Amin, like amen, right? You know how you say amen when you pray. That it comes originally from exactly the same root, right? From amen, and amen means safety, right? So in all the Semitic languages, the amna root comes back to this idea of safety, of security, right? Of that sort of thing, and you feel safe and secure of something that you trust, right? You have some safe and trust in it, right? If you're in a nice, strong, brick home, and there's a tornado happening outside, you can trust it. You can trust your home that it's gonna, keep you safe, right? So you have this sort of like trust in something, and you have safety. So by having faith in something, you gain trust, right? Or by trusting something, you have this sense of safety. So that's the original meaning of mu'min. I mean, mu'min is very interesting because before the Quran, it doesn't actually appear in Arabic, it seems. I mean, that's what Izitsu says. Izitsu says that mu'min was created by the Quran, right? And there was no use of iman in that kind of way before the Quran. That is sort of like a Quranic invention, right? So the idea of a mu'min is somebody who has feels safe or has safety, and it's by having this kind of trust or faith in something, right? So I prefer to use the word faith, just because faith is very reminiscent in English for trust, right? Have faith in me means what? It means trust me, right? So I prefer.
Faith is almost faith is almost different than believe, because believe is like you think something's literally true, whereas faith is just kind of like you kind of in your heart that like everything's gonna be all right, like kind of
it's like you say have faith in your guide. That doesn't mean you believe your guide exists, right? You know your guide exists, he is there, but having faith in them is different. In the same way, you have Muslims or people who believe in God, like the people in Mecca. Remember, everybody in Arabia at the time believed in God. All of the mushrikeen, all of the kuffar, they were all believers in God. They all believed God existed. And not only that, they believed that God created the heavens and the earth, that He brought life and death. All of this is mentioned in the Quran, right? The opponents of the Quran, the opponents of the Prophet, Quraysh and the Meccans, the Kuffar, the Mushrikeen, they all believed in God. And they believed that He was a supreme deity, that He was, the Lord of the heavens and the earth, that He's the one who brought down rain. All of this they believed in, right? But the issue is having faith, right? Putting your faith and your trust in Him, right, in order to follow God only, right? That's what they didn't have, right? So having faith in God
Right.
is different. And of course, one of the main thing that they disbelieved in the Arabian Arabs was in the resurrection. That's really one of the key things in the Quran. That's the thing that
That's
they
something
didn't.
I read a lot in the Quran. It comes up often.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because that's what they actually disbelieved in, right? They didn't believe that there was going to be, life after death or resurrection or accountability. Right? The Arabs. That's what they found incredulous. That's what they mean when they say these are tales of the ancients. It's always in the context of the resurrection. When they say
Mm,
Asatir al-Awwalin, it's always in that context. It's not about stories of the past.
right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, yeah. Thanks for the conversation. It's really
No
nice talking to you for the first time. I really love your channel.
No problem.
Just you have a very you and also a guy named Perfect Owl. I think you guys know each other.
Yeah, I actually just sent him a message on his channel. I mean, I put a comment, and because I haven't heard from him for a long time. So I'm just wondering where he is, that he's safe and everything's okay with him.
All
Yeah.
right. Well, yeah.
Okay.
Thanks, and see you. I
All
might
right.
come
Take
on
care.
again. Yeah.
Yeah. More than welcome
Right.
anytime. Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah.
Take care. All right. Let me bring in Dr. Saad again, and then we're going to have to wrap this up.
Yep.
Assalamu alaikum.
I heard, yeah, good. I heard a lot of things. I'll be honest. That guy, is it the guy? That guy?
That guy, yes.
That guy, is he Muslim? Is he close to
He said
reversing?
he's still,
You think?
yeah, he's
I'm in my best mate's house. He's a revert as well.
all right.
But it's interesting. But I want to preface this. These are intellectual discussions, and I will very strongly disagree with a lot of things that have been said. Parts I
That's
do
fine.
agree
Go
with.
ahead.
I think the viewpoints we've adopted, or trying to appease to the liberal paradigm in which we exist, I don't necessarily always think is a good thing. The issue is that I feel we need to be a bit more direct and blunt with what we say to people. We need
Mm.
to say that yes, robbery. If you thief, your hand will be cut off, and this is why places like UAE and Saudi are so safe. And this is why places like the UK and the West are, decaying in real time, and that
Yeah,
the
but I mean
degeneracy is so high.
the UAE, they don't cut off people's hands, do they?
Do they
That's
not?
not one of that. No, it's not one of their laws. They
So what?
don't.
What is it?
They just go. They send people to prison, or they will. First of all, they will try to reclaim whatever has been stolen. And one of the things here, the reason why here it's so safe, is safe in the UAE, is that they will expel you for life. You'll never be allowed to come in, and they can do that because they're a small country, and lots of people want to come, right? So they'll just they'll kick you out. Any criminal, right? Just they get harsh sentence, harsh prison or whatever it is, or fines or whatever they give, and then they throw you out to never come in again. They get your biometric data, and you'll never be allowed the country again.
But, look, in a principle point of way, I do feel there's not enough, and this is why Quranism gets so much slack, is because we're not being harsh enough. Like there's this tendency to be very liberal, and the truth is that in the Quran it says that as-sariq was-sariqatu faqata'u aydiyahuma jaza. So like we have to affirm the text, and the matan says that the hand needs to be cut off. And also with the zani, I'm interested in your perspective what zani means, but we need to affirm that there is lashing. I think once we get down the slippery slope of that, maybe 7th century Arabia, this context, that the other, I feel that this can be an issue because when we're kind of straying away from the text.
No, I understand. I mean, I don't think straying away from the text would be straying away from the text would be saying that it didn't mean that then, right? That at the time it didn't mean that, or at the time it was wrong, or this is, it was just for someone. No, I mean, I believe those punishments, like I mentioned, I believe that they are just punishments, right? But
No,
it's,
but you
we have
mentioned
to
that
understand.
if someone can be put in prison, that's all also okay.
Yeah, because in the end, the goal is justice, right? So let's say if there was, it's a bit of like not a conundrum, but if there had been prisons available in the Prophet's time,
Yeah.
do you think that they would not be used for anything?
I
They would
think
be,
the jails, like there was some sort of kind of they can maybe, but even still, if there weren't, I think a lot like the guy said, like why wasn't it? So this becomes an issue now. You're kind of saying that
yeah,
Quran may
it
not be
becomes
clear
an
enough. The
issue.
Quran is complete. I feel like when Allah meant cutting. Oh God, 1 second, wait.
Okay.
Take it for a second. Just I don't know. I think cutting meant cutting, as in he could have said, make a jail and put people in jail. But I think I get the point. The
Yeah, but
maqsad, the end goal is the most
who?
important thing. But we
Yeah,
need to adopt the hudud that Allah's mentioned, the few laws that Allah's mentioned. We 100% need to implement and
yeah.
trying to these are. But we need to look at what are the preconceived notions. The guy is from, I assume from the West or America, and liberal tendency is like, accepting homosexuality, zina, not being lashed. Like we need to. The reason why Andrew Tate came to such prominence is because he famously made a joke, Abdul, bring the rocks. Like it's a joke, but there's when you tolerate nothing, everything, you don't believe in anything. So
Yeah,
this is
that's
why
true.
his conversion was famous. Loads of Muslims came converted on the back of it. The moment we start kind of becoming a bit lax about these rules and that, it's, if there's no cutting cut the hand, lash the people in public, and you'll be shocked that Allah said these things for a very specific reason, and these are deterrents, a very powerful deterrence. In Pakistan, when Ziaul Haq, one rapist, he raped a kid, he was
Hmm.
hung in public. There was not an incident for 3 years where any child was molested and killed like that. There was nothing. People were petrified.
Why was
So
he hung though?
he raped and killed a girl,
No,
a
but
small girl.
why the hanging though?
It was just a public
Why wasn't it
execution.
like, yeah, why wasn't it like some other thing? I was just wondering where the hanging part came from.
I
Yeah,
guess just one of the ways to kill and execute. I
yeah.
guess there could
Well,
be
I
any way.
mean, for example, I mean, even that, like rape, where's the like people would say this, right? There's no mention for a punishment for rape in the Quran, right?
Isn't
Um,
zina rape?
no, zina is not rape. Zina,
Isn't it's in zina's definition any illicit sex? So what's that? Are you referring to
no,
as zani or zaniyat? What's
zina.
that referring to?
No, that if you look at that one, right? If you look at the whole beginning of that surah, you see
Yeah.
clearly that it's talking about a situation of a married woman, right? So zina is what involves of a married woman. The Quran talks about, zina, and talks about sifah, right? And
Yeah.
muttakhidati akhdan. So you've got
Yeah.
these three things in the Quran, right?
Okay.
Zina, sifah, and muttakhidati akhdan, taking so like secret lovers, right? Sifah is what's known generally as fornication, right? So it's any a man with a woman, right? There's no marriage involved, right? That's sifah, right?
Okay.
Right. Zina is when there's a married woman involved, when there's a married, which
Yeah.
is why the whole thing about they'll be punished by the lashes, right? The zani and the zania, right? What happens in order to deter that? You're going to have the sort of like the mutual cursing, right? The mutual like he will swear by it says the husbands who have no shuhada except themselves, they have no witnesses to the zina apart from themselves, then they should make 4 oaths by God that they are among those who are telling the truth. And then what will divert the punishment from her? Who's her? Her is the wife, right? It's because it's a
Did it
punishment for the
mention
wife.
husband?
Well, yeah, it says the you know, it says that whoever, you know, the husbands basically who do not have
But does it
witnesses
mention the word
apart from,
husband or like what it said rijal? So,
yeah, yeah.
but
I
how do you
mean,
know? How do we? I'm just asking. I'm being cute. I'm not
yeah,
challenging. I'm
no, I
curious. So
know.
how do we know that rijal means in this context means husbands
No,
as
it doesn't
opposed
mean,
to
it
men?
doesn't say rijal. It says azwaj, azwaj.
As much. Okay.
Yeah. So it
Okay.
says, let me pull it out for you.
Yes, please. Yeah.
Zaniyatu wa zaniyati. So it says
And it
zani la
lends more
yankihu.
credence if it says
But then they
zaniyatu
say,
first because it's referring to married woman, isn't it? So
yeah, and then it says
yeah.
وَالَّذِينَ يَرْمُونَ الْمُحْصَنَاتِ ثُمَّ
Mm.
لَمْ يَأْتُوا بِأَرْبَعَةِ شُهَدَاء. And those who accuse the muhsanat, who are the muhsanat? Married women, right?
Yeah.
Muhsanat in
Yes.
the Quran is
Yes.
married
Correct.
women,
Correct.
right?
100%. Yes.
وَالَّذِينَ يَرْمُونَ الْمُحْصَنَاتِ ثُمَّ لَمْ يَأْتُوا بِأَرْبَعَةِ شُهَدَاء, and they
Yeah.
don't bring 4 witnesses, then they
Yeah.
are the ones who are going to get punished, lashed for 80 times, right?
Yeah.
So a woman who is not married, right, and somebody accuses her, it is not going to be punished, right? That's another reason why the lashes are when you accuse married women. It's not for accusing unmarried women. Why? Because the punishment that a married woman could get is 100 lashes if that turns out to be true.
Is it 80 lashes? 180, right?
No,
Thamanina
100 for
jalda.
the 100 for the zaniya and the zani, but the person who tries to accuse a married woman without bringing
Ah.
the witnesses, he gets 80, right?
Oh,
But
wow.
it's only if he accuses a married woman, right? And then the next verse says, well, not next, but later on it says, وَالَّذِينَ يَرْمُونَ أَزْوَاجَهُمْ وَلَمْ يَكُنْ لَهُمْ شُهَدَاء إِلَّا أَنفُسَهُم. And as for those who accuse their wives, but they don't have witnesses apart from their own selves, then, you know, they take the 4 oaths that they are among the truthful, right? وَالْخَامِسَةُ أَنْ لَعْنَةُ اللَّهِ عَلَيْهِ إِنْ كَانَ مِنَ الْكَاذِبِينَ. And the 5th one, that the curse of God be upon him if he is among the liars. Then it says, وَيَدْرَأُ عَنْهَا الْعَذَابِ أَنْ تَشْهَدْ أَرْبَعَ شَهَادَاتٍ بِاللَّهِ إِنَّهُ لَمِنَ الْكَاذِبِينَ. And it will remove the punishment from her, who? The married woman, right? That if she were to then take 4 oaths by God that he is among the liars, and the 5th one that the anger of God is upon her if he was among the truthful, etc. Right? And then, of course, you also have the verse about the marrying the malakat aymanukum, what your right hand possesses, because that verse says that that once these women are married, then if they commit a fahisha, then upon them is half the punishment of the married women. What does that mean? 50 lashes, right?
Yeah.
Which means that the punishment of the married women, right? If they commit, once they are married, not, you know, before, if they commit this fahisha before they are married, they don't get punished. But once they are married, if they commit this fahisha, they get half the punishment of the normal muhsanat women, right? Who get 100 lashes.
Oh, so slave girls that get converted who become wives. Is that correct, or am I saying it wrong?
Yeah, basically, yeah. Yes, that's right.
So if you marry a concubine, then she gets half the number of lashes as a normal married
if
woman.
if she commits zina. If she commits zina.
Okay.
Right? But anyway, these are one of the proofs that show that zina is really about you know, what involves a married woman, right? Because again, it's about the family. It's about the family. But you know, going back to your point.
Okay, that point's covered. Like that's done. It. I get that. That's done. Dusted. My main gripe is that why are we not? If Allah said cut the hands, why are we kind of slightly shying away from that? Oh, if prison, then it's okay. No, but if this is the law, this is the qanun, then we need to follow that. Yeah,
I understand. I personally wouldn't shy away from that at all. So, like, I
but
believe.
in your answer, you're
100%.
slightly sugarcoating it to that guy.
No, I think a you know, another punishment can be done as well. I don't think it's there's no one way for justice, right? So I have no issue with
but who's saying that? On whose authority is that? You kind of saying Allah said to cut the hand, but you're kind of saying, well, this is why as in the UK, crime's rampant. Like nobody gives a crap about the law. They'll go to a jail, but they have TV, they relax, they smoke bud, and you know, London is an absolute, you know, it's best like of crime. So that clearly, exactly. So it clearly doesn't work, and the country that
I'm not suggesting in any way having prisons like we have now, right? I think those are atrocious, right? The kind of prison, like I said, we're too
lenient on that.
sympathetic towards the criminals, right? No, I think it should be a real punishment, right? Real punishment.
Yeah.
For example, you could, but here's the thing.
But do you see where the
I
accusation of us
understand.
being too
No,
lax grow on you?
yeah,
Like they
yeah,
like,
yeah,
oh, you're just being a bit hilly billy about everything.
yeah,
No, it's
yeah,
like Allah said
yeah.
cut,
I
you gotta
understand.
cut. And I get your point, but I also
Yeah,
get the traditional point is that you do have to affirm. I understand the end goal is justice, but we still have to act on the hukum of Allah.
yeah, yeah. No, but I think there's a confusion sometimes between like the legal systems that we end up putting into place and
Mm.
like the Quranic instructions, right? The Quran doesn't give us laws, right? These you're talking about this as a hukum, right? Um, it's not so much as a hukum as because the hukum doesn't encompass everything, right? So you can say, okay, then the thief cuts off their hand. So where does that stop? Where does that start? We have to employ a bit of reason when it comes to that.
Yeah, common sense
Somebody
and
who is
stuff. I agree.
yeah, some common sense, exactly. So somebody who, for example, I don't know, steals, I don't know,
Is
a
that
TV,
poverty?
or let's say a laptop. Somebody steals somebody's
Yes.
laptop, right?
Yeah.
And are we going to cut the person's hand off
Yes.
for that,
Yes.
and then for the rest,
Cut
and
the
then
hand
for
off.
the rest of his life, for the rest of his life, this person doesn't have his hands, and then he becomes what? Is he going to find work? He's not going to find work, right? He's
Yeah,
going to be
but
able
Khalid,
to
you're
have.
undoing your previous point. Like you said, this is a deterrent. But if that law is there,
No, I don't think it's a
nobody will
deterrent. I
dare
don't
cut
think.
someone's hand. But that law
Yeah,
has to be there.
yeah, but
Regardless of
yeah,
how small or big the crime is, the idea it's a deterrent. So really, if we had our own Quranic society and somebody came and robbed something, if man knows he's going to get his hand chopped off, I'm
yeah.
pretty sure this guy and you have like a good welfare system and everything like that. Nobody's dying
Mm,
hungry unless they're being really lazy. Like
mm.
I'd say that is nobody would do it. So I
Yeah,
feel
but I
like when you
don't.
start bringing
I understand. I
laxities,
understand. But is it just a deterrent? I don't think it's just a deterrent. This you see that do we see
even
now?
if it
Now I
wasn't a
would say,
deterrent, I think that's still fine. You're right. Even if it wasn't a deterrent, that's the rule.
yeah,
Cut
I
the
think
hand.
it's a just. I think it's a
It's a
just
just.
punishment.
You're right.
Yeah, I
You're
don't
right.
think
And
it
this
has to do anything
you're
about
right. We are sugarcoating it
deterrent.
to appease to the
Yeah,
liberals
yeah,
and to kind of
yeah,
this society that we live in. But
yeah.
I do feel it should be cut regardless because Allah has not qualified it either, and I feel intentionally. So the omission is giving detail. There's a hikmah behind it.
You
But
know,
generally,
I think it's because we're supposed to be intelligent enough to know when to apply this, right? I think we're supposed to know that a child shouldn't have his hand cut off, that somebody who is hungry and things shouldn't have his hand cut off,
yes,
that
yes,
stealing
yes.
something like a laptop shouldn't, that it should be for something which is
Mhm.
really
But now
outrageous and hurting, right?
you're graying the
So
line now. But the thing is, now you're qualifying it a lot. And this is where even like that Reva was talking about. You're
but you
adding
have
so much
to.
interpretation. Is that there's like a limit? Like I think you have to use the fitrah, like the natural common sense that Allah came to reveal things, to like new things, and it
Yeah,
won't. It's by virtue of being revelation, something new that's inspired upon you, right? He didn't teach you to like common sense, like treating people nicely is a good thing and it's rewardable. Like it's obvious, right? But the
no, but
idea that
that is
cutting the
that
hand,
is taught. Yeah,
yeah,
that is.
I see what you mean, but as in like basic overall, there's an assumed common sense we can say in the Quran, right? There's
Mhm.
an assumed common sense. I feel
Yeah,
when you put so many qualifications on like this, like oh, it has to be like this, like then you're creating your own kind of fiqh, your own madhab, and
yeah. I think that's
it
what I'm
becomes
saying.
confusing. You it's this is where again the Quran is get a lot of hate because you kind of create your own religion. Whereas like if you could just my issue it wouldn't have been that you created those qualifications necessarily, right? But I
Mm.
feel like the immediate answer is do you cut the hand? Yes. And then if there's follow up questions, fair enough, you entertain. But I feel like if we say yes, but oh, I think we should create leeway. I think the primary question, the first initial answer should be yes, we do. We affirm it. This is what God's command is. We do this. But I feel
I,
like when you
I,
have the other stuff's
yeah,
common sense. But I no, to be honest, I do disagree with the whole laptop idea. This egregious. You're kind of where's your dalil for it? Where's the evidence behind it?
Yeah, I mean, so like you said, we have to have some common sense understanding of this. Where does it stop,
My
right?
idea of common
So
sense differs with yours. So now it's not 100% common, is it? I feel
no,
like
I
someone
know,
who
but
steals the laptop should get their hands chopped off as well.
yeah, but that's why exactly. That's why again we decide the laws, right? We decide the laws of where, well, when you talk about like the ahkam in terms of actual legal practice and a legal law, we have to decide that. Now, you're saying that the Quranists get a lot of flack for not having one set of law. No, but that's again, it comes down to this I think this misapprehension that the Quran should provide one set of laws,
Yeah.
fully like giving us this one set of laws that's going to be
Yep.
applied regardless, wherever, in whatever
Yep.
time, where
Yep.
in the year 2000, the year 25,000, in
Yep.
100,000 years time from now, if humanity is still around, it's still going to be applied exactly the same way. And
Yeah.
I don't think that's right. I think what it is the Quran is giving us principles. It's not laws. It doesn't really give us laws, right? It gives us certain principles and sort of like understandings to guide ourselves by, and it has given laws for the people in the sense, not laws, but like a direct for whatever the situation was over there at the time. Like for example, this the issue of the theft, right? The ayah for the theft came because somebody stole, right? Somebody stole it, so it needed to be addressed then, right? There are some other crimes that happened that weren't addressed, right? There are other crimes that have never happened at the time and they weren't addressed in the Quran. Right? The Quran was there to provide the laws, the prescriptions for the Prophet's community at the time. Now, from that we can extrapolate. You can understand that yes, cutting the hand is going to be is justified for theft, right? But you do have to create your own laws to see where that ends and where that stops. You're not going to do it for a child, right? You're not going to do it when it's a small amount of wealth, right? And we decide that together, right? It's you're saying that okay, my common sense will be different from your common sense. It's true, and that's has always been the true. But in the end, every country ends up making a legal system, despite everybody there, the judges and everybody who draws up a legal system, they all have slightly different, views on common sense, but they come to an agreement and they come to set up laws. And then these laws can be reviewed after like 10 years, 5 years, situations change. That can happen. We have to be dynamic, right? It's not going to be a one size fits
It's
all
all.
kind of cookie cutter laws that will always be there. No, we will come together. For example, now if we were talking about the UK, the sort of threshold or when a person could have his hand cut off would be very different from a place like Saudi Arabia now, would be different from a place like Japan, would be different from, the laws have to accommodate where we are, where you are, the society at large, the economic situation of people at large. These all have to be taken into account, and then we make the laws. We make the laws, right?
Look, I
And
do
so,
agree with certain things you're
so let's
saying. My
say,
my
okay,
only
let's say,
issue was the initial. It's the framing. Do you know what I mean? The
yeah,
stuff you're saying, it makes sense. I get the common sense element. Yeah, I get it to some extent, but I think it's the style in which you say. I don't
mm,
think there should be any kind of hesitation. Look, it's all about again. This is a common sense argument, and I'm doing something that's kind of appropriate to the time that we live in. The theme, the time we
mm,
live in is a very liberal time. We are
yeah,
very, and a lot of people say that. Yeah, you can chip in a second. Yeah, a lot of people say that. My friend also wants to join. He's the Riba that I was talking about. That
no
the
problem.
Quran
Yeah.
is barbaric and like, so the issue is when we need to kind of counter that narrative and we need to so in this time I get your points have a place, but I feel like
Mm,
in this current day and age the emphasis, that's the key
mm,
word, the emphasis should be more on the harshness, because this time
mm,
is too lax, and we can see that society is like, it's like, Gotham City, it's like complete anarchy. So
mm,
in terms of the initial, and I can, if you understand the slant with which he's coming from a, we are programmed with junk of liberalism and all this kind of thing from the West, and
mm,
the slant this seems harsh. They may not say it, but I'm addressing the elephant in the room. The elephant in the room is that the Quran seems harsh, it seems barbaric, it seems violent, and we need to kind of come and say, yes, it is. To a certain extent, the punishments are violent. They are violent crimes, punitive acts. So like,
Yeah.
so cutting the hand off, lashing in front of
Yeah.
people. So it is humiliating. Sometimes I feel like the humiliation is even worse than the lashing. I do feel that the shame is unreal because it's people can just die of shame. Even like Maryam alayhi someone was like kind of just dying out like the shame. So I feel like we need to. I get your points are valid to a certain extent, but I feel like the emphasis should be played differently. And I'm saying the real manifestation case study is someone like the red pill space, the masculine space, and like how people have really gravitated and endeared towards a firmer stance on these things. We need objective laws and like actual proper rules that people can stand by, like a framework which is the Quran. It needs to be lashing for like wives and people. And yeah, so but my friend just wants to chip in.
So just a
Yeah,
quick one.
go
with
ahead.
regards to this.
Video?
Oh, yeah. Just a quick one with regards to this point. So
Introduce yourself briefly.
yeah, so my name's Arish. So I'm a revert. I'm
Hi.
Saad's best friend. So yeah.
Excellent.
So just a quick
How you doing?
with regards to this point, Saad, I think it'd be good if you answer. Maybe you can answer the question as well. Is there certain stipulations, i.e., if someone's got like a mental illness, or someone's like a child, or someone's like in poverty, and their child's going to die, and they have to steal something to feed their dying child?
That's his point that he's talking about.
Okay.
There are obviously he's saying you've got to employ common sense.
Of course, yeah.
and understanding.
Of course, yeah.
But my point is the revert asked him, and a lot of people from the West, a lot of Caucasian people, whatever. I'm not trying to be discriminatory, but that's a natural tendency. Whereas people in the East don't care about these things as much. We're kind of accept these more violent things. Is that like, oh, is being gay bad?
Yes,
It is
bad, yeah.
So and then
100%.
yeah. So also cutting the hand.
Yeah.
And then like the lashing for like adultering woman and man.
Yeah.
So like I'm saying they're coming from an angle
Yeah.
that it seems harsh.
Yeah.
But I think we should reaffirm that yes, it is harsh, but that's reality.
Yeah, that's the laws that
There's
Allah set.
Yeah,
So,
but there's also I do feel that homosexuality, like I think the emphasis from what you were discussing with the guy, I don't think you emphasized enough that how bad that homosexuality is. Like it's a fahisha, a tattoon, as the Quran, like you're like if you enter your penis in another man's anus, that is Allah finds it that is disgusting.
That's not positive,
So
yeah.
I think the emphasis needs to be more on the harsh side. I felt like the way you answered the questions, I think the approach was soft.
Yeah, maybe. But I mean, I've mentioned before that, what you said before that the punishments like cutting off the hands and think that these are barbaric. I think, yeah, they are barbaric, right? But they're barbaric because the crimes, I think, are barbaric themselves. Right? It's not.
There has to be certain punishments for crimes, and those are the punishments, isn't it? So they're deterrents and rape. Rape, you get, is it a death penalty?
But this is what he's saying. That's necessarily. It's not outlined in the Quran.
Oh, really?
Apparently.
Yeah, there's nothing mentioned in the Quran specifically about rape, right? I mean, there are
what
verses.
Is the general in Sharia law countries? What do they do for it?
Well, from the Quran Center, not too much.
But generally, what do people do? What's the general thing people do? Lashes.
No, there are different. Like for example, there are some who have taken like the lashes punishment and they've applied it to rape. The others who would say no, we apply the death penalty for rapists. And that there's one verse which can be used for either, right? Including there's one which is about exile and all these other things as well. But the point that I was getting about is that yes, I do say that we do need to have to like you said, affirm that the text says what it says, that what it says is just, right? That it is appropriate, that it is applicable. All of that is true, right? But all of that doesn't have to be, it's not about, it doesn't have to be diverted or, it can still be true while you're still affirming that we're not in the same environment. It's not the same situation.
I have an issue with that, though, because isn't the Quran timeless?
Sorry?
Isn't the Quran timeless? Like, if we
make
everything context specific, then the message becomes diluted.
I think the dhikr is what's timeless. The remembrance part of it. And this comes back to understanding that there's the Quran, and then there's, we say the Quran. When we say the Quran, what do we actually mean, right? because the Quran doesn't just say Quran. It says al-kitab, it says
Yes.
al-dhikr, it says al-furqan, it says all of these other terms, right? And they are not all just interchangeable, and it's one all the same thing. We took the term used for the whole revelation in its totality is al-tanzil, right? In the Quran it's called al-tanzil, right? وإنه لتنزيل رب العالمين, and it is truly the tanzil, descending down of Rabb al-Alameen, right?
Yes.
But within the Quran contains dhikr, and it contains in it is kutub, like fihi kutubun qayyima, right? The prescriptions, these sort of things, right? كتب عليكم الصيام, كتب عليكم القتال, كتب عليكم. These things have been prescribed to you, right? So these elements of it are the kitab, and they have elements of it which are the dhikr, right? And the dhikr is what's being preserved, because the dhikr is what's always going to be timeless. It's the same dhikr that has always been revealed to previous prophets, which is why when the prophet is spoken to in the Quran, it says, فَاسْأَلُوا أَهْلَ الذِّكْرِ إِن كُنتُمْ لَا تَعْلَمُونَ. Ask the people of dhikr, the people who used to have the scriptures before you, right? Because they still have.
But you also mentioned that the prophet, we can't take the prophet's word as the or the example of breaking. I feel like
no, this is
it's
in
a
the
reference
Quran,
in the Quran for a reason. Like, as in, if Lut alayhi salam said that this was fahisha, like, oh my God, what are you guys doing?
Yeah, that's not going to change.
But like the breaking the idols, surely we should be following these examples. Surely we should be doing these things. Like, this is a philosophical argument. Breaking the idols as well. It's linked to your point. So, like, should we not be breaking the idols? Because following in Ibrahim's footsteps.
No. Why should we be breaking the idols?
Or at least I think the Prophet did it after Fatah Makkah, for example, right?
Yeah, because then khalas, everybody had become Muslim, and Mecca was, and he was the ruler of Mecca, and they threw away the idols. They didn't. Everybody had to convert it to
I
Islam.
personally believe that if people did break idols, then I have no issue with it. I think that's completely fine. You're following the practice.
I mean, look, I mean, it's not going to be the hugest. It's not like it's like the biggest. I mean, in the end, it is a problem because you're destroying somebody else's property, right? If you put it from that sort of situation. I mean, with Ibrahim, if you take like the Mishnah or whatever narrations about it, it was actually his shop, right? His father's shop. So because his father was an idol maker, so it was technically his and stuff like that. But no, in the end, the Quran says that these are their aliha, right? And Ibrahim came and he destroyed them, right? And it didn't come out of anything. The story is there not for us to emulate. If the story had been there for us, if the story had been there to emulate, why didn't the Prophet just do that in Mecca? Why didn't he just go out one night and destroy? Huh?
He did when
Ibrahim didn't have enough power. What did Ibrahim have? The Prophet Muhammad had more power than Ibrahim. The Prophet Muhammad
he did eventually,
he had Abu Talib to look after him, right? He had followers there. Ibrahim had nobody. He just had his father who was antagonistic to him. And he was just a little kid. He was basically, not a kid, I want to say, but a teenager, right? He was a fatan yuqalu Ibrahim.
That's a good argument. But what about then quoting, when Allah quotes a prophet's statement? Do you not think that's technically his word as well? I know he's quoting, you're correct, and he's quoted Fir'aun as well. I'm not saying like that's Allah's word, but he in a context of prophet, they are representatives and ambassadors of Allah on earth. I feel like we should be looking them as examples.
It's a story.
And taking the word seriously. Like, it's kind of part of Allah's kalam now.
No, I mean, it's relating the story of Ibrahim, right? And the story of Ibrahim.
About Lut then. What about Lut? Because you kind of said that his words we don't take, but we should take it seriously. Like,
no, but we don't take it as in being that this is they're not avatars of Allah. So that what they are doing is not what Allah would do, or is commanding, or he's telling them do this. They're not doing everything.
Like naib, though. They're like they're still the ambassadors of Allah.
I mean,
when they say something that is symbolic of what Allah's, they were Allah's, authority behind them. They're not just ordinary
people. I mean, messengers are sent to be obeyed, to be followed. Right?
Yeah.
But not everything they do is going to be, has God's seal of approval to it, right? Even in the Quran, the Prophet Muhammad is censored. He says, why did you do this? Why did you do this? Why did you let them go before, until you knew who is the and the liars and who is telling the truth. He's told these things, right? Abasa wa tawalla an ja'ahu al-a'ma. He turned away from the blind man. So when it comes to the stories of the prophets of the past, they're being told us because there's a lot to learn from them, right?
But do you not think there's like an endorsement by God Himself? He's endorsing.
Yeah,
what
they're
saying.
being endorsed. They're being endorsed in terms of their whole story holistically of what they're doing, right? Of what they're preaching of. We're learning from them, and it's the Quran says, we are relating these stories to you so as to make your heart firm in faith, so you can be firm in your faith. Yeah. يثبت به فؤادك, right? But that doesn't mean you then do that everything they did is correct, right? When Lut, said, these are my daughters, right? If you are going to do it, kuntum fa'ilin haulai banati. That doesn't mean that is something which is endorsed by Allah, right?
I think he meant that in a not sarcastic, but like a kind of shock way, like at least have sex with a girl, like rather than a man. That's what he's kind of trying to imply. I don't think he meant that literally.
He said, these are my daughters, right? And they replied to, we don't have any haqq with respect to your daughters, stuff like that. But the point is that, look,
or maybe the call. I think he meant like have sex with the daughter, the females of my nation rather than.
No, but look, you're almost reading this as if these are stories that God is making up, right? Like God is making up these stories, and so He said it in this sort of way for all of us. No, these are things that actually happened. Like I certainly believe these are things that actually happened, right?
Of course,
This is what He did, right?
Yeah.
He did it with His own free will, right? So God is just narrating to us the stories of it, right? And of course, there's a lot to learn in that. There's a lot to learn from the interaction, from the whole thing, and for various reasons these stories are told to us, right? But that doesn't mean
sexuality immoral. Then is it a fahisha?
Yes, about that.
It's the gist. Look, do you know what? Like I said, I agree with you in a lot of things, like vast majority of things, right? But my only concern when your interaction with that guy was if the whole approach. For some reason, it just didn't. I'm talking about the approach. I'm not talking about the substance, the contents of the discussion.
Yeah.
It was the style with which you approached it seemed slightly softy. Do you think there's a way? Look, the contents of something can be the same, but there's a way in which you say it. The points can be valid, but there's like an emphasis that needs to be done at different times. You could say to like your child, like playtime is good. Okay, of course that's good, but at this time he needs to be doing his homework or whatever. Like, there's a time and place to say something. I feel like throughout the whole interaction, a lot of the things were coming out slightly, and I don't sit in the left or right camp. I'm sitting whatever Allah says, right? It's just it seemed a bit softy, and like I felt like where the harshness needed to be emphasized, it should have just been emphasized. But having that been said, do you think there's any punishments for homosexual? Does there need to be or anything like this? Because the Quran does say that.
I didn't get into that, but yes, there is, of course. So when it comes to the Quran, it just says fa'adhuhuma, right?
Yeah,
so fa'adhuhuma. So again, this is another example where we
is that for zina or is that for
no? This is for the homosexuality.
Is that what it says?
Yeah. وَالَّذَانِ يَأْتِيَانِهَا مِنْكُمْ فَآذُوهُمَا, right? And those two men who do it, the fahisha, right? Among you, then adhuhuma, give them a penalty for that, right? There should be some sort of harm that's being done for that, right? Some sort of it can be whatever it is, but again, it's an example, a very pertinent example, which shows that there's no law being given. You're saying that it's sort of like wishy-washy. We don't have exact laws. Yeah, we don't have exact laws because it's not going to be that you can't have that that one size fits law for everybody. So in this case, for example, why didn't the Quran just say, okay, lash them this number of times, or do this number of times?
I think the Mani Khan interprets it. I think as I kind of give them, like rebuke them, and like kind of mock, like kind of doing it in society.
Yeah, I mean that's It can be that, but it's a very general word. It just says fa'adhuhuma. It could mean lashes as well. It could be 10 lashes. It could be, like you said, rebuked publicly. It could be, any number of things. But the point is that nothing is specified, right? Why is
I like
specified?
that breadth. I agree with you. I think there is breadth in the Quran to, and the general maxim is that if someone does some harm, you can that you can, like for example, if someone got killed or someone got raped, I feel like maybe you rape them back, like I don't know, with whatever object. No, but I'm serious. So like, because some of these things so heinous, I do feel
Yeah,
if someone's
no,
raped and robbed a girl of their innocence, you just do the same back. Whatever, you just do the same back for that person. I think
no, no.
there's that.
I think that's too rago, huh? As we would used to
I
say.
know, but you know, but I hate rape. As in, like, I think it's such a
I
evil,
know.
scummy thing to do. I think you deserve, you reap what you sow, and you should
You
get
deserve a lot of things. I
deserve
mean,
what
for
you got. Okay,
example,
you've done it. That's it.
yeah,
You're gonna
I
get it
mean,
back, man.
I've argued, for example, like one of the harshest things mentioned in the Quran, for example, is crucifixion, right? That's something which is like the top thing that's mentioned, right? And yusallabu, that they should be
Yeah.
crucified. I would say that anybody, for example, or even in the past, those who dropped atomic bombs on Japan, right?
Yeah.
I think people like that deserve that kind of like really bad punishment. That's really
Is sulb mentioned as a
the worst
punishment in
thing
the
you can
Quran, or
get.
is it just described for other previous things?
No, it mentions, that those who spread corruption on land and, who wage war against God and His Messenger, وَيَسْعَوْنَ فِي الْأَرْضِ فَسَادًا. وَيَسْعَوْنَ is like literally seeking out to do real corruption on the land. Then
Yeah.
their punishment is either that they should be killed, or they should be exiled, or they should have their hands and feet cut from opposite sides, or they should be crucified, right? So you have a bunch of different options. And of course, we, again,
So
in
do you
terms
think
of
Allah's
laws,
already included the scope of these punishments within the what He listed there as well?
I think these are punishments that we are basically can use for the worst types of corruptions and things done in the land. Like I said, what we call now wars, crimes against humanity, war crimes, these sort of things.
What
And
about homosexuality?
Yeah, homosexuality is already given in a different verse. It says فَأَذُوهُمَا, so you're not gonna impose one of these other ones, right?
Why not? Why can't we use one of these penalties that Allah's given them?
Because this one is called just adha. Adha can't be something which you're going to end up killing the person, right? And it's just like it's not going to be like crucified or something. And it's already mentioned there. It's supposed to be something which is basically just a punishment for that, and that's it. And of course, that's what we're talking about here. Any kind of like public homosexuality and stuff like that. But going back to what you're saying about what I mentioned to that guy, right?
Yeah.
So I'd have to listen back to it again to see if I was being wishy-washy or soft or whatever. But in the end, he was asking mostly about those who are homosexuals, and they can't, they can't shake that. It's not like you can tell somebody.
I do have an interesting view about homosexuality.
You can't tell somebody who's a homosexual just stop being it, and he's like, okay, and he'll just. It's not a decision. Right, so this is the issue. I mean,
I have quite a lot of sympathy. There's a case study of a gay I knew, and he's a 5 times namazi. He prayed 5 times a day, very religious. And coming as a background doctor, psychiatrist, coming a lot like I had a lot of sympathy. He's been suicidal, depressed, severely depressed because he was so conflicted. And I get your point, and I can't remember the background of that person, whether he grew up mainly around sisters and didn't have a father figure. Maybe that might have been what's that factor called?
The contributing
factor. But I do he was genuinely torn within himself. He's tried to be straight, but he's bent. Like he cannot do anything about it. He likes men and he's not satisfied by women. But I do think, like you said, the end thing is that it's like, but I feel another nuance point is that men go through something similar when they can't get women. Like you don't want to do zina, but Allah has prohibited it, and you have to restrict your natural urge and avoid haram. So like that's the same scenario. But interestingly, where does the prohibition of fornication come in Islam then?
What do you mean? It's sifah.
The Quran. It's mentioned in.
Yeah, it's still fahisha. So sifah is going to be a fahisha.
Is that mentioned, the word sifah? Sifah?
Yeah, sifah is mentioned in those verses which talk about, marrying women who don't take, mistresses. ولا غير مسافحين. So it's called,
Oh,
it's used in those verses, right? But sifah is known. It's Arabic word. It means to fornicate, right? So it's not something which is unknown, right? So musafih, it's usually using the word musafihin, right? غير مسافحين.
so can a man have concubines in this day and age? Is there like, do you think there's a modern day equivalent? Because marriage is, this is a different point, but this is something I want to know. So if you don't mind,
Yeah,
just answering this question, please.
yeah,
Marriage is
yeah.
extremely difficult these days. It's someone,
So
because with
yeah,
with hypergamy in society, how women are running loose and how extremely scant quality women are available that are eligible marriage partners, and how much money you need and like good looks and all this kind of thing. Is there like a Allah kept the ma malakat aymanukum, but do we have some sort of dispensation this modern day and age? It's like modern slavery,
well,
maybe like a job, or like
it's
you know.
I think it's completely misunderstood, the ma malakat aymanukum, right? So ma malakat
Okay.
aymanukum are so before Islam, before the Prophet arrived, Medina, people don't know this, but a huge section of the society were slaves, right? Up to a third of the people of Medina were slaves, right?
Yes.
Something between a quarter and a third, right? Slavery was already there, right?
Yeah.
So whether ma malakat aymanukum is it's umbrella term for both slaves that you own, right?
Yeah.
And with what's called prisoners of war, because you also basically own them, right? They're in your hands. They're in the power of your hands. Ma malakat aymanukum literally means those in
Well, you're
in
right.
whose those in your right hand's power, right? Ma malakat aymanukum, those who are in your right hand's power, basically. So those who you control, you have control over the slaves and the prisoners of war. Okay.
Yes.
So when it comes to marriage, right? When it comes to marriage, the Quran lays out very clearly who you can marry, who you can't marry in Surah An-Nisa.
I think. Yeah.
And then afterwards, once it's saying who you can marry, there's a dispensation given to those who can't afford to marry the free women, that they should marry ma malakat aymanukum, right? They should marry ma malakat aymanukum. And then you have that whole situation of that then if these women are if they commit zina after that, they will have half the punishment, etc., etc. But showing that these are married women, right? So the verse is very, very poorly understood in that kind of way. It says من لم يستطع منكم طولا أن ينكح المحصنات المؤمنات فمما ملكت أيمانكم من فتياتكم المؤمنات. And whoever among you cannot find the means to marry the free believing women, then he should marry from what your right hand possesses. Means you have to marry them. It's not like what the Arabs went back to doing after the Prophet passed away, which just have concubines, right? No, they have to be married, right? So it's not concubines. This is just basically another category of married women, and which is why it's a concession. If you can't marry the free women, you marry the ma malakat aymanukum, right? And this verse and the one after it basically it gives you the definition for which all those other verses which talk about that you must preserve your private parts except upon your wives or ma malakat aymanukum, because you can have one or the other. You can't have both. If you are married already, you can't have you can't marry ma malakat aymanukum, because that's a concession given to those who can't marry normal women, right? This is verse it's 25 from Surah An-Nisa.
I didn't get that last point. So basically, either it was even Surah Mu'minun as illa ala azwajihim aw ma malakat aymanuhum. So like,
you can either be married.
So doesn't it suggest that azwaj and malakat and the ma malakat are different categories? Or no?
Yeah, they are different categories.
Yeah. So like,
right?
But doesn't that argue for the validity of concubines? So
no, because this other verse is saying that you must marry those ma malakat aymanukum, right? Okay. So I know it seems like a thing, but the Quran in those verses, like in Surah Al-Mu'minun, is just being concise, right? It's talking
It's
about
referring to a different
azwaj.
pedigree of women. They're like a different
Yeah, it's
pedigree of
talking
women,
a different
actually.
category of married women, basically, because
Yeah.
the Malakat Aymanukum, they are their own category of married women because they have, you know, certain concessions. Like again, the punishment for zina is half for them, okay? Because these were women who were slaves. These were women who were, you know, prisoners of war. These are women who are much more vulnerable to being sort of like coerced or pushed or, you know, whatever into like these sort of things, okay? But the point
But
of
aside from the
the
semantics, how can I apply this to the modern day and age when marriage is so difficult? So what's the dispensation? Is there any laxity from Allah? But
there's no dispensation because we don't have unless you have a slave or a prisoner of war, right? And if you're not married already, right? If you're both, so you can't, you're not able to afford to marry normally, right? A normal free woman, right? And there's no, there's no slaves or concubines who you'll be able to, not concubines, slaves or prisoners of war, right? That you can marry. You don't like own any slaves, and there's no prisoners of war that you could ask to be freed and have their freedom be like the marriage gift or whatever. Then no, this can't apply, right? This was a concession given to those who cannot marry normally, right? At the end of that verse, it says, so after explaining, that it's concession. Whoever cannot marry free women, then he can marry from Malakat Aymanukum, right? And then afterwards, at the end of towards the end, it says, "Wan tasbiru khayrun lakum." Even then, to just be patient is better than marrying Malakat Aymanukum.
because Allah wants to get high quality women.
Yeah, it's better than marrying a slave woman or a thing. Let these women become freed first, right? Let these women become, the prisoners of war be released, and maybe they come back, whatever it is. But that's a concession. The interesting thing about that set of verses, the whole set of verse of marriage, which begins all the way from, I think, verse number either 21 or something, but all the way up to 24 from Surah An-Nisa. After that last verse detailing the concession for marriage, right? It says a very, very insightful thing, which comes to the next, what happened historically, because historically, the Muslims didn't follow this, right? They married, but then they took an unlimited number of concubines and stuff. The next verse says, "Yuridullahu liyubayyina lakum." God wants to make things clear to you and to guide you towards the sunnahs of those before you, meaning marriage. All of this was about marriage, so it's about marriage. The sunnahs of those before us, what's being guided to about over here, all of these previous instructions in those previous verses are about marriage. So God wants to guide us towards marriage, and He wants to وَيَتُوبَ عَلَيْكُمْ. And then it says, "Wallahu yuridu an yatuba alaykum," and God wants to repent towards you. Again, it said. And then it says it's something very, it's like a window into what was happening there. And it says, وَيُرِيدُ الَّذِينَ يَتَّبِعُونَ الشَّهْوَاتِ أَن تَمِيلُوا مَيْلًا عَظِيمًا. And those who want you to follow your passions, your lusts, they want to digress you in a huge way, right? So what does that mean? It means that there's this path of marriage which God is laying out for us. But among the people at the time, there were those who wanted to follow their passions, and they wanted to divert the rest of the ummah towards the passions and stuff, lusts. And that eventually is what happened, right? So they found the way to take people away from this focus on marriage towards, concubines and this and that and the other, right? So that happened. So, you get, the Quran has a lot of these historical tidbits which tell you something about the intentions of the people around, of some of the bad actors. Okay, so this is this is named there one of the intentions, some of the intentions of the bad actors. God wants to repent towards you and to guide you towards the sunnahs of marriage, whereas those who follow their passions want to divert you from that. And they succeeded to a certain extent.
Can I ask a quick questions?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Because I know it's like a live stream, but I guess like if I was having a phone conversation, I really needed guidance. So I'd do the same. It's available to the public, right? These are burning questions in my mind. So, do you feel that marriage is it like an urfi thing? There's no obviously kind of kabul kind of three things specified in the Quran, is it like an urf thing because the story is about Sahaba that they were married before Jahili, and then when they came over Medina, there's no renewed contract. Controversially, if someone does try and get with someone, they do have sex, but like the intention is marriage, but for whatever reason, marriage very difficult. Is that such a bad thing if they're both wanting marriage? And is the number of wives unlimited?
So with the first one, yes, marriage is 100% a urfi thing, right? It's basically you have to be. It has to marriage. You can't. There's no such thing as secret marriages. Don't think that you and me are married and nobody else knows we're married.
Yes.
Right? It has to be something which is known. Like people have to know that this woman is married, right? So that nobody will try on with her or this or that. You have to know that this is a family unit. This is a married couple, and together they're going to have a family. They're going to start. So it has to be something which is recognized by the community as a marriage.
Correct.
Right? If it's not recognized by the rest of the community, it's a societal thing. If the society doesn't recognize something as a marriage, it's not a marriage. It has to be recognized. So it has to be by al-ma'ruf. So the Quran, uses the word ma'ruf a lot, especially with respect to marriage. Okay, bil ma'ruf, according to what is known, right?
Yeah.
So it has to be in line with what the people know. If you go to I don't know, Brazil or Japan or wherever it is, and you go over there and you want to marry a girl there, you have to do it in a way where everybody else will recognize
in accordance to their custom.
And concede that that's a marriage. Yes, you are married, right? If you just go and do something else and say, okay, I'm going to qabul and this and that, no. So now, for example, people will not recognize that it's a marriage unless it's done legally. It has to be done legally. If you're not legally married, you're not married, right? You can say, in the sort of like a subculture or sub-community of Muslims in different areas, like in the UK, where people will just have religious ceremonies and they're married. Okay, that's fine if the community altogether recognizes that that's the case. Right?
That's fine. Yeah,
that's also fine, right? Because even then, the law, I think, in the UK works in other places. You can take that forward and say, yes, we married religiously for this long, and they all consider that to be like marriage anyway. Right.
Correct.
So it has to be something which is recognized by the community at large that yes, you are a married couple, right? If it isn't, then it isn't, right?
What if a guy wants to seal the deal and look, because let's just say, because a lot of obstacles to marriage, a lot of it's cultural barriers, racism, whatnot, it's just very difficult. So let's say a guy and a girl did have sex, but they kind of, and often unless you kind of, I guess, seal the deal or consummate or have it's very things are very precarious and up in the air, and so if they did and they went forward with it and they got married and everything, is that such a big deal? Because their aim was that, is that such a...
Well, it's still sifah beforehand, right? Still, what they did was still a fahisha, right? It's still sort of like a betrayal against the family of the girl, especially, right? Because it's more difficult. It's more dangerous for the woman involved, the girl involved, right?
What if
many men that will just take advantage of it and then sort of like bounce, right?
True. Yeah, I'm saying what if the intention is 100% marriage, but for whatever reason the marriage is it's going to be very difficult.
It's difficult because the parents and this and that and the other.
Yeah.
You mean
and then even sometimes mosques aren't even kind of conducive. They don't even help. And they put restrictors and barriers and stuff like this.
Yeah. No, I understand. I'm not sure. I mean, I would generally. So it'd have to be a case, sort of like case by case. Yeah, you'd have to actually really see if this is really is difficult, if there's really some real problems to it, if all of it, if it's like an injustice, right? Because you can't allow this kind of injustice in preventing people from getting married for basically no reason, right? For no reason other than race or this or whatever. But if it's they can't get married because financial reasons, stuff like that, then no.
You're right. If you're broke, then just get your money.
Yeah, if you can't actually afford to get married, you can't actually
get married.
Do it. Then you have to have patience, right? I mean, the Quran mentions that as well. You just have patience until Allah enriches you from His bounty, right? You just have to have patience with that. So it's a very, we have to be careful not to allow, blur the lines between when somebody's married or not married, right? And say, oh well, there's sort of the intention is okay, the intention is there, but they're still not married. Now, if they later on down the line they do get married, retrospectively, does that undo the sin that happened? Maybe in Allah's sight, I don't know, right? It could be that
Because the hikmah is there. It's like a long term, even like Mufti Abdul
yeah, you could have two people who are
It's-
completely faithful to each other, right?
Yeah.
Just as if they were married, right?
Yeah.
And then they haven't gotten married yet. But later on down the line, they do get married, and then that as if it makes it halal, makes the past sort of like halal. But
I know, hiding it
until
for like
then-
ridiculously long, like in uni, you spend like years and you're having sex throughout the whole time and purposely keeping it
Yeah.
under wraps, like a lot of Pakistanis do. That's wrong. That's
Yeah,
wrong.
it's-
Like, you should
it's
just like
it's dangerous.
if
Yeah,
it's
you're involved in fahisha, and it's
yeah,
a
that's
betrayal.
100% wrong. That's completely
Yeah,
wrong.
It's betrayal of her family. She's also betraying her family. You also, I mean, it's just a door to so much trouble, right?
Yeah.
Right. That's why
I
the
feel
Quran
like
even
if it's
says, "Don't come close
the
to."
time scales are important. So if it's like kind of fairly soon, or like almost immediately, look, you announce it like that's my wife. Don't go near,
Yeah.
guys. It's off premises.
Yeah, I mean, the Quran also it talks about الفواحش ما ظهر منه وما بطن. The fawahish, what is apparent of it, and what is being hidden, right?
Right.
You have to sort of keep away from both, and that is certainly a hidden fawahish. Is kind of like sifah with somebody that you're not married to, but you've kept it like quiet. You've hidden it. No, the Quran is saying stay away from both.
Yeah.
فواحش ما ظهر منه وما بطن. Of the outward, doing it
I'll give you an
outwardly.
interesting anecdote to myself. Like the mosques weren't prepared to do the nikah. So I physically couldn't. I just didn't have. It wasn't allowed. Then obviously there was like a customary kind of thing that had to be done, and then, but it was very extremely difficult. Do you? Last controversial question: is the number of wives allowed? Is it unlimited?
I think it doesn't. No, it's not limited to 4. Right, it's not limited to 4. As in, yeah, it can be more.
Yes.
I did a stream about that where, I sort of explained that what the very unique sort of like numbering that's in that Mathna wa Thulas wa Ruba'. A lot of people has been written about that. If you look in tafsir, is about why is it written that way? Why is it just wahida aw ithnain? Why isn't it written in that kind of way? Even the wording used. So because the whole issue with the whole mentioning of polygyny, right, in those verses is really about for the benefit of orphans. That verse is really all about the orphans. It's got nothing to do about it's not really about how much women you can marry, right?
Yes.
The whole thing is really about orphans, right? So the reason why I think it's worded in that way is the idea is this. The idea is that in the society, like whether it's post-war or like in sort of after the Battle of Uhud, that happened a lot. Over 70 men were killed, and you had a huge number of orphans, right? So the idea behind it is this: in the society
orphans
where you fear,
orphans as well.
Orphans.
Oh, I see.
Because really about the orphans. It's about the orphans, really, right?
Yeah.
So in a society where you have a lot of orphans and the society feels that they cannot look after them because that's what the condition is. If you fear that you cannot be equitable towards the orphans, then marry of women, right? Now, it doesn't have to be the widows. It can be any women, right? Because it says, whichever seems pleasing or good to you of the women, right?
Yeah.
In 2s, 3s, or 4s. So why 2? Why is it written that way? 2, 3s, and 4s. I think it means this: that you marry everybody. Like, let's say there's a certain number of men who can afford to marry more than one wife. So they all now marry a second wife, right? And then they take the second wife now becomes, through her you adopt the orphans. Right, she becomes like the second household that you're looking after, and she takes in and becomes the mother to these orphans. These orphans who need like parents. They need like a father figure or somebody who will be like, again, the father will take on the responsibility of protection to provide, and she will be the nurturer, the mother, right? And then if there's no more orphans, then that's it, right? But let's say there's still a surplus of orphans after all of these men who were able to marry two have married two. Now some of these men will be able to marry a third. Okay, so then they marry a third, and then they take on orphans again, and then etc. So it goes on like that until you get to like fours. So when you say twos, threes, and fours, it's given that progression. That at first the society marries tries to marry two women. Everybody tries to marry two women so they can look after the orphans. If that covers all the orphans, then that's it, right? And then if not, then threes. Start to marry threes. Those who had some of those who are married two can now marry a third. Threes, right? And then they take in more orphans, and then the fourth, the same thing, and that can continue. It doesn't have to stop there. Let's say after four.
So are we not marrying the orphan girls, or are we marrying women to look after the orphan girls?
You're marrying the women to look after the orphans. You're marrying the women to look after the orphans.
Is that clear from the verse that you're marrying? I get what you mean. Oh yeah,
because it's about the orphans, right? It's saying it's a solution to the problem of the orphans who are not being looked after properly. Right? The solution is what? To marry more women, right? So, for example, let's say myself, right? Let's say I right now there's a huge surplus of orphans in Gaza, right? Let's say if I had the ability to marry another woman, right? So I marry another woman, and I can adopt some of these orphans, and now I look after. They will become like a second family who I'm sort of looking after. Okay, so that's the idea, that you take in orphans because having another wife means that she can be a mother. You can have like two households now, right? There's your own household, right? And then there's household which you've set up because you are looking after the orphans. Okay. Now let's say after everybody who can has who could marry four has married four, and they've taken in as many orphans as they can, and yet still there are still more orphans. What would be the issue of somebody who could marry a fifth wife, right? To take in more orphans, to do that, because again the goal is to take care of orphans, right? It's not about it's not about limiting or not limiting polygyny, right? So the verse has really got nothing to do. It's not
100%.
encouraging nor discouraging polygyny.
Yeah.
The Quran does not encourage multiple wives, nor discourages it, right?
Yeah.
This is just part of the urf of the people of Arabia. They would marry more than one woman, right? They could do that, and so the Quran utilizes that as a sort of like welfare for orphans.
100%.
Okay, it just utilizes as a welfare for orphans. So yes, there you can marry more than four, because the Quran doesn't limit the number of you can marry. Okay, that the 2, 3s, and 4s is just in the context of trying to get to look after orphans.
And what's your backing for that kind of thing of adopting the girls? Is that mentioned in the verse? Is that in the litany, or is that kind of something that you're
it's pretty much in the verse. I mean, I don't think it's a much of a ta'wil. If you want, I can bring it out now. Let's pull it out. Why not?
I just have, if you can bring that, and I promise it's going to be my last question, because I was listening to Mufti Abu Layth. I'll be honest, you kind of summed up all the ahkam that I had like an issue, like I was confused about. I feel like it's already clarified in this session. If somebody wants to listen back to it. The halal meat, do you feel like there is such a thing as halal meat, or is it only something that before people used to offer like the names of Ra and all different kind of gods, and they sacrifice that meat? So do you feel like as long as the blood's drained and all this kind of thing, is anything game, or is it like only the meat of the Ahl Kitab and the halal? What would you say?
No, I think that that there is such a thing as halal meat, right? In terms of you'd really say haram meat, right? The haram meat is what's been sacrificed to other than God, right? I think
that
there is
happen nowadays, though.
Yeah,
very rarely,
right? But when it comes to like actual halal, so something which has been you mentioned the name of God when you kill it, I think that is different from that now. So there is a halal.
You have to say Bismillah before you kill the thing, you have to.
Yes, I definitely, because it's it's mentioned explicitly there, and you're taking a life, right? You're taking a life, and I think it does actually affect. I really believe that there's more to life and things like this, and this world is mysterious, and there is an impact, right, of killing something in in the name of Allah versus not, like not doing
100%.
that, right?
100%.
So I think there is a very important spiritual component there. And and the funny thing about the Quran, very it seems to like emphasize that quite a bit. وَلَا تَأْكُلُوا مِمَّا لَمْ يُذْكَرِ اسْمُ اللَّهِ عَلَيْهِ, it says, and do not eat from that on which God's name has not been mentioned. Right? And of course, some people say that you can just say Bismillah on any food. No, it's talking about things being killed.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Right. Because you're talking about the spirit leaving the body and stuff like that. Who knows?
As a counter devil's advocate, how would they how do you know it's not just something you do say Bismillah before you feed? Like, how do you know it's about the time of slaughter? I'm playing devil's advocate. I agree with your point.
I understand. Well, because the whole thing is all about slaughtering. The whole context of the thing is all about when you kill something, right? And it talks about la yanalu Allahu dima'uha wa la luhumuha. The meat and the blood does not reach Allah, but what reaches Him is the taqwa from you, right?
Yeah.
It's also talking about the an'am. The whole section is all talking about the an'am, the baqar, the ghanam, right? The cows, the sheep, the camels. So it has to be about that. What else is it going to be? Right, it's not going to be about fruits or something, right? Don't eat from what God.
So can we eat Ahl Kitab's meat in America and the UK and stuff like this?
Yeah, it's like kosher. It's
even even like the UK is a Christian country, or America. Like, can we eat the meat here?
No, because most you don't know if they are sacrificing it. When they kill the animal, are they mentioning God's name? Right.
But isn't the context of a lot of Salafi scholars have said that the meat in UK and America is fine because Christians never used to say Allah's name anyway. It's kind of they never had a halal. Christians in particular, I know Jews are a separate thing, but they never had like a halal way of sacrificing. They just sacrifice.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about the Christian background when it comes to that. But even if, let's say, that's true, then what's meant by Ahlul Kitab there would be those who do, right? So among them, I'm sure among the Christians there will be some who do, and among the Jews, definitely they mostly do, right? They have that very strict like kosher ways of slaughtering, right? And it's mostly about that. I mean, I spoke one time with a rabbi, right? And I was asking him, is our food halal for you, right? And he says no, right? It isn't. Yeah. The verse says your food is halal for them, and their food is halal for you, though. The verse says that. But again, it's talking about the slaughtering, right? Because in terms of like the slaughtering, right, and their slaughtering, we both do that. We both mention God's name, right? But in terms of for something to be kosher, right, there's a bunch of other rules that they have, other ridiculous rules. It has to be done by a rabbi, for example. Like it can't be like a Muslim can't slaughter using all of the rules of kosher, and it will be halal for the Orthodox Jews. It won't be because it hasn't been done by a rabbi, right? Okay, so it's one of those ridiculous things that they have. But in essence, our food is halal for them. It's just that they've added this extra rule, which is it's basically to keep the monopoly on the butcher, so they won't have like Jews.
The key issue I'm talking about, the reason why it's a massive polemic issue is that if you're living in the UK, America, I'm not talking about from the point of ease. A lot of this is a massive because it affects my life because I changed my viewpoint recently. I started eating non-halal meat, like from Tesco, Sainsbury's, wherever. Is because the fatwa from this Saudi shuyukh is that the Christians have had a halal way, like a kosher way of sacrificing, and they've always, in the time of the Quran, when the context, Ahl Kitab, وَطَعَامُهُمْ حِلٌّ لَكُمْ وَطَعَامُكُمْ حِلٌّ لَهُمْ. It's like the Christians, like I know, like my wife's Christian as well, so like they don't have a particular way of sacrificing, never have, and that's the same in the context of the Prophet Muhammad's time. So surely Christian meat should be halal.
No, but I mean, your family's, your wife's family, or do you know any Christian like butchers or farmers, or what do they do? Right? Do they actually mention God's name?
No, they don't do that. No.
Yeah.
Nada.
Yeah. Well, so, then what takes precedence is the verse which says, "Don't eat from that which God's name has not been mentioned." Right? because that's the whole point
Then
of
why
them being
did
Ahl
Allah
al-Kitab.
mention? I get your point, but why did Allah mention then the Ahl Kitab's meat halal? Because the name of Allah is not mentioned from when Christians sacrifice meat. They don't have a
No, but I
particular
mean,
method.
it's not, but it's not specifying only the Christians. I mean, the Christians, again, I don't know about their dietary practices or what they have it from before. But I mean,
I'm very sure that 99% sure that vast majority, talking about generalized Christians, do not have a specified way of sacrifice. They don't say Allah's name or anything like this or
Mhm.
Jesus, whatever. And in Surah Maida, it does mention that the Ahl Kitab's meat halal, and they're part of Ahl Kitab.
yeah,
So
but
what's your
I mean,
response
it's not
to
gonna.
that?
Yeah, but I mean, again, I think it's specifying it's going to be only about those who actually do slaughter in God's name, right? So I mean, you can't if
Yeah.
you know, like I mean, so let's say that the Christians don't do that, but is it part of their laws? I mean, for example, one of the
Christians don't have
things
those.
yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It's part of their kitab, right? That they should be following the laws, right? I mean, you know, the whole thing about Jesus saying, you know, I have not come to abolish the law and things like this, right? That Jesus
We
never
kind
pays
of
Pope.
know that Christians never followed the Jewish. They mainly followed the New Testament. They don't follow the Old Testament commands. That's like quite known that Christians have always been known to not do that. They like as in the time prophecy when the Quran was revealed, it's very known that Christians never had a specified method of slaughter.
Yeah, but the Jews do. I mean, the majority of when it talks about Ahl al-Kitab in the Quran, especially when it talks about, you know, those close by, it's talking about I mean, Medina had the Jews, right? They didn't really have. There was no opportunity to eat the meat of the Christians in Medina. So you know, there are a lot of times in the Quran where when it talks about Ahl al-Kitab, right? It's obviously it's talking about either the Jews or the Christians, right? Like when it's all, you know, all people of the book don't go to excess in terms of your religion and don't say about God except the truth. Truly, the Messiah, Son of Mary, is only, etc. Of course, there it's talking about the Christians, right? So I'm going to be talking about the Jews, right? The Jews as in being, you know, because the Jews don't say, they don't say that sort of like ghulu about Jesus, right? They say the opposite, right? So when you know, you have to look at it in that kind of context. That what's being mentioned here is going to be, of course, those Jews, those Ahl al-Kitab who do follow their dietary laws, right? So firstly, it's going to be the Jews. Then it's going to be whichever Christians still follow the Jewish law.
I don't know how many Christians follow Jewish law.
Yeah, neither do I.
Do you not think that's not very applicable then to Christians? So do you not think that? So do you think that law doesn't apply essentially, and essentially, apart from kosher and halal meat, no other meat's halal then, from your perspective?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but I mean, going back to that verse, I mean, that verse, it's the emphasis of that whole verse isn't just about, you know, it's talking about the women are halal for you, you know, and
Are Christian women
for them,
halal for Muslim men?
yeah,
Even though
basically saying about marriage,
even if they do shirk, like because it says the mushrika is not allowed. This is what my mom said once, but so
yeah.
isn't that so? You're not allowed to marry someone who's idolatrous, right?
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to the mushrikeen, whether you can marry a person who commits shirk or not, right? I think that's it. I mean, I've given my opinion about that. That no, or the list in Surah what's called Surah Al-Nisa, which talks about who you can and can't marry, is exhaustive. That it doesn't mention faith or religion, you know, about that. That you can actually marry somebody from any faith, right? That it's not haram to marry somebody who is not a thing. The issue with
is that just about females? Is that
no? I mean, because it even says, for example, like you know, if you commit zina. Yeah, I know. I went through all of those. I mean, it'll be long to sort of like re-explain it all now. But for example, like, you know how a person who commits zina, they say like one of the verses says that a zani, nobody can marry the zani except another zani or a mushrik, right?
Yeah.
So here we have somebody who's commits zina, who's a mu'min, who's a believer. And now they're allowed to marry a now they're allowed to mushrik. No. So there's a lot more nuance in those verses. The main issue with the verse which says don't marry the mushrikeen hatta yu'min, and then it explains, it says the reason why this is being sort of like commanded, it's more like a recommendation, is because they call to the fire. It's like they call to the fire. أولئك يدعون إلى النار. They are calling to fire. And it's also how it comes down to what is a mushrik, right? I mean, the thing when it comes to shirk, it's a very, very misunderstood thing. That, idolatry and multiple gods, and it's not the same as shirk. Shirk is about ibadah to others with Allah, right? It's about ibadah to others with Allah. It's not so much about these other things. So that's why, for example, the Ahl al-Kitab, the Christians, are not ever called mushrikeen. They're not called directly mushrikeen. They can be guilty of shirk. The shirk there is mostly with respect to their rabbis and priests and stuff like that, right? Which is why they are mentioned first. اتخذوا أحبارهم أربابا من دون الله والمسيح ابن مريم. And then Jesus, son of Mary, is mentioned afterwards. Their primary arbab, their primary lords, are actually their priests and their rabbis. Okay, because they are more in ibadah to them than to Isa. Isa did not, command anything that so that they could be taken him as a lord apart from Allah. So that comes down to that. But there was another verse I was going to bring up.
Just to be very so that question, I'm just going to reiterate again. So are you sure that Christians are not so like the meat in like Mackey's, McDonald's, like in the UK, America, all these kind of countries, Christian countries, Western Europe, whatever, or even Eastern Europe, is it haram then?
Yeah, I would say no. You're not allowed to eat that. It's haram, yeah, because it's called fisq, right? I mean, here's an interesting. Let me pull out that verse.
Yeah, please.
Yeah. وإن أطعتموهم.
How do you search verses, by the way? Is it like through?
I have an app on my phone. It's easy. It's the easiest way to find. It's easy. I have just called, what's it called? Qur'an. Just Qur'an. It's just called Qur'an. I think it's the one by Qur'an.com. The same app by Qur'an.com. The same app by them. So it's this one, which is in Surah Al-An'am.
Yeah.
121. Right?
Yeah.
So this is very interesting. It says, وَلَا تَأْكُلُوا مِمَّا لَمْ يُذْكَرِ اسْمُ اللَّهِ عَلَيْهِ وَإِنَّهُ لَفِسْقٌ. And do not eat of that upon which the name of Allah has not been mentioned. Right? And it is. Now the interesting thing is when you're talking about those who, who will convince you that it's okay, that they never used to do this. It's all jidal. So it's in the next verse. It says, وَإِنَّ الشَّيَاطِينَ, and truly the shayateen, لَيُوحُونَ إِلَىٰ أَوْلِيَائِهِمْ, they inspire to their allies, لِيُجَادِلُوكُمْ, so that they will argue with you, right? So this verse is telling us to respect to this very issue of not eating that which God's name has not been mentioned. You will find that there are shayateen who are creating arguments, the shayateen who are inspiring their awliya, right? The awliya to argue with you about it, right? So that they can dispute you with it, right? To sort of like dispute, take you away from that, right? And then it says, and this is one of the key actually verses which tells you something about shirk. وَإِنْ أَطَعْتُمُوهُمْ إِنَّكُمْ لَمُشْرِكُونَ, right? But if you obey them after knowing this, right, then you are mushrikun, right? Because shirk is really about ibadah to others with Allah, right? It's about ibadah, servitude, right? So like being in obedience, right, to others, right? Who you know what Allah has commanded, and others are saying something different, right? And you sort of like out of reverence to these others, you obey them, right? So it's a very, very poignant verse. But the point is that this is this part here where it's saying that there are those who will try to argue about this issue, right? The people who want to argue about not eating from what God eating from that which God's name has not been mentioned. So I think it is very, very important. Now, why is it important? I've never been able to really get a complete answer of that, other than there is something.
Mufti Abu Lays talks about, but this is where his perspective brings some interesting nuance. So he's diametrically opposite towards you, where anything's game, everything's halal, basically everything kullu halal. Like Christian do nothing. because he said the context with which, because these animals were sacrificed with like, as a generally animals back in the day were sacrificed at the altar or temple in the name of like some shirky god. Do you know what I mean? Like some other than Allah, basically. So this is why, in terms of, he kind of brings in terms of that context, this is why it's not allowed. Yeah, and that's why this command came in, and he says like, and that was to differentiate, and like I think somebody,
Yeah, maybe it needs more thought, but I'd be wary of it just because, you know, whenever I see these kind of like these warnings in the Quran about, hey, you know, I'm telling you something, and be careful, those who are going to like sort of like try to take the other way around, so dispute things. I'm wary. I'm like, okay, I have to be careful, because it's telling us it's like a piece of history, right, or a piece of like sort of like even foresight in the Quran, telling us, hey, you know, be careful. There are shayateen out there inspiring others to argue about this issue, right? To argue about this issue. So it makes me very, very wary. It wouldn't surprise me, to be honest, with Mufti. The thing with Mufti Abu Layth is he's very like, he denies all the miracles, like in the Quran. He denies this kind of sort of spirit. And at the same time, he doesn't. He denies this kind of like spiritual aspect to sort of like the world, right? Well, he does and he doesn't, because he does actually, you know, he thinks a lot about consciousness, and he talks about. I think he actually did one of those, not ayahuasca, but one of those other, you know, like magic mushrooms or whatever it is, those things which are to help you into higher, you know, altered conscious states and stuff like that. But I think that there is a mark that's left, speaking in a metaphorical sense here, but there's a mark that's left on a creature that is killed without God's name mentioned on it. That there's a spiritual aspect to that which affects the meat and will make it a fisq to eat. It will actually affect you, right? You know, we talk sometimes about barakah in food, right? We've all experienced this, I think, right? Where you eat some food from somebody who really, you know, likes you, who prepared the food a lot, you know, with love and care, and it just feels different. You feel light afterwards. It's nourishing. It feels amazing, right? There's sometimes there's some food where you eat it and it's just, you know, it almost lightens up your spirit, right? And there are sometimes where you go to a very nice restaurant, it's expensive meal and something, you eat it and it just makes you feel heavy. It doesn't, like, you feel like almost dark and like sluggish and stuff. You can just imagine that the chef in the back was like, you know, pouring all his hate into his bad day at work or something into the meal or something. I don't know what it is.
Sorry,
right?
but I've just had an epiphany. But look here, you know, at the end it says, how strange is this? So if you do, then you'll be like mushrikeen. So like, isn't it kind of, I do get Mufti Abu Layth's point here, is that you are enjoining in this kind of shirky act because you're eating the meat. That's in the context.
Yeah.
If it's, so do you not think that kind of?
I understand. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. That it's saying here that if you you know, if
Can you read it
obey
through?
them,
Sorry, okay.
then you will be of the mushrikeen, right? Because again, like, it goes exactly to what Mufti Abu Layth is saying there, in terms of like, if these people are encouraging you to eat what God's name has, you know, what others' names have been mentioned with it. But this is not even saying that. It's saying, وَلَا تَأْكُلُوا مِمَّا لَمْ يُذْكَرِ اسْمُ اللَّهِ عَلَيْهِ.
Yeah.
Right? What God's name has not been mentioned upon it. It's not talking about, because there are other verses which talking about مَا أُهِلَّ لِغَيْرِ اللَّهِ بِهِ. Like, if this was that, if وَلَا تَأْكُلُوا مِمَّا أُهِلَّ لِغَيْرِ اللَّهِ بِهِ, then I would say yes, that you know, goes along a lot more to what Mufti is saying there. Because then it will be, and do not eat from that which has been sacrificed to other than Allah, right? Because it is fisq, and and there are shayateen who are trying to argue with you, and if you obey them, then you are mushrikeen. Okay, yes, that would. But this is talking about that which God's name has not been mentioned in at all. There's you know, in fiqh it's called matruk al-tadhkiyah or matruk al-tasmiyah, right? It's called what has not been, you know, mentioned to at all. And you know, it goes up to
Am I right in saying that if you said that if you eat something that other than Allah is mentioned, then you're going to be
No, I'm saying that even something which has not nobody's name has been mentioned at all, not Allah, not other than Allah, right?
Can
Then
you
no.
read the second part of the verse, like from the Arabic point of view? So what is so what? But in the shayateen, like yuhuna, I've never heard. What is that?
Like wahi.
Yuha, yeah.
Yeah, yuha, right? وَإِنَّ الشَّيَاطِينَ, and truly the shayateen, so the evil ones, the devils, so these are usually background characters, sort of, right? People who are like in the shadows, right? لَيُوحُونَ إِلَىٰ أَوْلِيَائِهِمْ, they are inspiring their awliya, their allies. So these are the people in the front, right? Their friends. These are the awliya of shaitan, right? Who will be in front, and they are the ones who will argue with you, right? They are the ones who will argue with you. You could say that these are the shayateen in the background. Awliya could even be like people of the sectarian mindset, because you do have that where, and they are the ones who are going to argue with you, right? So you have awliya of shaitan arguing with you about this point. But another interesting thing to
So is
mention
shayateen
about
not
that.
literal devils? They're not literal shayateen. They're just people.
No, shayateen al-ins wal jinn, right? They can be of men and jinn. It can be both, right? It can be shayateen of men or of jinn, right? You can have both. But for example, the verse
I
which
didn't
talks
get this. So
about.
the second part of the half of the verse, what's it trying to say? That
So this part of this middle part, not really the second, but this middle part of the verse is trying to say to be careful that there are going to be people who will try to argue with you, to dispute with you regarding this initial part, which is don't eat from that which God's name has not been mentioned upon it, and it is fisq, right?
Yeah.
And truly the shayateen are inspiring their awliya to argue with you, to dispute with you about this, right? They're going to try to argue and dispute with you about this issue, right?
Okay.
So that's what it reads like to me. Now, do you know, for example, there's the verse which talks about al-maita, right? That don't eat the maita, right? Then it also talks about and lists categories of that. So on natihatu, that which has jumped off a cliff, that which has fallen, that which was gored, that which is all of these different things. And then it talks about ma akala sabr illa ma zakkaytum, and what the wild beasts try to attack and go and thing, except that which you sort of get before it dies and slaughter it, right? So before it dies, before let's say a leopard or something has attacked a gazelle, right? And the gazelle's not quite dead yet, and you are able to get to it first and slaughter it in Allah's name, then that becomes halal. Okay, that becomes halal. So of this idea that you can't eat except everything is halal, basically what you're saying, that Mufti Abu Layth was saying. In that respect, why can't something which has just, for example, fallen from a cliff and died, why can't you eat that? Because the verse is saying you can't eat it. The first is called that is now maita, right?
No, I think he wasn't talking about Meta. I think he was
I
talking
know,
about
but I'm trying to impress that there's a spiritual aspect to the death of something, which renders the meat, its meat, either permissible to eat or not permissible to eat. Okay.
I thought it's because of health.
And the only thing we're allowed to, the only thing
naturally,
which is,
then it starts decaying, doesn't it? So it's more chance.
Yeah,
of
but
infection.
if it's immediate, if it's just right now, if something fell and died, it's not going to be decaying that much, right? Or if it's something which is, let's say, a leopard gored a cow or something, or one of your sheep, or a wolf came and attacked one of your sheep, it's almost dead. Well, that's been attacked by something, and now you are able to slaughter it just before it dies. Now it's allowed. But if you wait just 1 minute after and it's completely dead, now it's not allowed.
I see.
Now it's mated. Okay. Well, what is the difference between the actual physical difference between this and this? There's no physical difference. I think that there is something about a living creature. If we are going to consume it for our sustenance, right? That there is something in, because these are things have nafs, have ruh, right?
Yeah.
That there's something about killing them in the name of mentioning Allah's name when it's being killed, that has an effect, a spiritual effect on the meat which gets transferred to us. Okay, that's how I see it currently, right? That it is important that God's name is mentioned when these things which have spirit are killed, right? And I think that's also maybe why some of the sea creatures are not, so much. Fish. If you think of like a sort of like a hierarchy of sort of like almost consciousness and ability to sort of like spiritual aspect, sort of fish seem to be a little bit lower down, right? Than, for example, like a lot of like land mammals and stuff. Yeah. That's why, for example, you don't have to like say God's name or slaughter, I don't know, fruits or these sort of like not fruits, but maybe like a carrot, because you eat a carrot, it dies, right? And you have those fruitarians, those people who will only eat things which fall naturally from trees. That's like a next step to veganism.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So, I was going to say, so, I'm just going to ask this one to clarify it. So, like, do you feel that, because I've changed my opinion, and for me to go back, it's going to be like it's going to be a haraj on me, like, to a certain extent, because I'm obviously in a non-Muslim country, and there's halal options, but when I do travel sometimes, so like, you feel for sure that the Quran, when it was revealed at that time, but a lot of Christians, they don't follow the Old. I know that's a fact. They don't follow the Old Testament. They don't follow the rules. It's ubiquitous. It's known. It's like ma'ruf that Christians are not following the Old Testament, the scripture.
Yeah.
And they don't mention Allah's name. So you feel that it's not kind of alluding.
No, I think it doesn't. I think it doesn't. I think it doesn't supersede this verse or others like it, right? So when it says طعامهم حل لكم, their food is halal for you. Among their food is also pork. No, that's not going to be halal for us, right?
Of course,
just because it's halal for them, right? So I don't think it supersedes.
But why say that then? Doesn't that make it very vague and ambiguous? Because like it's kind of I mean, that's obvious, but like it's known that. But
I mean, it goes back to
just the Jews, like the only. So he could have said وَطَعَامُ يَهُودِي حِلُّ. That makes more sense because Christians don't. So like, do you not think that's kind of confused? That's a good counterpoint, isn't it?
A little bit. I mean, the thing for me, it's that those verses are not the verses which are talking about, which are talking about dietary laws, right? So I mean, let me put it up 5. What is it? 5.
Yeah, I think it's even verse 5. I think as well. Yeah, how do you use it? Is it Qur'an.com? You've got the Qur'an.com up, so you just kind of press search and.
Yeah, I mean, if you put it in the top here in the URL bar, you can just put 5-5 and you get it, right? Yeah. So I mean, this verse is not meant to be given us the dietary laws. I mean, the dietary laws or the dietary rules, it's all in that Surah Al-An'am, the one we just looked at. It's all about that. It's all about about slaughtering and eating and stuff like that. This verse is just about talking about يسألونك عن ماذا أحل لكم, right? Or they ask you what is halal for them, and it's الطيبات, good things. وما علمتم من الجوارح مكلبين, and what you have taught from the hunting dogs, so that that they can get things. And it says eat from what they have taken. واذكر اسم الله عليه واتقوا الله إن الله سريع عليم. This is another example of that. They're just mentioning Allah's name when releasing your hunting dogs, right? Now what they catch for you is halal, right? Now how is that different again from the
interesting. So this is right, the verse before, and where to say
and then the next verse is اليوم أحل لكم الطيبات. Today we have made halal for you الطيبات وطعام, and that's the key thing, الطيبات, anything which is pure, and وطعام الذين أوتوا الكتاب حل لكم وطعامهم حل لهم, right? And the محصنات from the faithful, and the محصنات from الذين أوتوا الكتاب من قبلكم إذا أتيتم.
What do you mean by محصنات? Are these like
here's, by the way, sifah. When we're talking about sifah, this is it, right?
So is it are the muhsanat are halal for you? But I thought muhsanat meant married women. What does that mean, chaste women?
So it can mean sometimes chaste women, sometimes it means
Yeah.
married women. So
Okay.
المحصنات من الذين أوتوا الكتاب من قبلكم إذا آتيتموهن أجورهن, right? محسنين غير مسافحين ولا متخذي أخدان. Seeking the chaste among them, not those who have committed sifah, nor those who are like secret lovers to others, right? And so even this, so it's not saying, for example, that only the muhsanat are halal for you, and those who are not muhsanat from utul kitab, that you can't marry them. Okay, this is just basically telling us that what good things are, that these are good things generally,
Yeah.
right? اليوم أحل لكم الطيبات. So it's good. These all can be things which are طيبات. I think it's going to be a lot of it has got to do with the conception from some of the Muslims at the time that maybe marrying a non-Muslim woman would not be good, they're not good or not tayyib or these sort of things, right?
Ironically, it
so
mentions saying Allah's name upon it in the verse before. kind of mention the name of Allah and fear Allah. Indeed, Allah is swift in account.
yeah, you have to
But
mention God's name when releasing the
it's
hunting
still
dogs.
hard. I'm leaning towards your point. I'm thinking with an open mind, but it's still kind of slightly awkward in that. So, do you think the fatwa the Saudi scholars have given it is wrong because they're quoting Quran, they're not even using hadith. So they're saying that. I think that clarification from Allah, as in, if you, from your point of view, it would be helpful if you mentioned, well, not Christians, because I fall into it, but then why am I falling into this? In that
Well,
case,
I mean,
being
look,
silent?
let's. The one other thing I want to show, if you go back to the previous the verse which I did mention, not this one, where was it? This one, right? The do not eat from that which God's name has not been mentioned. What does it call it? وَإِنَّهُ لَفِسْقٌ. Truly, it is fisq, right? That which God's name has not been mentioned on it, it's fisq. So when you go back to that verse about the Ahl al-Kitab, اليوم أحل لكم الطيبات. Today, what has been mentioned made halal for you are the طيبات. So already you're excluding from this the fisq, which is that which God's name has not been mentioned. Right?
Correct.
So if we're talking about طيبات, you can't include in the the fisq. So I know that they sort of
like, I actually agree with you. It makes sense. No, honestly, that makes sense because that's a killer. You're
it's
right.
also going to be, to be honest. I mean, it's also going to. I think, to be honest, the Saudi scholars who make these kind of pronouncements, they're used to, because they're used to eating meat morning, lunch, and dinner, right? They can't imagine a time without a day that goes by without eating some meat. But I mean, look, there's you can go like a couple of days without eating meat. It's not a big deal if you can't find it, right? But there's a lot of halal options. Yeah, there's a lot of like you can eat have a fish meal when you can't find the halal meat. Have you can find, if you find the kosher, if it's there. We need to be mindful of the fact that the Quran often talks about the compares those who it censors as being like cattle, right? يأكلون كما تأكل الأنعام, right? They eat like the way cattle eat or stuff. The eating. We can control our eating habits a bit enough so that we don't have to.
Mufti's point of view is completely wrong. Do you think just bollocks what you just said about the whole? Because these are quite sweeping statements that people are making, and they need to be very careful about what you're saying. Because do you think that when he's saying that this was just for? Because I do remember seeing the verses when I was studying the verses on slaughter, and all of them on like sacrifice. There have been. I do kind of see where he was coming from. That a lot of it was mentioning about. It seemed to be sacrificing from other animals, like for like rituals for like the mushrikeen when they were doing it, and that was the halal was introduced to counter the offerings. And so like and he even mentioned somebody brought meat, and he said like, well, what's it sacrificed by a Muslim? He said, well, then it's halal. I think he said just say Bismillah and eat it. I think like I think something like this, again, that's a hadith, so you can't be 100%
Yeah.
certain about that. So yeah, I guess this is where his confusion probably lies.
I understand. I mean, the thing about
Does
it,
he have a basis in what he's saying? Is it in the Quran? Is it generally, was it halal introduced to counter the sacrificing at the temples?
no, I don't think so. I think, look, if you go back
Yeah.
to Surah Al-An'am, it's even
Yeah.
called that for a reason, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
there's such an emphasis on this issue, right?
Yeah.
There's such a you know, it shows that there is something which is important. I mean, it goes back. I mean, this verse that we're talking about, it goes all again. فَكُلُوا مِمَّا ذُكِرَ اسْمُ اللَّهِ عَلَيْهِ إِن كُنتُم بِآيَاتِهِ مُؤْمِنِينَ. Eat from that which God's name has been mentioned upon. Then it says, don't eat upon that which God's name has not been mentioned upon. Right, so it seems to be like closing off all the avenues, and be careful of those who dispute with you. Right, the shayateen are inspiring to their awliya, so they can dispute with you. Okay, and it says, وَمَا لَكُمْ لَا تَأْكُلُوا مِمَّا ذُكِرَ اسْمُ اللَّهِ عَلَيْهِ وَقَدْ فَصَّلَ لَكُمْ مَا حَرَّمَ عَلَيْكُمْ إِلَّا مَا اضْطُرِّرْتُمْ إِلَيْهِ. You know, and why don't you eat from that which God's name has been mentioned upon it, when He has, you know, categorized فَصَّلَ لَكُمْ مَا حَرَّمَ عَلَيْكُمْ, what has been made haram for you, إِلَّا مَا اضْطُرِّرْتُمْ إِلَيْهِ, except that which you have been, you know, you've been forced to, basically. وَإِنَّ كَثِيرًا لَيُضِلُّونَ بِأَهْوَاهِمْ, and many are trying to misguide by their own ahwa, بِغَيْرِ علم, without any knowledge, right?
So would you say
And then it
define
says,
durra as like genuine hardship when you're about to die, not like you can't find any other meat? So would you say that?
Yeah, like being forced to. Like, it's not like I'm missing, you know, I have to miss my meal of meat today when I just had when I ate meat yesterday or day before yesterday. No, I mean, it means like where it's you know, it's difficult. So you eat meat, you eat pork, you know, if you're, you know, what you necessity, right? Real necessity, yeah. They said وَذَرُوا ظَاهِرَ الْإِثْمِ وَبَاطِنُ, etc. And they said وَلَا تَأْكُلُوا مِمَّا لَمْ يُذْكَرِ اسْمُ اللَّهِ, and don't eat that which God has name has not been mentioned, right? So you have a lot in the surah which is all about you know, about
And I can't see the
can be eaten
context
or
of
can't be eaten.
the sacrificial animals from the temple. Can you see this context from
In
here?
this one, no, there isn't. In this part, there isn't anything about, you know, the sacrificial stuff. You know, like it starts from here. Like if you want to go back a little bit,
it is talking about Ahl al-Kitab somewhere. I did see a mention.
No, I mean, it says, for example, here, this is one of the verses which talk about, it's talking about, وَنَزَّلْنَا إِلَيْهِمُ الْمَلَائِكَةَ وَكَلَّمُهُم, and if we had sent the angels down and you know, and the dead has spoken to them, they would not have faith except if Allah willed it, etc. Then it says, and thus have we made for every prophet enemies, shayateen, ins wal jinn. So this goes back to what you were mentioning before about why there are shayateen, ins and jinn, both men and
how do you have so
jinn.
much time to like study all this stuff? Do you like specifically study all these things yourself, or like do you spend like take out time to?
Well, I just generally when I'm like I read through the Quran as often as I can. I used to, you know, sort of like read more swiftly, I suppose. But now, you know, every once in a while now, I would spend maybe just half an hour on like one page or one bit and just think through it and then be reminded about different verses, go to that verse.
Yes.
So yeah, just
how the Quran's
reading
meant
through
to be read. Yeah.
Yeah, just slowly. I've become much slower in reading the Quran, right? So, you know, a few verses sometimes in, you know, time is enough to just, you know, sit down, just think about it. And I don't like force as much unless I want to actually study a certain topic, then I will actually go out and look for it. Generally, though, I would just read through and then whatever, like, you know, whatever I notice, I start, you know, internally asking myself, okay, why is it mentioned in this way? Why is this? And then, you know, take it from there. But yeah, so here you have the shouting incident of jinn. And it's actually talking about almost, yeah?
Because Mufti went on about loads of other different types, like lizards and all this BS. Like, do you think that, is there like specific meats that are allowed? I know it's a silly question, but it's because now there's so much confusion out there because all the fiqh and stuff. Is there like only certain types of meat we can eat? Like chicken is like, does it mention that chicken, or apparently said even chicken doesn't mention the Quran?
No.
So I don't know, but like,
yeah, the only thing the only like actual meat you're not allowed to eat, of course, is going to be is pork, right? Anything else
fair game.
Everything else is fair game. Lion, Like I remember,
Really?
I'm just mentioning lion because again, Dr. Brown mentions, that his sons one time said, "We want to eat a lion burger. Can we eat a lion burger?" Because they're little young boys, right?
Jonathan Brown Quran centric. I thought he is a proponent of these things. He's
No.
not.
But he was like, tell him no, and he was telling him, no, you can't. It's haram. And so that's actually another bit that I wanted to talk about later when I continue with that series. Then no, it's like you can eat a lion burger. You can eat whatever it is. You say Bismillah, you can kill it and it can be eaten. Right? Okay, apart from pork, right? Apart from
Where did you say the
lahm
context was
al-khinzir.
about the sacrifice? That the Bismillah means about the sacrifice rather than the.
Okay,
rather
so we
than
can talk
feed.
about. Hold on, we'll have to see because of course this is a long surah. So where would it be? Let me pull it out from. Let me search on my phone. Dima.
Do you feel like gender interaction, apart from lowering gaze, is there like much of a problem with it? That you can just talk freely, it's not an issue, really.
Yeah, it's not really an issue, right?
And I'm assuming you don't believe hijab is farz or anything like this.
No,
No.
hijab, definitely not. So
It just
it's in 2, where is it? 22:36, and then onwards. 22:36.
Yeah.
So let me give this. So it says here, budna. Of course, these are talking about the more about the Hajj, but the context is there. والبدن جعلناه لكم من شعائر الله لكم فيها خير فاذكروا اسم الله عليها. Right, so mention God's name upon it, right? And the camels and the cattle, etc. We have appointed them for you as symbols, right, of right, right? Therein is good. So mention the name of Allah upon them, right, when you line them up for sacrifice, okay? And when they are lifeless on their sides, right, then eat from them and feed the needy. Thus have we subjected them to you that you may be grateful. Then it says, لا ينال الله لحومها ولا دماؤها. Their meat will not reach Allah, nor will their blood, but what reaches Him is taqwa from you. Right. So again, it's showing that we're talking about slaughtering. When it says mention the name of God upon it, right? We're talking about slaughtering these livestock. So this is
my
in
wife's
Surah.
not going to be your best friend because now I can't eat normal meat anymore.
I mean, it's
Can you
not
see like
it's,
how
it's,
confusing Islam has become? These are not.
yeah.
I don't think we should belittle these things because this is causing a lot of. Because I used to just only eat halal, especially even after I got married. It's only eat halal, and because I went through the whole Quran verses and stuff like this, and it's only because of the Saudi scholars, like the Salafis, their fatwa, that I changed, and
Yeah.
there's no resource. But now that's caused me so. It's actually caused me hard. Like that's going to cause me a huge grief and grief in life. Now
Well, it's
it's a lack of just.
we are
This is what
doing.
I do feel. I think I've asked most of the questions I needed to. But like but can you see how important this is? When like this has changed my life. I need to make sure I'm actually complying with what Allah is saying, and it's so annoying. Maybe like a rule book or like some, but like we do need a condensed version or like a video on all the Ahkam Quran, like a series, because it's like even like I've just said gender interactions, like is it okay? Like, can you like approach a girl and say what's up and hit them up? Like, is that fine? I think, but is watching TV haram? Would you say?
No.
But do you not
No,
think
it's
that
not.
it's a lot of because you can't lower your gaze and there's like models and everything that's on TV? Do you not think that's haram? I would say it's haram.
Yeah, I mean, it's not about. I mean, when it comes to the whole lowering gaze thing, it really is about trying to achieve a certain purity, right? And it's talking about this is better for you, this is pure for you, right? ذلك أزكى لهم, right? If you're not somebody who is like, I mean, you have like a Sufi background, right? So if you're not somebody who's actually pursuing that purity of the heart, you're trying to sort of like ascend yourself to purify your heart and ascend that aspect of yourself, then lowering your gaze from watching TV is not going to do anything, right? It's not. I mean, as long as you're not watching, lewd things all the time and things like that. But if you just,
I'm
watching
not
it,
sure if you do you watch much TV.
I don't get to
Maybe
watch
you're
much
kind
TV.
of
To be honest.
slightly disconnected. I'll tell you, modern day TV is porn. I'm telling you.
I think I am
modern
disconnected.
day TV. Yeah, this is the like you need to also be kind of like to give fatwa,
Maybe
like
before I
you
say
kind of
these
be
things, I should
embedded in
actually.
society as well. Because you strike me as a very religious person, and some of the things like I was surprised that you kind of mentioned, the Christians, do they not do reciting Allah's name? I was like, well, of course not. Where have you been?
No, I don't know, because I
This is what I'm saying.
look up
This
to
is a very big issue because it affects our lives quite deeply. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So TV nowadays is basically porn. And also I think why the reason why I mentioned that it's haram is because you're supposed to you're instructed to lower your gaze of for the aunties who are like this fat, overweight, kind of not attractive looking people. But then on TV, you're going to see the hottest women on earth, like supermodels, voluptuous. Everything is they're like there for that reason. They're models, right?
Yeah.
I do think I think that has increased my shahwa in the past 100%. Like I'd say like watching
in that case, definitely.
Watching people like Turkish Islamic programs and they were like modesty covered, I think that was okay. But when a lot of cleavage and breasts and bums are like out in in your face and everything is really hot women, I think when when it can increase your shahwa and then you're gonna like watch porn and all this kind of thing and masturbate. I think that's all. Is there a law for that masturbation porn is haram according to Quran, or is it? Does it fall under?
Masturbation, but of course,
What about
watching porn is definitely going to be. But the thing about it is this: look, the lowering of the gaze and things like this, it's definitely. I mean, even when it comes to music as well, you want to protect yourself, right? You want to protect your heart. You want to protect, some
you
of
don't
these
believe
things.
music's haram, but you feel like the lyrics can affect you. Is that correct, or?
Yeah. So I mean, for example, even good lyrics when it comes to music, even good lyrics and all of that kind of stuff, you're filling yourself up with other people's emotions. I find people that I've seen people who are sort of like addicted to music, not even because the music is bad, because they're addicted to being made, to be made to feel by music, right? And that strips you of your own ability.
But just to clarify, do you feel music's haram? Or not?
No, I mean depends on the music. It just depends on the music, right? But if you spend your whole time, people spend the whole night from the morning, the moment they wake up to at night, they're listening to music, which is essentially listening to other people's thoughts and emotions, and then they themselves will be empty, right? That's the only way they can fill themselves is through the emotions and the songs of other people, right? And it just takes you away from what you are. You want to sort of like center yourself a lot more, right? By allow yourself your own space to thought. People now don't like to be bored. They don't like to just sit without a constant stream of screens or this or that. You have to allow yourself some opportunity to grow. So when it comes to there are aspects of the Quran which are really trying to address a spirituality that you should be trying to strive forwards to, right?
If I'm
and the lowering the gaze is among them, right? It's all about tazkiyah. I mean, if you pay careful attention to the verse is not a direct command from Allah, right? It doesn't say Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu ghuddu absarakum, or you who have faith, lower your gaze. And there's a degree of removal, right? It's God commands the Prophet to tell us. Well, why? Why is it put in that sort of way, right? So God is saying, قُلْ لِلْمُؤْمِنِينَ, you, Muhammad, tell them this, right? And of course, people glaze over that and say, well, it's the same thing. No, it's not the same thing. I think that there's sort of an element of God distancing himself from, making that a direct command from him, right? It's sort of like, okay, I'm going to put it more through the Prophet. Tell him you tell the believers this, right? That is better for them, right? There's a kind of a degree of separation there, which tells you that it's a bit low. I mean, that's why, for example, classically, they would say that watching, gazing at the opposite thing, it's one of the kabair of the saghair, right? The big sins of the lower, sorry, the big sins among the lower sins, right?
Mm.
The not big sin, the biggest of
Yeah,
their
I get
mind.
it. The kabair of the saghir. That's a
Yeah.
good one. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
they would say that, right? But it's really just about, like somebody asked me this recently about, like he wants to get into art, right? He wants to like draw, like make cartoons and make like stories and stuff like that. So he's asking me, is this allowed and stuff like that, and getting too deep into this. I said, look, if you're going to try to empty yourself out, right? Empty your heart out, so that it can all so that perchance it can give you can sort of like receive a kind of enlightenment or gain hikmah. If you're going to be seriously striving towards this, then yes, you need to cut off music. You should cut off the video. He was asking me about video games. Cut off the video games. You need to cut off movies, TV. You need to go monk mode, so as to say, right? Because you're trying to dig more deep into yourself, and you won't be able to have that if you're constantly filling yourself up with all of these images and things from outside. Okay, but if you're not striving for that yet, and you should have that as a goal somewhere in life, right? If you're not striving for to try and get that kind of like spiritual side of you awakened, and you're just going through your normal day, then just stay away from the stuff which is going to increase, which is increasing your lustfulness, your desire for the dunya, these sort of things, right? So if you're watching shows which are making you affecting you in that kind of way, then definitely cut that out, right? Because it's not going to be helpful. But if you can watch a TV show and be involved in like just entertainment of the drama and stuff, and you can sort of like more or less ignore, or it doesn't affect you, like next day thinking about the next day or the next night thinking about the pretty
Since I got
girl,
married, it doesn't affect me much. I'm not going to go out and do zina. Like, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, not.
No, I mean, but it doesn't. You're not going to like spend the evening like thinking about, the images of the pretty woman on the show is not going to keep coming to you, and you're thinking, oh my god, she's so. As long as that's not happening, and but you can like admire a show.
What's wrong with that?
4 days. Well, because it's slowly going to erode at you, right? You want to sort of like avoid that. And so I would say avoid. I wouldn't say like it makes it more haram, but definitely you want to avoid.
Can I ask a question from an idiot scholar? If I was a traditional scholar, like to ask millions of questions, why is porn haram from the Quran's perspective?
Why is it haram from the Quran's perspective?
Or like grooming over like kind of bikini photos, or like scantily clad women or stuff like this, or even for women as well, if they look at men with like no clothes on and like looking at them naked, like why is it haram from? Is it because of the ayat about lowering?
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's not really said like it's not said in that kind of way to haram. You're being told, advised not to do it, right?
It's fahisha. It is fahisha. Like it
pure
is
of you not to do. I mean, yes, the sitting there and so like ogling and thing is like kind of. Like
you're it is fahish. That's an obvious thing. I feel
you're more like enjoying a fahisha that's happening, right? So you're sitting there.
I think it's fahish. I think somebody watching two people have sex on.
No, yeah, that
I think on a video that is, and then you kind of helping yourself with it is like. Yeah, that is fahish. That is 100%. I don't think it needs to. It is disgusting.
Yeah.
What's disgusting is disgusting.
Yeah. So that is definitely a fahisha, right? But what I'm saying is that when in terms of like the lowering the gaze of just normally, right? But of course, I forgot you had actually asked about porn. Porn is just going to be a fahisha, of course. But the general idea of like a show or whatever, and just watching some of these TV shows. And you saying I can't watch it because I have to lower my gaze. Lowering the gaze there and staying away from it is meant to be a drive towards you gaining higher purity, right? So you lower the gaze, and also the other thing about it, if it's a TV show, it's not like when it's outside where you can actually have the opportunity to actually interact with whether you're like looking at or they will with you. They might try. They see you looking and they approach you. And then it opens up, that kind of door.
That really happens for guys, to be honest, unless you're like a top.
Yeah.
That's really honest. Do you feel that gender interaction things? Is there any kind of? I think it's probably my last question. I really mean it. Do you think there's any regulations that have been passed down about like men and women kind of interacting, or even like non-mahram? Is there any issue like if you're at a friend's house or whatever? Is there actually any such thing as gender interaction rules or not?
No. I mean, it's just I didn't deal things by al-ma'ruf, right? You want to avoid suspicion, right? If it's if you know in places now, you know, in the world, it's not an issue if you're like alone with in somebody's house for a little bit of time. But other places that could throw suspicion on the wife, then it will cause a scandal. So you want to be wary of that. But in generally, in terms of like gender interaction and stuff, no, we're just told la taqrabul al-zina, don't even come close to zina. So you want to be watchful of
What
that.
about talking to the wives of the Prophet behind a hijab, behind a curtain?
Yeah, so that I think that's just because of the place where the Prophet was. Remember, he was like his hujurat were part of the mosque. People were coming in and out, right? And people wanted to speak to them constantly. And if every single time they would need to like put on appropriate clothes and stuff, no. So instead they were, it's for convenience to have like that curtain up, so then they could just be at home normally, and then
should women stay at home? Are those verses Surah Ahzab ubiquitous? Is it applied to all believers that women stay at home? Why not?
No, I think it's got to do with the wives of the Prophet, and the tabarruj, which is mentioned in that verse. I think it's got to do with the idea of them throwing their weight around the way that the Jahili women would do. Tabarruj, like Burj Khalifa.
Yeah.
Burj Khalifa. The word Burj, it means tower, right? So tabarruj is to sort of like to tower, to like be overbearing over other people. So this would happen where you have like women married to like powerful or influential people. They would sort of like throw their weight around, right? Try to get what they want by they'd have this tabarruj over others, right? So the idea here, I think, was that the wives of the Prophet were being discouraged from throwing their using their status to influence things and change things and throw their weight around and have things their way. And it was sort of predictive because that kind of happened with Aisha, right? When she went, if it wasn't for Aisha, the battle of the Jamal wouldn't have happened, right? She was a big part of that. People following the wife of the Prophet, the wife of the Messenger, right?
But can that be applied to all high status females then?
Yeah, I think they can. The idea is to discourage this kind of tabarruj in women, right? That you can have women who are, who married to somebody very powerful, and then they can sort of like really abuse that.
Right? Politics like these Khilafat Osmani or the harem of the Sultan, they actually interfered in politics and messed up the empire.
Yeah. Don't know much about this. I know there was like a bunch of like they would like kill each other and stuff, right? Every
the women started actually affecting the Sultan, and they actually started coming to the fore in politics, and maybe Qur'an says they stayed at home.
Yeah, so that one is just for the Prophet's wives saying قرنا في بيوتكم ولا تبرجن تبرج الجاهلية الأولى. Don't do the tabarruj of the jahiliyyah, right?
Okay.
Because there are stories, there are the old Arab stories about about the wife of the sheikh of this tribe and what she did and what she caused to happen and caused the war between here and here, and
like Troy,
you had that kind of thing, right?
But do you feel like against feminism, there's nothing in the Quran that kind of tells women to stay at home and actually look? Because do you not think that's like a massive disease in society? But do you think that?
I think it is a problem in
But the Quran mention anything about it? Like, should women stay at home? And actually, there's a lot of hadith that says no.
No. There's nothing in the Quran about that. I mean, there's I think the ayah of the what's called the wife beating verse, right?
Yeah.
That is laying out the default position that الرجال قوامون على النساء, right? That men are maintainers and are responsible, the upkeepers, the authority, or over women. And then but it's not a command. It's not a command. It's not saying ليكون الرجال قوامون على النساء يا أيها الذين آمنوا الرجال قوامون. It's not saying that, right? But it is, I think, the default the default setting, right? That I
And
think it's
hitting is mentioned, and it has to be accepted that in some
yeah,
circumstances that would you agree that this is like it,
yeah. I
you have
mean,
to follow the steps?
I've spoken on that. It's not steps. I think it's I think you can go straight to number 3 at times, but
Yes,
um,
you're right.
the
I like all your views. You're hitting all of them. You're completely
but
right.
I actually need
Carry
to.
on.
That's one of my major projects which I need to do. A series
I
on that verse
really
because
do
it needs
agree
to
with. I'm so happy. I think two at least two طلاب طالبين طالبان العلم. I don't mean
be. Yeah,
Taliban, but the Tasniya form. At least we agreeing on every topic we just, and it shows that it's, at least there's some kind of, there needs to be, like I said, there seems some ittifaq, there needs to be some consensus. Otherwise, it's just everybody having their own kind of opinion. It's just all kind of bit of a
mm,
kind of
yeah,
Looney Tunes, really. Like, and people will
yeah,
always look down on this movement. It just
yeah.
looks like some,
Yeah,
wishy-washy,
but I
wacky
mean, we should,
organization.
yeah, but we should remember, of course, that look, it took time for like the traditional mazahib to get established. It took like 300 years and stuff like this.
Hmm.
It will take time. It's not,
So we're forming our own madhab.
yeah, it's sort of like not
Alhamdulillah.
about forming the madhab, but it took time for things to sort of coalesce. Yeah, you need to have like some very thoughtful people, some thinking people, some people who can organize things in an intelligent manner, and it takes time, all right, for things to sort of like coalesce. So I'm not too worried, but at the same time, I think we can do a lot better than
I see what he
the
started. Allah's already put barakah. Like, come on, it's just a bit random, isn't it? Do you not think that at least if
yeah,
you've
yeah.
got a good background in like the Quran, and I've like I told you did hifz and like just studying Arabic and but just like contemplating studying Quran for such a long time,
Yeah,
and now taking it to this and like bouncing
yeah,
off each other.
exactly. I
That's
mean, it is reviving a lot. It is becoming big. I mean, I saw on a Telegram group somebody posted that even Christians are now using Quranist arguments against like the mainstream, right? Which just shows that it's becoming more and more popular. A lot more people are turning to the idea that the Quran can be put forward above the narrations, above the hadiths, and it's becoming more and more widespread. So we'll see where it goes. We'll see where it goes.
exactly.
Inshallah, we'll be there to sort of help. All right, bro. This has been an amazing stream. Oh my God, we've been on it for like what's now almost 5 hours. Subhanallah.
Wow, but it's useful. It was useful, and again, you've always annoyingly or unannoyingly, you've changed my life. So.
No, it hasn't been
Shaping
annoying.
my
It's
views, and
been
I
good.
think I don't want to be arrogant. I'm one of the few people that I think are actually humble enough to even genuinely seek knowledge and actually change their approach.
I mean, Allah Marafik, inshallah, Allah make us all like that. I mean,
But I do still feel you're too soft on that guy. You feel you're too soft. I'm gonna stand on certain things. I do feel you're too soft, but
no
I
problem.
everything else you've said, I actually agree. I genuinely agree.
All right.
Everything you said.
Yes. What was that thing that Zohran Mamdani said
Well,
to that guy? He put out his thing. He said in his campaign trail or something. He was saying, he was telling people, if you agree, of 8 out of 12 things of me, or 7 out of 12 things, then great. Be with me. Help me, right? And we'll be able to push those things through together. That's what he said.
yeah.
Then he says, but if you agree with 12 out of 12 things with me, then see a psychiatrist, right? And then he mentioned that one time he was walking along one street, and just somebody looked at him and shouted, "Hey, Zohran!" And he looked around and he looked at him and said, "Yes, what's up?" And he goes, 12 out of 12, baby. like that this guy believed he agreed with him with 12 out of 12.
If you don't mind me asking, very briefly, why did you feel I cut you off and you said, why did you feel when you looked back, and I don't know how you looked back in the middle stream, that takes skill. Like, why did you feel you weren't harsh, you weren't too soft? Is it because
No, I said that if I maybe I need to look back. I said maybe I need to
Or
look back
maybe,
about
yeah,
it.
yeah.
Maybe I need to look back. Maybe I was a bit too soft on it. But you know, the main thing is
No, I remember you said that. I looked back and I said I don't think I was. I think that's what you said. I
yeah,
can't
yeah.
remember.
I mean, I don't think I still don't, I don't think I was. But yeah, like I said,
Yeah.
maybe I need to look back to double check.
Oh, maybe.
But the
Oh,
thing
sorry, I
about it is
misheard you.
that
I misheard you. Yeah,
yeah,
sorry.
but the thing about it, of course, he was asking mostly about those. He was asking mostly about those who, you know, homosexuals who don't want to be, right, who don't view it as thing. So I think I was pretty clear that it is a fahisha, it is wrong, and it is, you know, it is something which is going to evoke disgust from people, and you know, even the people who are involved that need to understand that you know, not be shocked that other people will be, you know, will look down upon it and feel disgusted by it. You know how, you know, for example, a person who commits zina, right? Nobody sees them in that kind of disgusted way, right? Because in the end, it's, you know, the censorship with zina is not about the actual sexual act itself, right?
Yeah.
It's not you know, it's about the thing. But people do feel disgusted by the sexual act of homosexuality, and for good reason. And they need to be understanding about that. But you know, he was mostly asking about those who are homosexuals not by choice, right? And you know, you have to
I've met them. I've met them.
yeah, you have to have,
Some of them are celibate. Some of them just don't want to at all.
yeah. There are a lot like that, and you know, you have to
Rachel.
be very careful because you know, like you were mentioning the person that went into depression, or somebody who was like he prayed his 5 namaz, but he still had this desire, right, for men. And you know, if you're not you know, careful of people like that, you know, you can have people that commit suicide and all of these sort of things. We have to put it down to its scale. The people who are involved with that and they say that no, it's fine, and they just, you know, just like this, you know, proud to be gay and stuff like that. That's a very different bag than those who actually you know, have these unwanted desires, right? And you know, for those, we have to sort of like understand that it's, you know, yeah, you know, the reason why they came to be that way, which I definitely believe nobody's born that way. That, you know, if you can have them understand, have people understand that be culturally known, that, you know, it's something which develops homosexuality, and it can be developed away from as well.
I think I'm not 100% sure. I have a bit more exposure to you about this issue because of the nature of what I do. I think maybe I'm not 100%. But I'm almost convinced that there is an odd one or two guys who just like they just don't like women. They just
No, but do you
want
think born that way?
like they're just so kind of like they're just so gay. It's unreal. Like they're just like they're so. No, I'm telling. They're just like you. No
Yeah,
matter
I
what you do,
understand. I understand. I've
they
met
are
people like that
like
as well.
you. They cannot make. They're not cannot straight. They are meant to,
No,
like
but
they
you're not
cannot.
going to be able to make that. They're not going to be able to do, because
I'm telling.
it's a
I
deep
think there's an
psychological
odd
thing.
few
Right?
exceptions. There are like the people who just like they cannot like absolutely not help it. Like they are just the way they are. And I think it's just a test. I think it's a trial. No, but I've met these people. I've met them.
Yeah,
Seriously.
I know.
It's
I
like
mean,
a different thing.
it's like that guy, like I mentioned, Milo Yiannopoulos. He was the most gayest person you could meet, right? Like that he was a political commentator a while back. He used to speak about Islam and stuff as well in a very derogatory way. Then he became Catholic, and now he's celibate. But he used to be an incredibly, yeah. Even the way he speaks, even now, if you look at him, he still has that same sort of like gay, you know, stereotypical gay person, right? But he was the most gayest person you could ever think about. But now he's turned that around, right? I forget if he's now just celibate or if he's actually become straight, right? But he has changed.
I think you are slightly ostracizing the small minority. Generally, you're probably right. You are right. But I think the small minority.
Yeah, I mean, if there is a small minority
to those people who are
yeah.
genuinely gay. Do you know? Like, I feel like we kind of, we're not empathizing with their heart. Like, you need to understand, like they are sinful in the eyes of God, and like, but they. I'm saying if you don't practice it, that's fine. That's all good. And yeah, you know, you don't deserve like another partner. No, but there are. I think there are the one. Even let's say it's environmental. Hypothetically, it's environmental. But that guy's born in that environment. He can't change. His dad's gone. You know what you're gonna like? He's run off, right? He is now gay. What do you do now? Like I'm saying, like there's that, and he's
Yeah, that's what
trying
I'm saying,
as
yeah.
hard as he can to be straight, but he ain't straight. Do you know what I mean? He is gay.
No, but he doesn't have to try hard. That's
No,
what
no,
I'm
but
saying. He doesn't
I've
have to-
met this person. I've met the
Yeah.
odd one. I'm talking. This is a small minority. There's an odd
Yeah.
one, two cases where they try as hard for whatever the situation might be. And you're probably right. There's a lot of nurture involved and
Yeah.
surrounded by females and lack of masculine figure, which is an issue nowadays.
Yeah.
However, he's there, right? And like
Yeah.
I genuinely, I could understand his pain that he tried to force himself to be straight. He could not do it. Every ounce of him was gay.
Yeah, I know.
And I feel like Allah, that's his trial. That's just his
that-
ibtila, and he's there, bro.
Yeah, but that's one of the things which I'm very like against somebody like you saying trying hard to not be gay. It's like hitting yourself against a brick wall, right? You're trying to do something which you don't know how to do. Don't try. I would say to the person, just accept it.
He's accepted. He's gay. He's accepted. But I feel like
Yeah,
like you say, I
accept it.
think
Don't
some people can
don't-
be like definitely predisposed to being gay. Like it's like have a definite likeness that this guy just likes men. Like I feel
Yeah.
like there's the odd like few cases where people are genuinely gay. That's what I'm trying to say. And I think one thing, if we just take away like if someone's gay and watch, like just to empathize, like okay, I understand,
Yeah,
and you are, and he knows himself, and he's not faking it, or not because of society.
Yeah.
If the odd guy there and he's genuinely gay, just
when you
feel
say
have the
genuinely
power of
gay,
Allah.
I just want to clarify. You mean born that way, right?
Yeah, like
You mean
but
born.
to a certain extent, like he's just always kind of since
Yeah,
forever
but that, I think that's
born.
what I mean.
Yeah, I'd say
Before.
born gay. Yeah, he's born
When you
gay.
say genuinely gay, you mean born gay, right?
Yeah, born gay,
Yeah.
essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, bro. I have to
I
close
know,
it
you
off
need to
now
help.
because it's like right on the 5-hour mark. That's a good place
Yeah.
to stop.
Shukran.
Okay, Jazakallah khair. Thank you so much for
Wow.
coming on and your time and all everything. Jazakallah khair.
Take care.
Assalamu alaikum.
The next.
All right, let's end the stream here. I just want to have a quick Nasir. I need to get back to you without a doubt. We have a problem because I am a Shafi'i, and in America, all Muslims, including Malikis, Shafis, and Hanbalis, eat meat in American grocery stores. Hanafis are the only ones who buy meat from Muslim stores. Yeah, that needs to sort of like have more community involved. More community involved in terms of supporting Muslim businesses. But yeah, the problem is if they all have given this fatwa, the Shafis, the Malikis, and Hanbalis, they all have this fatwa where they can just eat the meat from normal stores, then it's not going to allow the Muslim butchery scene, Muslim meat scene to be profitable or to grow. I guess it's kosher is going to be the only option then. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, in that sort of situation where literally there is no other option for meat, I still wouldn't say that it's the. I personally wouldn't go after any of that meat. I would stick with fish, and there's also other ways to get protein. Or every once in a while, you can actually go and slaughter something. Like we were doing Eid, in Saudi Arabia, in the UAE, and other places, and where I've been, you would actually Eid time you go and get your qurbani, and every once in a while you can do that. Every 3 months, 4 months, get your thing, and then you can store that meat, and have that. It can be more like almost like a treat to do. Okay, Jazakumullah khair. Thank you everybody for joining us, and I'll see you inshallah next week. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.